still I'm staying the top. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause
I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. 'Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause
I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Takes me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand. Hey, it's a la la da da. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake. False intentions, never did.
Just a vibe with you, I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my brother in that while I slowly curse. Feelings in gray. it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good.
time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had a good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to grand final day of ESL 1 Thailand, powered by Intel. And for the final time here, I'd like to welcome you to our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, where me and my magnificent panel are able to break down today's games for you, tell you guys where this bracket ended up, and why these two teams are as strong as they are here for ESL 1 Thailand. I've got my boys back here on the panel. I've got Danog, I've got Poglet. Championship Sunday, boys. You guys hyped for a best of 5?
We made it. 18 long days, but man, it was some great Dota along the way.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled to see how the playoffs have shaped out. Like, we were discussing how these teams are going to play out day 4, day 5, day 6, but to see them slug it out through these playoffs has been so great to watch. And we've had some 55-minute plus bangers, and I can't ask for much more. If I'm seeing tier 5 items, I'm a happy man.
Give me those items. That's what I want.
Yeah, I want to see some more Fallen Skies, maybe some just Stygian Desolators or something like that, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not we do get those 60-minute slugfests here. But we have had an amazing playoffs, boys. There's been some insane games. We've seen some Rapier comebacks, seen some huge Mega Creep comebacks as well coming in from the playoffs, and even yesterday was an absolute barn burner as well for us. We had that lower bracket final where, unfortunately there for Fnatic, they did falter, but boom, they're showing why these drafts are so important.
Those reverse sweeps have been happening all throughout this entire tournament, and they've done it again. This was the big play with the DC, right? Makoto, he's getting gone on. He's like, oh no, I've got to run away. I'm just going to start piloting Dreamer Cell, and they were able to turn that fight around. Fnatic still took game number 1, but still, it was a great showing to be able to come back from a 4v5 deficit, and then game 2 and 3, it just felt like an outdraft overall by Boom.
Yeah, an outdraft, a bit of outplay in my mind as well. I think Makoto FPZ were out of their mind. Dreamer Cell obviously played a ridiculous Ricky, but For me, FPZ, that series, put the team on his shoulders and understood his role. He had to do so much work. Like, we're seeing some of these stuns coming out from his Sand King. His Slardar in the later game was absolutely insane as well. It's just great to watch an offlane find his place and just absolutely clean up from it.
Yeah, it really goes to show that, you know, if you come into these drafts with strong lanes for your offlaners, they can start to take over these maps as well. And on the other side of that, you know, DreamerCell as well as Makoto played their positions perfectly. And, you know, in that interview that we had with Kezcute yesterday, he summed it up pretty easily. Easy game, easy draft.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he saw that Shen, we were talking about it on the panel, right? We were just like, they have nothing to stop this push. The Zoo, it's coming out, and they might have to do it again. But I'm sure TNC, they were watching the entire time, so they can be ready.
God, I hope so, because those drafts become almost impossible to play. Like, we're talking about how close these teams are. If you get that Barnyard strat, if they've got that Clock, the Veno, the Void Spirit, really terrible lockdown, really terrible wave clear, the game just ends. Like, there is nothing you can do. The best team in the world is still going to lose in 30 minutes or less.
Well, you know, we talked about these two teams facing off against each other in that upper bracket finals. Let's go and have a look at how our bracket did play out here in the playoffs of ESL 1 Thailand. We started out in the lower bracket, Motivate Trust. Unfortunately for them, they had to send home packing, especially with GeekFam as well there. And we start to cruise forward here. The upper bracket matches basically went the way we expected. Maybe Neon could have potentially put themselves in that third slot, but fortunately falling down, and they lose that series up against Fnatic, which was absolutely insane to watch with that Rapier, you know, agent kill and stuff like that. But now we are in towards our grand final where TNC and Boom play in a full best of 5 winner takes all here for ESL 1 Thailand. And I mean, you probably could have picked any of those top 4 teams to be in this grand final as well and still be just as happy.
Yeah, and you almost had the Cinderella story. Fnatic, and then boom. they just took over and taken their spot. It's going to be, well, it's going to be as expected, right? If you view that bracket as gospel of how strong teams have been in this tournament, we've got an upper bracket final rematch, and that's how things should be.
That is true. And an upper bracket final against Boom and TNC did go the way of TNC in a 2-0. But to us, you know, every time that we talk about that, it did come down to the draft in that. And, you know, in that interview we had yesterday with Kezcute, he said that they're going to do a lot more prep and they realized the mistakes they made in that series and they should come back stronger.
Yeah, I think their biggest mistake, I mean, I hate harping on a single hero or a single pick, but it was 2 games in a row they picked Abaddon, 2 losses. And since then, they haven't picked it again in that series in the lower bracket. And realistically, let's be honest, they could have won game 1 without that disconnection, without those issues.
True. To be fair, Fnatic banned it in the first phase in 2 of their games that they played against Boom yesterday. But I think the hero's fine, just not in that first phase. I don't want to see it that early into the
draft. I do agree. First phase, you just need to lock down these playstyle-esque heroes. Like, we're obviously seeing Veno, Clock, etc. pick so much for those specific types of play, where Abaddon makes you play one style. There's only one style, and it's always that protection of the core, and it's just not fun to watch.
Well, before we do deep dive into this best of 5 series, we have to talk about a Mercedes-Benz MVP. Right now, the voting is open for the Asia region, where top 2 will end up in the contenders region, where they go up against the top 2 from the Americas region. And for you guys playing along at home, we've got a nice little video here about Leo Style, one of the contenders from Americas.
Whatever they brought, it won't be enough.
Oh, Sammy, you know? All right, well, there's the Chronosphere, but Leo's now waiting over on the side Ocean. They're going for the duel. There's going to be the Yules. It buys them a little bit more time. They'll be able to save Ocean. And Sammy Boy's going to get taken out as well. This Legion doing so much work. MNZ gets the kill on Husky. Leo Style now says that was cute, Gunner, but come back here. Zip in right into the arms of Storm clouds are gathering. Spot them. LSA coming through. Spear. Put him over to the side. Io staying on the other side, though. There's the toss out from Moo. The zip coming out. Spear from Leo Style. Drag back again over onto Lilina. They'll take him down. And now Braxy's stuck in the pit, but zipping in here from Leo Style. Uses a lot of his mana, but unfortunately for Moo, Snake King gonna get this chip down. Leo Style balling on through, finds himself a fear. But Fiery Soul stacks or what? If you hear the ball lightning, and I just see the LSA come out like almost immediately. Again, that's by Carapace plus the call down. A very dead Snake King. It's an arena trying to hold them into place. The rest of the team tries to run away, but Leo Style, he's just everywhere the entire time. Envy climbing his way out. MNZ hot on the tail, wants to chase after. There's gonna be the buyback coming out from Brax. They don't want to let this fight go too bad, but it's just too late. That's already both of those heroes, Moo and Fear, taking that. MJZ does fall though. The IO's plain, but it doesn't matter at this point.
From the outer dark I come.
I'm not sure where he's gonna be.
No, he's right over. He's over with the Aspen Prison. Dismar just trying to push them back. Manages to get the cogs. They'll drop the Static Storm. The roll in over on the side. They'll be able to just take down Dismar, take down Hard. Just Leo style here. Save himself a little bit longer. They almost managed to take him out. Valky will go down.
All right, he gets one more flat cannon here before transforming back. They'll probably just back until this.
Oh, the jump forward on Arceus immediately. They're just gonna blow him up. Car, he tried so hard to keep him alive, but there's only so much that little IO can do. BKB coming out from the heck lines here, over here on the spirit. Yeah, they've got the Spirit Siphon, they've got the Exorcism, but they just don't have enough damage. Marshling trying to get in, but the Scotty does so much now. Valky trying to find the opening. The BKBs are out in mass, so they'll be able to take down Tao. However, on the other line, though, they're trying to fight through this. It is just too much damage. They're just slaughtering the side of G-Pride. They take the Arceus again. That's gonna be game.
A beautiful showing there from Leo Style, but he is only one of the contenders from our Americas region there for Mercedes-Benz MVP of ESL 1 Thailand. The other contender from the Americas region is Leolis. Let's go check out his video.
An enemy destroyed cannot rise against you.
Been playing a little bit greedy here. Does have Lincoln follow up plus the Greaves. He's just gonna zip on out. Oh, look, that wall vacuum combo. It's beautiful, but the follow up coming out here from Matthews. He drops the Static Storm. It's not gonna be enough. MNZ falls. Frank now just getting chased down. And trade all that stuff easily. So zip in though over here. Just playing around a little bit. Oh, they both get shackled up though. Followed up with another beautiful shackle. But they'll drag them right back in again. Oh my god, it's beautiful. The wall vacuum combo. Just like that, they take down 4 heroes on the side of Thunder Predator.
Long shall my name be remembered.
Oh, Lelis. Gotta get revealed. Goes for the stop. Followed up double edge into the arrow, into the Witch Doctor ultimate with the malediction. That's a lot of damage, and it's not feeling like he's gonna be able to survive this. Even goes so far to use the Stampede because they want to make sure that they can get enough damage. It's definitely gonna pop here. Back lines though, Faker joining into the fight with the swoop in coming out from Excel. They'll go for the Phoenix Egg and they jump right back in again. MSS wanting to finish up. They don't grab anyone in this arena. Looks like they will be able to get the kill on the Marana though. Looks like they'll also be able to find SPG. He's trying to stay alive. Lelis jumping in with a giant stop. He finishes him off. It's a double kill. Can they get another?
There can be no battle till axe is at hand. And axe is.
No, is it happening? Are they going to be able to steal? Look at the duel on the back line. They know the target's first, but who gets it? It's going to take us. Oh my god, MNC doing so much damage right now. He's trying to get the Thunder. He gets the Thunder Run. No! They're able to go in blocking using the Lincolns. Spawn comes out. There's a buyback from TB. He wants to be a part of this. He can't leave Leo Style all alone. There's no Witch Doctor. They need to be careful. MNC going right for the finish now. Goes, pops the Manta. Lelis jumping in again, managing to go and get the taunt off. Are they going to be able to take? Oh my god, they take out the Terrorblade. He doesn't have buyback. Matthew just zipping away. They use, oh no, Quinn chasing them down. Frank's going to be next to fall, and it doesn't look like MJZ is going to survive.
Nobody expects the E-Blade from Axe. TV's up.
These. Oh, TL, is he going to be able to do this? Is this going to be a close domination scenario? He's going in. He's going to immediately get the start. He's got the BKB though, and he's just looking. He can't do anything. He's just staring at his own agent.
Big plays there from the players over in Americas and very well deserving of those contender slots coming in here for ESL 1 Thailand. But a reminder, the voting is open here for Mercedes-Benz MVP in the Asia region. Top 2 of this will be going up against the boys from America, where we will crown our Mercedes-Benz MVP for the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand. It's going to be a tight race. We'll see who comes out on top here. My lads are back here on the panel. Danok, Poglet. That was some pretty hype stuff. You know, offlaners, they're looking pretty strong.
That was some hype stuff. You know, we've talked about how offlaners not quite getting enough love. I'm happy that Lelis was able to be there up in the, like, 4-man vacuum Meteor Hammer. What can you do against that?
Well, the big thing of that's the grand final. That's game 3, by the way. That's what secured them the actual victory. Obviously, they 3-0'd in the end. But that was the final play of that game, which makes it even more important in my mind.
But at the end of the day, NA lol. You got to give it to an Asian representative. You're watching these. We're from Asia. We want it to happen.
Yeah, true. Well, we'll have to see if that does pan out like that with the Mercedes-Benz MVP. But lads, it's not just us here on the panel for our grand final day of ESL 1 Thailand. We do have our two wonderful casters. We have Trent and Lyrical here. We're going to check in with those guys. Lads, welcome here to grand final day. And we have had a very interesting playoff series so far. I just want to get your thoughts on the things that stand out to you guys so far here for the playoffs.
Well, Trent, I'll let you go first because you're the big brain man amongst us.
Really? Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much. It's kind of interesting that we have the grand final of the two teams that, of course, have played the least, right? I mean, boom, they go through the upper, they drop, and then just play a couple series.
Yeah, just a couple of easy things
after their first. Easy. TNC, they just ride the whole way up. So we've gotten to a situation of our two top teams from the same group. But boom, they haven't been able to shake it, right? So now coming into this, like there's this mentality of like, on the one hand, you're really happy because you have another chance of getting revenge, but there's also that thought in the back of your head, I feel like, of just like, damn, we still can't beat these guys.
Yeah, it tends to be that thing, right? Where it's got that trifecta between Fnatic, TNC, and Boom. Like one beats the other and then one beats the other, and there's a stalemate here. And up until now, it's been TNC that's had Boom's number, so I'm sure they're going to be keen to try and change that up.
Yeah, totally. I to me, the thing that I think stands out about this tournament too is like just trying to think of like ideas of who the MVP might end up being. Like if you were to talk to me yesterday, it would have been Jabs, but now he's out, so it's like I don't feel comfortable, sort of starting a campaign to somebody for the MVP if they're not in the grand finals. That might be a controversial position. And looking at the two heroes that stand out to me as like really important key pivotal parts of their teams, it's KP and FBZ. So I think it's a little bit of a battle of the offlaners and how well they're able to do. I'm sure that, Australian player is going to kick in well for all you folks over there. And there's a little bit of love. We'll see. I don't know. You guys might have a little bit of...
We'll see.
Yeah. I'm so glad you're the one to bring up KP and not us, because someone would blame us for favoritism. But if our non-Australian casters are bringing it up first, we're good to go. We're safe here.
All right, 3 votes on KP, guys. Let's go.
You guys solidified for us. Thanks, Lyrical. But before we guys do let you guys go, is there anything you guys are expecting coming out of this best of 5? You guys expecting maybe some weird stuff, considering you guys have been covering a lot of EU and NA?
I'm expecting long games. That's the most important thing that I think we're probably going to end up seeing, because as we saw yesterday, or I guess it was the day before that, these ones went 64 minutes, 48 minutes. The one was like a little bit anticlimactic at the end, but it was still, it sort of was a slugfest, and I think that that's the way that they want to play. I'm hoping maybe we get a little bit of chaos tonight. That's the hero that I haven't seen as much in this region that I'd love to see more of.
Ooh. The chaos. I'm expecting cheesy lanes and some zoo, some Chen, some Eng. I'm gonna even call Io maybe a little bit cheesy, but kind of this idea of just like winning 2 lanes really hard and just snowballing a lot. So I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen too much, because sometimes the games get closed out really fast. But wave clear, baby. It's don't get out of there with no wave clear, or I feel like we're gonna have big problems in this series.
Yeah. That's what you need. All right, lads, we're going to let you guys prepare here for a full best of 5, and hopefully you guys do enjoy the series here.
Thank you.
It's always good to check in with some other guys. Obviously, they have a lot more knowledge across EU and NA because they get to cover those games as well. But, it's good to see that they're getting surprised and happily surprised with how Southeast Asia has been playing.
Yeah, they were mentioning before the other day about how, oh, wow, Snapfire is being picked? That's not picked at all in the Northern Hemisphere. And we're just like... You gotta believe in Mortimer, baby.
Oh, just wait, man. You'll get sick of this hero over in Southeast Asia. It's just such a stable laner. It's so much fun in the late game when you see those Mortimers come down, just the absolute mayhem it's causing. It's similar to seeing those like black holes not prepped yet. You're like, I don't know where to stand. I don't know where to stand. You see running left, right. They just absolute panic mode.
Yeah, you love to see it. You said the Mortimers coming down. Can you imagine if it was like, instead of globs, just mini Mortimers that it started throwing at people?
That would be more terrifying. You just have all these little lizards just like running around, and that's the AoE damage that it does.
Latches onto your face.
It's just like this little Mortimer. It's like on the ground. But, we'll have to wait and see whether or not Valve does implement that. But, we talked about a Mercedes-Benz MVP, so let's go and have a look at how our top 4 is standing here in the Asia region for the final day of ESL 1 Thailand. Jabs sitting quite comfortably at number 1 right now. We do have God King at number 2, DD as well in that 3rd slot, and then Dreamercell now come into that top 4.
Okay, he's making a play for it. Still seeing too many cores here. I got to give some supports a little bit of love. And the offlaners, like Lyrical mentioned. honestly, going into this, my vote personally is tossed up between Jabs, KP, and FPZ. They're my 3, and if I had to give it to a 4th, it would be Yopaj because he's had those amazing plays. You know, we saw some of Leelis's fantastic highlights. I think his highlight reel would be even better.
Yeah, the only issue I'm having with Yopaj, similar to why I'm seeing God King and DD still there, like it's so hard to vote someone who, let alone top 4, like not even making that area. Like it's so hard. Like I'm a bit iffy on Jabs because Jabs has had a ridiculously good lower bracket run, but not to make that final step. It's just going to make the vote for me so hard because I want to vote for a 3rd place, but at the same time, finals is where it is, baby.
Yeah, true.
Well, let's see if those offlaners do perform. But speaking of performing, one of the best things that you can do in Dota 2 is pulling off a sick juke, breaking some ankles, and surviving at the end of this. So we're going to leave you guys with our best jukes video.
At least they tried to take advantage of the fact that 2 heroes, 2 cores were missing from that Roshan pit, trying to go back in. There is going to be the call in the brace, forced out. The Enrage is going to go down before the stun is hit. Nice ice path, greater macro pyre too, but now with no longer having Enrage and no longer having the Alchemist either, they're just lacking in damage entirely. The Winter's Curse just laid out into the Tiny to make sure he can't escape, but the Ursa is so fast. Look at him, he knows the Blink Dagger's coming up. He tries to juke him out, and he just did it! Oh, the 11, he got fooled entirely, and now...
That is unbelievable that he was able to survive in that position.
Egg already committed, and they'll take out Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's a dead Ice, and look at Makoto. He's just...
He has Moon's number.
Oh, and he dodges baby, let's go!
Ooh, this boy, he is let's get it. Tap dancing all over Moon.
They're not scaling at all. Meanwhile, Thompson, he's more than happy to go like him.
Yeah, Thompson, he's getting bigger and bigger. Samael going to be targeted here. No longer has the Aegis here, so with the boat combination, it looks like Samael's going to go down. They're going to get an extra one in mid one as well. This is a great fight for Hellraisers. Losing nobody for it and getting 3 as that, oh, somebody stop this guy. Somebody stop this guy. No!
He pretended to be like AFK, so they ignored him.
And as you said, he's the win condition. That's why this smoke is heading up to the top lane for Evil Geniuses. They're going to be able to get the Fissure into the Starstorm. A lot of damage. They couldn't get an arrow out, but it looks like Nisha may still be in trouble. He managed to get the Venn diagram of Bubbles, which is dodging a lot of damage. Now the Supernova goes down. The arrow's going to miss. Nisha dodges that one as well. Now they're sunned up. The Malefice, and Nisha's going to be able to get away. The Supernova explodes. They both die. And Nisha, the hard carry, gets out.
Very healthy, 50%, while Gabby is going for the backline. He's already managed to finish up the Rana. Looks like he should be able to get shots as well. No, Force Tap gets him back into the fountain. Dream with no Chronosphere to be able to fight Gabby. He needs to pray for chain stuns here, and he's not going to be able to get it either. He does have a buyback, but Gabby, oh, a Manta dodge on the call from Shotflow so he can keep on swinging on a GPK with Tim's hitting a 3-man Echo Slam. Just the cherry on top.
You've got to be careful, no Aegis or anything like that. They lose it in the previous engagement, and they don't have Black Hole. So
he's going to jump in with a crippling fear, immediately getting on top of it. Call down on everybody. The call down on all of these heroes with the duel on top of that. The Amber Spirit is immediately gone. He's going to buy back. Armel almost dying in this fight, though. Nico Baby with his BKB. He needs another hit. He gets the Rainfire Blast, but the heal's coming out. They're trying to body block him. Another press the attack coming out, and now he's slowed down. Nico Baby. Limp is going he's not going to be able to get the kill. Limp can't quite get him with the slide of fist. He's been stunned up. He's been silenced. He's not going to get him at all. Armel. And the Rockets like the other way. And now they're going to turn back and finish up the rest of Alliance without their Gyrocopter.
Thompson still has to lurk around behind his tower, just trying to regen up with a tango. Cold feet to try and defend him now. Limp breaks free of it, and he's got X-Mark Torrent. Thompson is probably going to die here. They're bringing the TP from Saxa. Limp.
Disarm.
Disarmed. Sax is there with a swashbuckle. Still trying to look for that cleave back. Thompson, he's on 50 HP.
Fairy Fire is ready.
Limp with an Invis rune. Fairy Fire. Saxa. Swashbuckle. The turnaround.
He's still Invis.
He's still going Invis. Limp, you bloody genius.
The cool, calm, collected mindset of a professional player pulling off a sick juke. One thing that I wanted to touch on in that video, a lot of those stuff were from TNC and Boom. Both our teams here in the grand final just showing the pure mechanical skill coming in from all these players. You know, that Makoto dodge. That wasn't the first time he did that to Moon in that series as well, by the way. He did it in, you know, I think it was the first blood as well, just sleight of fist dodging everything Moon was trying to do. And just goes to show the caliber of these teams that we've got in today's grand final.
Absolutely. And we even saw Morph Shaker coming out from TNC in one of those highlights. We haven't seen it yet from them this entire tournament. So I think maybe they might be holding that just on the side and could surprise Boom if they don't have their heads turned on.
Yeah, and on the other side, obviously we're seeing Makoto play a lot of those spirits. So it's great to see that these highlight reels will just keep on coming. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks an Ember or a Void. We've already seen his Storm Spirit quite a bit this tournament. It's just great to see him outplaying on pretty much any spirit he wants.
Yep, that is true, lads. But we are getting very, very close here to our grand final series. Game number 1 is just around the corner. But before we get into it, I'd like to remind you guys once again that you can join in the conversation across social media, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to use it. But make sure you do use hashtag ESL1. Let us know where you guys are watching these series from, and let us know where you guys think that this series will end up. Is it going to be a 3-0, 3-1, 3-2? Who knows? You guys will have to wait and find out. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, we have game number 1 between Boom and TNC.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Start over.
17 days of competition culminating in one final best of 3. TNC take on Boom Esports for the crown of ESL 1 Thailand Asia Division. We have potentially full 5 maps ahead of us here up against these two teams, and I'm super excited to start getting into this and see where this does end up. My boys back here on the panel to break it all down. We've got Dano, we've got Poglet. Lads, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a 2-0, but in saying that, it felt like it was a 2-0 where Boom really weren't thinking about their drafts too much.
Oh, I don't want to say they weren't thinking about it. I think they were just stubborn, perhaps, thinking that, right, we have a way that we can just easily make it through to the grand final. We're not going to give away too many of our strategies. They went back to the well, I think, for both games. They picked Sand King both times.
Yeah.
Didn't work out too well for them. They're actually winless with Sand King in the past month. So while FBZ plays it super well, it just doesn't seem to fit what works for them.
Yeah, I mean, that could just come down to the hero or, like you said, their play style. They also were quite stubborn in that Abaddon pick, like we said. But it's one of those things, if you have a 64-minute loss and it ends up being like a very tapered off loss, like it didn't feel like they played their best Dota the last 5 minutes, I can understand why they went back on it. Upper bracket, obviously you have that backup of lower bracket if you lost. Luckily, they made it through. I'm not overly worried by that.
Yeah.
I think there's more for them to learn from those losses than TNC gained from winning.
And just to touch on the Abaddon one last time, we're not going to harp on about it.
We will harp on it, just so you guys know.
We will.
Yeah, but like 2 long games that they lost against TNC. Abaddon does nothing late game. He's a purge. That's basically, or a strong dispel. So when you compare it with, let's say, an IO on the other side, super strong into the late game. Just buffs up the carry a huge amount, has the relocate save, can do a little bit of damage himself, I suppose. So I think you just need to compare the strength of their gameplay regardless of what the draft was. And I think perhaps it might have been Boom that executed a little better. They just didn't have the cavalry to be able to bring it all the way home.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is why we said, obviously, in the lower bracket as well, drafts were everything in those games. And I feel like, once again, we're going to harp on, we have found our points that we want to talk about, and it's draft, because whoever wins these drafts should honestly just clean the games out, which is why I'm so scared it could be a 3-0 either way.
And that's why, we talk about this. TNC, they have March at the helm. They've got Febby as their coach as well. 2 players that do like to get these theory crafts going in the drafts. And we've seen it time and time again from March, him being able to come out on top of these drafts and really put a lot of emphasis on the enemy. But Boom on the other side, Kezcute, and they've got Clairvoyance in the back of their pocket as well. So he's one of those coaches that does put a large emphasis on those drafts and puts a lot of input to this Boom squad. So coming into this, both teams will obviously have put in quite a lot of prep, and I'd be interested to see how this best of 5 develops, because usually when you see these grand finals, they start to develop their own meta, right?
Yeah, and just to touch on one of the interviews that we had with TNC, it was March that took that one. He was talking about how he talks with how he talks with Febby about how to draft, a few ideas, makes him think one level beyond what might be there on face value. I think that's going to be really useful, but the thing that I like best about TNC is that they trust each other to be able to stay within their lane, if that makes sense. So, like, you're not going to overextend. KP's not going to be telling Gabby how to play carry, right? And I think something that Febby really excels on is the team fight aspect of Dota. You just look back at his history. His best heroes are your Earthshakers, your Enigmas, these real things that can completely change the picture of a team fight. And he just uses that to maybe give March a little bit of a different perspective, because he's all about winning the lanes, right? So when you have all of these different mentalities that come together as one, you get a really strong team.
Yeah, I like that they're actually listening to each other. Like, I think that's the big part that we don't get to see as casters. We obviously get to see every game, but we never get to see the team comms. We never get to see their personal thoughts after the game. And when we have those interviews, it's the only little insight we get. And I'm so glad, like, especially with the coaches, we'll talk about clairvoyance later. It's ridiculously crucial. Like, you can have the best team in the world, all 10k players, and they could be absolutely terrible if they don't tell each other how to play.
Yeah, I'm just going to give Tim's a bit of a shout out, because I know they don't reveal too much of what the actual comms and strategy is, but his YouTube channel has literally games of them playing live, edited so that no real, secret information is leaked. But it's just cool to see how a top-tier team communicates in the heat of battle.
And we've seen that with the player interviews as well, asking March, asking KP about how those communications go, who's the loudest, who's the guy that's screaming and stuff like that. And I think KP is one of the ones that he's a very loud voice in that team when he needs to be, right? Like, he can be very stock standard, just plays his auras, plays his hero. And I think, what you said was kind of beautiful, Matt, the fact that you said that they don't go outside of their lanes, right? Like, they understand their jobs in this team, and that's how they play, and they all play it perfectly.
And I think you've got some proud people on TNC as well. We saw Armel in a previous series. He got bodied in game number 1, came back game 2 with a vengeance. He was like, I am not losing this lane. You're going straight to the bin. And he did it. And it was with the same hero. I think it was Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is one of those heroes that you can either just completely dominate the lane or get stomped on. But it is a level of pride. At the same time, it's got to be a level of, like, you've played these games, these pubs against the same people. I would say hundreds of times almost. Obviously, in that top MMR bracket, you will see the same names over and over again. So getting that one notch against someone, it almost could be a detriment, because they're going to come back and try and absolutely destroy you for that one notch.
Well, that's what we heard from Kezcute yesterday in his interview, right? Like, they wanted to have this revenge up against TNC. A lot of these players in these interviews, they're saying that they want to get that redemption if they do lose to a team. They want to come in and they want to prove that they're the top of their region right now. And, Boom yesterday, that was a very, very close series. And having the resilience to lose that first game after a disconnect, that might, shake up the team a little bit. But they came back game 2, closed it out, and then game 3 was just pure brilliance from them.
It was, and I think some of that was Makoto saying, look, all the noise so far this tournament about mid laners has been on Yopaj. What about me? I'm performing to the top of the league potential throughout, and honestly, I can't find too many games where he's been underperforming.
Yeah, I think because we're so used to Makoto, like, we saw those replays earlier, the guy's been playing at a ridiculously high level for a ridiculously long time. And it just gets to the point where it's voter fatigue almost. You forget that Makoto actually puts the team on his back so often and so easily, like, without complaint, without worry. You know what he's going to do in the mid lane. But it's one of those things I can't talk about it enough, how well he's been playing.
Super well, and I just... The flexibility that Boom have as well with Hyde in that position 4 role easily plays the most unconventional 4 heroes in this entire tournament. I'm hoping that we're going to see, the Dark Seers, the Bat Rider, although not super unconventional, but the Doom as well. These sorts of heroes that might be a little bit different. We've even seen with that massive Zoo strat, Pos for Chen come out, just when you needed that tiny little bit of extra farm to get you over the line. So yeah. I'm excited.
I mean, even with we talk about the Chen, I don't think they need to put it on the Pos 4 to find farm. Kezcute had like 7,000 gold at 20 minutes yesterday.
He was a rich boy.
Just the richest Chen I think I've ever seen. Other than, obviously, Scam Pos 1.
And that's the power. We talk about Neil when one of their powers was their versatility. And I think, Matt, you said it great, where Boom have this versatility with Hyde. They can play, they can pick Doom early. They can play it as a 4. They can play it as a 3 if they need to. They can play it in the mid lane. I'm sure, Makoto wouldn't mind running that back. But, TNC also on the same vein, they have a lot of flexibility as well. We've seen the Void Spirit being picked up by KP as well. Yeah, he does like his stocks in like Brewmasters and, there's Venomancers and stuff. But they can throw around a few of these meta heroes into different positions as well.
Yeah, I think probably the one that stands out the most to me is Venomancer. March plays it all the time in his pubs. He's picked it up a few times here at ESL 1 Thailand, but they can just give it to KP. He's totally fine with playing it in the off lane as well. I think maybe where Boom might have the slight edge is that Makoto does play it in that mid lane a little bit too, but it goes away a little bit from the rhythm and the tempo that they've had in all of their successful victories.
Yeah, if anything, I think KP might have more games on the Venomancer than March. And I like the other side of it. Like we talk about Brewmaster being conventional. In this meta, he's really not. And another one I want to highlight is KP Void Spirit, another hero that can be played in that mid lane quite comfortably. It can be a carry. I don't really like it, but just the ability of switching between players and still having that comfort, like that know your lane, like you obviously pointed out before. It's just great to see how much faith TNC have in each other.
And that circles back to what we talk about in these drafts, the fact that first pick feels so strong to us just because of that. You get that first, overall pick, it's always nice, but that second phase is where it really starts to feel strong. And that's where this versatility really comes in handy for these drafters, because they can pick something early, and then if it feels like it's getting countered, you can just switch its position.
And I think it's going to be super important in this series, like for other ones where there's not a huge crossover in heroes that they pick, it's not quite as big of a deal. Sometimes you might want, for example, Radiant as opposed to first pick. But with this, there's so many heroes that are common between both teams. You've got Darkseer, you've got Doom, you've got TNC bans Batrider, but Venge, Chen, Clockwork, so many things that you're going to be wanting to have as that first pick, not just because it works really well for your draft, but to deny it away. But TNC, they're just going to be super safe. They're going for that Magnus.
Oh boy. On the other side, we talk about team fight that we want to see. Like we said, those Darkseer combos, etc. We saw Lilith play ridiculously on those AoEs. Tidehunter, my boy, it's in. The big watermelon.
The watermelon is here. I'm liking the draft, though, so far from both teams. I think it's a sensible response from both. Obviously wanting to ban out the IO, at least for now. For me, this series is all about rhythm. I think Boom need to get off on the front foot. They need to win this game 1, because otherwise it could be a 3-0 stomp from TNC. Not a stomp, but 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, I am a bit nervous for Boom, but I think seeing Kezcute yesterday in that interview, how relaxed, how confident he was, understanding the mistakes, I'm less nervous now than I was 24 hours ago. And I think that's going to be pretty much everyone that watches the Boom Esports draft come through. I'm not overly worried they're getting it 3-0.
We'll see. We're seeing a few bans come out here. The Conker's honestly a little odd to me. Like, Makoto doesn't play it super often. It's much more of an RML hero. I think what they're just trying to get, they're praying that this Faceless Void makes it through to them, because it's one of those heroes that on its own, we've seen that it can be punished significantly, but when you've got a Magnus to buff you up with that power, suddenly you've got that farming potential if your laning stage doesn't go super well.
Yeah, especially, I'm going to talk about the Kunka ban a bit as well. I feel like Armel should know what's bad against Magnus mid, especially as the Kunka player. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with it.
Plus FBZ plays it, so they want to take that away from him.
Yeah.
Could also be, setting them up for an Underlord pick as well. We've seen that as the quote-unquote counter to the Uberlord.
Possible. Very possible.
I mean, with the Underlord pick now, it would be quite solid, especially we talk about the Void being so strong. That's a lot of tanky frontliners, and it'd be very hard for a Venomancer, for a Tidehunter to actually obliterate them in the Ravage, and obviously the Poison Nova is quite slow damage-wise. So I could see that being a relatively solid pick for TNC and relatively stable for KP as well.
I am really liking this Tidehunter pick, though. Like you mentioned, it gives a good amount of team fight. You can farm relatively safely as long as you ban out a few of these stronger heroes. You can get bullied down by the Slark and the Morphling, so that's nice. And if you get the RP off on a Tide, he just shrugs it off with that Kraken Shell, so he really doesn't care.
Yeah, and the other side of it, obviously, is you can run those 3-1-1 lanes. You can leave it just basically in the dead lane. It'll find farm. You're not overly worried. But I think the big one is, you're right, the RP counter. We've seen so many times where you get an RP on 2-3 heroes and the game just ends because you can't get out of it. You can't reset the team fight. And they've even got the Oracle as a team reset on TNC.
Yeah. But I think it's so valuable having that save, right? Like, RP, you break out of it with Kraken Shell, insta-ravage, the rest of your team can live. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is, obviously, they still haven't banned the Void.
Haven't? Yes.
They're thinking about it. They've got a decent amount of time left.
They're pondering.
Is there anything else that you're scared of? Obviously, the Phantom Assassin is one that's still left in there. TNC like picking that up for Gabby.
Yep.
I feel like the Faceless Void is just as good because you can't crack and shell out of frozen time.
Yeah, I mean, PA right now is feeling so insane. I'm not sure if you watched the OG game recently against Secret. They built an entire draft around PA having 15 buffs, and it was scary to watch. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these teams, obviously, at the top of their game. You have to discuss some of the other top tier teams in other regions. They might have watched that.
Ooh, okay. Vengeful Spirit pick up here from Boom.
I don't mind the Ursa ban either. It gives you good way. I think they just want to secure their laning stage, because Boom are one of those teams where if you let them have an advantage, they take advantage of it super early on. but they just manage to claw on and hold on, even if they're in a super losing position. So I think Venge is another one of those heroes that has a ton of utility even into the super late game as that pos 5.
Yeah, I mean, the swaps are the biggest get out of jail free card. Like, we talk about Oracle being a good save, but Venge resets team fights, and even if you kill her, like, it's just a walking aura. You build the drums, the Vlads, sometimes you get an AC if you're uber rich. And there's no worry. Like, if you die, you don't really care. You don't need to commit buyback every team fight, which is huge for a support. I can't tell you how many times you have to, like, insta buyback around the 10 to 20 minute mark, and you don't as Venge. TNC, okay, Rubik.
Rubik, okay. So
Yeah.
giving Tim's a little bit more of a solid position 4.
Tons of great spells to steal. I'm a little surprised that Boom have let it through just because they don't pick it at all. So it's a Tim specialty. We've seen how much work his Mirana can do. His Clockwork's fantastic. But yeah, I think it's a good Rubik game to come along the line. I think next they're going to be looking to secure up that off lane with the next hero for TNC. But where do Boom have to go from here? Because you have to think, what does lane well with Avenge if it's the 5? They don't play Terrorblade. That's the thing.
They could play Drow. They don't play that much either.
True. Drow would be good.
Drow obviously stops a lot of those melee strats that you want to see with Magnus, especially the Void. The Void can't time walk until he has that Manta or he has that BKB, which is usually a decent window.
Wow, they actually pick it up.
But TB it is.
TB, okay. So high armor hero. They do have a lot of team fights set up for this Terrorblade as well. They've got other heroes that cause the gaze coming in from TNC as well. You know, there's Tide Hunting to make sure he doesn't get that Ravage off. Same with the Venomancer. If he just starts spitting out those spells, and off he goes. And Phantom Assassin. All right, TNC.
It's scary. I'm liking that Boom have brought out this Terrorblade. Like I said, they don't play it. They haven't played it for the last couple of months in officials. But this is the game. Like, game 1, that's when you want to show your hand a little bit. You want to say, right, you might have done your scouting on us, but we can still bust out something that's a little bit different. But Mag PA is always so scary.
Yeah, especially now. I don't know what it is. I think PA just needs a slight tweak on how ridiculous the attack speed plus crit at the end of the game. Obviously, you get those triple daggers, which is huge, but if you ever get to that point where you have triple daggers plus the coup de grace at level 30, the game just ends. You just one-shot supports, and you can one-shot both of them at once. It's just a bit awkward. And obviously, Magnus enables that ridiculously fast playstyle PA needs.
What do we think that TNC need now to round it out? We've seen KP pick up the Magnus as well, so Boom have to think whether or not they want to ban out some RML heroes or some more KP heroes.
I want to double down on the Underlord. I think Underlord versus Terrorblade lane is quite nice for the Underlord. There's not many heroes that like versing TB, purely because TB Venge is very solid. The minus armor is huge. But you could just wave a Terror out the lane over and over again. The other side, he could
Brew's
go...
still good, man.
Brew, yeah.
Brew into a Terrorblade, just get rid of those illusions.
It's good with Tide too. You can't really Kraken shell off the Cyclone. What's it actually called? Whirlwind or something?
It's called Cyclone.
Oh, well,
I'm pretty sure it's called Cyclone.
Why'd I doubt myself? But yeah, that would be a really good counterplay for the Tidehunter. Obviously, getting him out for 7 seconds per team fight, doing it twice even sometimes, because that's going to be your big Greaves holder on the Tidehunter.
True. Or you could even go, for example, a Legion Commander on TNC. I think that'd be totally fine. It means you have 2 saves for the Phantom Assassin, and like OG did, might not necessarily be the Aura strat, but just enabling it to be the raid boss that it is.
Yeah, and that's a lot of attack speed too. Like, you turn around with the Blink Strike, and suddenly you can just 300 attack speed chunk down even a Tidehunter, really.
Yep.
I do like that. On the other side, though, Boom, they've left their draft really open. Like, they've got that last pick mid for Makoto. There aren't many spirits left. Like, obviously the Ember's banned. I don't think this is a great Storm game.
But you can't really pick Void Spirit into Magnus either. We've seen that lane go very handily in Armel's favor if he picks up the Magnus. And I guess maybe if they do pick up another Armel hero here, you can say that KP is picking up the Magnus, and then you might be able to go into something like a Void Spirit for Boom. But I think this last pick will really show whether or not Boom's going to try and go for a Spirit, or if they're going to go for something a little different.
There is also the possibility that this Veno's mid against a Magnus. You can bully him out of lane. Makoto does it a fair amount.
I don't hate that. It would leave... I think Tidehunter Venomancer lane's quite strong with a Gush level.
They do go for the Panda.
There it is, the Panda. I love this hero, and I'm so glad KP is still in the tournament, so we get to see it in the Grand Finals. Because he's pretty much the only one that reliably plays it.
Red Panda played it once for Sparking Arrow.
Yeah, as a POS 5.
As a POS 5, yeah. Which, unfortunately for them, didn't work out in their favor, but let's see if KP can pull it back out. He does have, like, this Panda split, like, Boom really have to be careful about how they play around this.
I want to see a Wyvern. right now from Boom.
Oh, from the resident Oz Winter Wyvern spammer himself. So
Clockwork.
Okay.
He's made that all the way down to the final pick here for Boom.
I think this is a Makoto Veno. Yep.
Oh,
Insta pick too.
That's why Danog's on the panel, guys. That's why he's here. Speaking of why he's here, your predictions. We did the percentages so far, and Matt is currently sitting at 66%. So with only a grand final to go, I don't think you can really drop out of the race as number one right now. But lads, as we start to get prepped and ready for game number one of our grand finals, final thoughts and where we sit with these predictions.
I want to see who's playing the Clockwork first before I lock it in. Because Kesky plays it as well as Hyde. I'm thinking it's more likely to be Hyde and just trying to bully out Gabby a little bit.
Yeah, I'll have to jump in, obviously, while we decide on that Clockwork. We're waiting on it. I'm going to have to say TNC. They've got the KP Brewmaster that deals with Terrorblade, deals with Tidehunter, and they've got Gabby on a really nice scaling hero. I do have to give them the slight edge.
I'm going to say TNC, but if Makoto can absolutely dumpster Armel in lane, Boom have a shot.
All right, so it looks like my panel are both sitting here with TNC. I'm probably going to have to go with TNC as well. This PA Magnus combo looks very, very strong, but I'm going to hand it over to our casters, Lyrical and Trent, for game number one.
Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the group stages. We've gone through the playoffs, and now we are here at the start of the finals, best of five. Boom versus TNC. Trent, they were top of the group together, and now they're up here in the grand finals. What do you think?
Boom. Boom, boom. Just boom. Oh, it's a great team name. That's kind of what I think. It's revenge time, right? Boom. They have to get this victory. It's got to be so frustrating. Keep getting beat by TNC. And I think the first draft, it should be a good one. This does not look like a game that's going to get like completely rolled over in the lanes per se. I do think that it is going to be very important for Boom to take a lead on the earlier end, though. You want to punish some of this greed here, I feel like the KP Brewmaster, it's all up to him pretty much to set fights in the early game, right? Before Gabby wants to really join in. And I feel like the most active hero in this game is probably going to be Makoto on the Venomancer and then Hyde on the Clockwork. So thinking that Boom should get off to a pretty good start.
All right. Well, we'll see if they're able to do it. And you're feeling like it's this Mag PA is a little bit more greedy and that like they just kind of want to get to the late game. Is that kind of what I'm hearing from you right now?
Yeah. I don't know if I can call it greed. It's just like slightly slower is all. Okay. There's just like a window where it just feels like that. I mean, we've seen that duo a lot over the past couple of months. And there tends to be this time where the mag doesn't necessarily want to do anything, and the PA doesn't want to do anything, and so you're very reliant on the other heroes in your team to like hold towers and make plays.
Right.
And it just feels like they're gonna have a hard time. Like if you get a good Tide and Veno start, we've seen that sort of a lineup just walk down lanes and be very difficult to contest.
That's fair. And we also have seen like an inability to start fights or do things on the map, which it feels like in a way that's kind of the MO for TNC right now. Well, boom, they've got a clockwork. Veno doesn't have to be aggressive, but can, as you mentioned, if you just sort of walk at those towers with the Tide. Venge also can kind of go both ways. So it feels like a 4 heroes running around and then Dreamocell hiding behind whatever wall of wards Makoto decides to build out there on the map. But we'll have to watch and wait and see what these lanes look like. Already, Dreamocell is going to get zoned back a little bit by these 2 supports down bottom. March and Tim's are sort of keeping in between him and the... Well, now March is going to TP away. Never mind.
It's good he made the walk instead of the TP, just in case something goes awry here. Now, in terms of the power of that bottom lane, though, that does look pretty good, right? We have the Cinder Brew into the Fade Bolt, potentially. As they also just start things right off with the Thunderclap from KP and pull the wave way on back.
Yeah.
That's a great start.
And of course, that is what you want to do. But as you mentioned, as the levels get up, that's where you can start to really level out a lot of harassment.
And Tim's makes the small cap on the second mark, like just barely before the spawn.
So no pulls available here for them. That is that's going to be nice for him. Interesting.
It's not one that you can't contest.
Yeah. Up top lane, you can see here, FBZ going to be facing off against March and Gabby. For my money, I feel like at times FBZ has been the MVP of the tournament. He's had a couple really, really good performances. Obviously, numbers get drawn to carries, but FBZ's really been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, and you kind of have to on the Tide as well. You don't get a lot of big moments necessarily with the Ravage, unless you go like Blink, which we don't see that often anymore. So you have to be very cautious about when you're going to let it rip. And could be some play here at level 2, but he probably really wants Kraken. At the same time, he has a Clockwork with boots, so I imagine it's going to be very tempting to want to try and just make a gush play on March, but then you have to watch for the Fortune's End as well.
Yeah. We should mention real quickly as well, mid lane, Makoto had a little bit of a rough time of it at level 1. He's gotten a lot better over the last couple of minutes here. Armel was able to zone back with the Empower and get a bunch of denies, but as the Gale levels get up and all the other stuff, it's harder to contest the Veno. It's just really annoying, just trading hits constantly.
Yeah, I was wondering what High was doing when he ran down the river. He ended up just flaring the camp and getting a stack up.
Oh.
Yeah, so just starting to... build up that jungle a little bit, either for Makoto or for the Tidehunter, perhaps.
Yeah, that'll be good. Definitely necessary in order to keep up with the farming that you know is going to happen on the Dire side. As Hyde tried to go in for a courier snipe, and March blocked his way. Down bottom there, sort of looking to see is, yeah, Hyde was able to get away with it. The Cinder Brew action coming out soon.
That was the Blightstone, too.
Yeah.
That would have been a great courier to kill.
KP, 1 point in Cinder Brew, 2 points up in Clap. It's a lot of damage if they're able to get on top of him, but they're going to need some type of an overplay of his hand for Dreamocell probably. But if he does step too far forward, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's an interesting build too, going to second point in the Thunderclap. I wonder if it's mostly just because like the meta, the attack slow or something, because you get a lot more damage out of the Cinder Brew.
Right.
But it's also better for last hitting with the Thunderclap too, so that just might be his main thought.
Yeah. Oh, and he is going to go immediately onto Dreamocell. As soon as he popped meta, they ran up and did the Cinder Brew and then the Clap afterwards.
Yeah, it just kind of forces him back a little bit, gets him harassed, and then if he ever tries to get aggressive again, those spells will be back.
Right. And also was able to pull the creep wave back when he did it as well. So shows the aggression, then backs away. And might need to do it again.
I think they glyphed there, though, because they glyphed the Radiant Wave under the tower, so that, because there was one creep that KB had pulled, so when it got glyphed, that held the rest of the Dire Wave, so then his wave's going to push in some more.
Nice.
And that's going to help Kezcute with the reset.
Okay. Still gets the deny there of the creep, and so far, so good. Hyde.
Yeah, he's examining. All right, there's a stack. There's a stack. Interesting. Going to plant some wards down.
Well, make sure that they know what's happening. It does look like also down bottom as March and Makoto have taken over the lane, or rather March has. They're trying to get a side pull off, and they will be able to connect one, but Kezcute trying to redraw aggro won't be able to get all of it. They're getting a lot out of this lane with KP. It's pretty good.
Hyde even flared the small camp there. He's trying to figure out what this mag was up to, too, and then sends in the illusion. So they're really unaware of what he's up to. Oh, but they're not going to contest the bounty room because the illusion. Hyde's a genius.
Oh, that's really smart.
And he runs his own character in.
So in the end,
grab the other though. That's the only one they got.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Okay. Meanwhile, the jump onto Tim's down bottom. He's in some trouble, but stick charge and fairy fire keeps him alive. And Hyde now the one that sort of is getting ran at. He has Cinderbrew again, but won't decide to go on him. It's devolved into a tri lane.
Cogs quite yet, eh? Still no first blood. 5.5 minutes. A slow roll indeed.
Huh?
Don't worry, FBZ. I won't tell anyone that ghost just stole your last hit. It's okay. Damn small camp.
It's always the worst. You just lose one of those for like no reason, it feels like. But again, the early going, Terrorblade, the main one that's sort of struggling out of the cores right now, it feels like.
Oh, look at this pull off top for Armel, too. He just cleared out that camp, and he shockwaved that. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, Armel's getting it on.
That's great. That's what you want to see. And just going to be able to get a free lane and Hyde not in position to come and contest for that. So the Magnus getting a lot of farm. A whole heck of a lot.
Oh, look who's on top right now. It's FBZ. He's left in the lane versus the PA. He's getting all lane creeps. Yeah, once he's gotten to this point, there's not really a possibility to contest. And now Gabby, all right, this is more active than I expected.
Looking mid. Got to be careful about that jump that they're going to get. And Benno in a lot of trouble. Makoto pulled back in, killed off. They take down one, now trying to bring down Hyde as well. TNC, just out of nowhere, decide to show up as 4 and blow him up.
Well, as you'd expect, the Mag PA makes the first rotation for first blood.
Right?
As one does with this lineup. Like, what? Damn, what a punish on the Makoto. Especially because he's gone for this like level 1 Plague Ward build too. He hasn't even been like trying to pressure because like they can't even kill wards.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like the Oracle. Well, no, he definitely can't actually if he had more levels in it. So, yeah, damn, what a punish.
And FBZ there going to dissuade the TP up top where I think he's just got the tower. So that is the price that you pay for making that big rotation is the Tidehunter ends up taking the tower, but they do keep their own mid one alive and, well, actually going back mid again. Gabby able to jump onto Makoto, bringing him down very low. Dagger goes out another round, and Gabby gets the kill. He has been involved in all of the kills so far in the game.
That's ridiculous. I had no thoughts of this. I was thinking that like the PA at least has some benefits versus the Veno later when you've like maxed out Phantom Strike and stuff, but I can't believe he's still able to make these rotations with 2 points in Phantom Strike and like 9-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's nuts. Well, and you can see here also going for the Deso, Gabby is going to be playing a lot around Armel, giving him the Empower and not having to go for that Battle Fury. So maybe they're trying to hit an earlier timing with like Deso BKB.
Yeah, I think that's like always the play with this build, but then the problem is like what's the blink timing for the Mag, but Armel himself has also been getting a crazy amount of farm.
Right.
So it feels really good this game. And now FPZ coming through, but like you can't really do anything. There's like 1400 HP. All you can do is leech some XP from Armel.
Yeah, he does have Ravage, but as you said, with nobody else nearby, it's not going to be a likely kill attempt. And I think he was hoping to steal some of those stacks away himself with the 4 points up and Anchor Smash.
Yeah, and he's giving the lane over to Hyde too, so they need the 6 on Hyde, and they need to start pressuring these towers with the Tidehunter and the Veno.
We have double jelly that get picked up as more stacks are being made in the Ancients by Kezcute. Can see there you got a double on that one, and then looks like a triple on the hard camp as well. So both teams just going like heavy farming build right now, with Dyer definitely coming out on top.
Yeah, Makoto's a lot stronger now than when he died. He now has 3 points up in the Plague Wards, not the single point, and he's spamming them everywhere. I think just doing a better job of trying to control the area that he's playing in, because they should not be able to punish him so easily.
Right. And definitely the type of game where you need that Veno to get into those sort of either A, damage items, or B, utility items. He's actually going Midas on Makoto. Wow. Okay. That's not what I was expecting.
I don't necessarily hate it just because like the value and the levels for Veno.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does kind of have to be a little bit of a frontliner though with only the Tide and the Clock, but I guess there's going to be some more pressure on Kescue for the saves.
True. Meanwhile, over by the Dire, or Radiant Ancients rather, Boom are starting to take down those stacks that were built up by Kescue, getting the levels up, and trying to get in towards the Manta for Dreamocell as a first item. Still lowest of the cores, although it's not like he's having a terrible game. He's around 1,600 gold behind the Empowered PA.
Tim's just ran in there and dewarded with the haste rune.
The guy. So, current state of the game, very passive in terms of kills as the swap pulls him back in, and Tim's in some trouble. Kescue able to live through this one. They will get the false promise with the Ravage. Can it connect onto all three? The hook shot afterwards. Oh, the big jump with Gabby. Able to get the jump out afterwards. KP, he has his ulti available if they want to try and go on this. He does have mana forward as well as they're thinking about chasing in. The rundown coming as FBZ is just going to back away, and I think they can't chase anymore.
And as long as they get a bit of a reset here, this is really good for Boom because as KP, you want to be matching these Ravages and be there for those fights because you have the 140-second cooldown. He's got the 150. I mean, you can go the other way and like try and get aggressive utilizing the split, but I think with how defensively you want to play around your towers, I don't really want to like burn split on offensive moves unless I'm getting a really big kill like Dreamocell.
Yeah. Well, and now I'm kind of getting the feeling as we're going to see the swap back in. KP, he might need to burn it now.
Yeah, but they're coming.
Otherwise, he's in trouble, and he's just going to die. They couldn't get there in time with March.
I mean, he doesn't have it, though. It's like a crazy long cooldown. I'm really surprised he didn't just split for that.
Yeah.
Right. I thought they were going to be close enough to punish.
I guess Battery Assault might have kept him from doing it. That could be one of the other things as well.
Yeah, I might have just missed it, yeah.
But regardless, 3-3. And I think I get an idea of where this game is going. They just queued up Midas as well onto KP. So we might have both teams looking towards the future.
Well, if we go that far, feels kind of good for TNC. All right, Mag, PA, Rubik, Midas, Brewmaster. I mean, Brewmaster also only has like 2 good items, Midas and Vlad, so, you know, pick one.
Radiance, hello? Sir?
Hey, 21 seconds faster than the previous patch record. Not surprising, considering the speed at which Gabby was farming and getting the first 2 kills of the game. Very well done by him and the team to enable that.
Yeah, he's been rocking it. And looks to be doing the same going forward here. Although this is always the problem playing with the Mag is like after a little while, he has to go to his side of the map to farm. You got to go to yours. Then you're not getting power anymore.
Look what has happened to this Brewmaster and Magnus, though, compared to the Radiant cores. Before they were like behind, and now Makoto is catching up to his TB with this Midas just sitting in the mid, and we're gonna have counter smokes. This Dire smoke is, well, they're both just not finding anyone.
Yeah, I want to take over those other ancients. It looks like.
I mean, at least this one's going for the mid tower, though.
Yeah, that's true. Now, will they come back to defend this on TNC? It's kind of awkward, right?
I wonder what the read was here.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it must be when you said where they thought they were going to be doing the Ancients or something.
Yeah.
But they have an Ob Sentry combo that sees this movement in here from KP and Gabby.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Also, how did March wind up down there?
You know,
he's
just doing his thing. It's a March thing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So tier 1 towers look like they're going to be traded off. Mid goes down for the Dire, though, and the Radiant one, at least that's the sort of resupply for Roche area, if you will.
It looks like they just straight up said we can't fight them at that mid tower, and like let's hope that someone comes to push out this top lane or like is stacking Ancients or something, and try and get some vision down here. Unfortunately, that Ob's just planted in the sentry range.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. As Kescue will walk on in, see if anybody's nearby. Armel,
Swap.
TP. Oh,
why did he wave?
Wave. Maybe he was behind a tree or something. I don't know. That was dubious.
Yeah, it must have been the tree. We'll say it was the tree.
Yeah.
Except I don't see a tree there, so I don't know what to say.
It might have been there, Trent. It fell over, okay?
Yeah, is that what it was?
Newly added to Dota. Trees occasionally fall over.
Oh, man, he was so close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so TNC now trying to wait for next round of bounty runes, which they will be able to trade off, but boom. Lurkin thinking about heading on up high grounds and realize that's a horrible idea, so they leave. And we'll see where they want to go next. It feels like both teams are very content right now just to farm up and be like, we're going to get into our items, then go for like late game. Neither team feels particularly rushed, which is, I think, different than a lot of the other matches we've seen.
Yeah, where there's like this very clear dynamic of they must win by now, or it's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is RP this game, though? It looks pretty nice once he's BKB, but of course that's going to be far enough away. But before BKB, it's kind of scary, right? If you don't catch the clock or the tide.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, and the other sort of danger with it is just like all of the plague wards that are going to be around. Very annoying to try and play around that, but he might need to go into the Silver Edge later, which, you know, having the Echo, it's a nice little build up now, much more so than it was before. But we'll get the Blink Dagger to start as TP coming in from Tide. KP got to run away, and they will be able to get out of there. So that's the strength of the Tide. Just send in the Watermelon Man and your tower's alive. While up top, it's gone.
And they're closing in on that BKB for Gabby. Just 200 gold away now, so it's basically done. What do they want to do with the BKB? Try another smoke play, I suppose. Try and kill FBZ, because it's going to be almost total freedom for Gabby.
Yeah.
Like swaps and hook shots, sure, but those don't really affect a PA that much. And with the blink there as well, nice synchronization here from TNC.
They're getting pretty much everything that they want at the same time now. And likewise, though, they're still sort of getting set up for later. I think that both teams realizing, like, if we want to win this game, we're not just going to be able to run away with it, most likely. Barring some, like, horrific mistakes, which we don't expect in the grand finals.
Of course not. No one ever makes mistakes in Dota.
Definitely not. All right, so second Midas done. And smoke up.
Oh,
Let's see what happens.
What a team player. His Midas is flying out and he still smokes up.
Oh, don't show on the wards, though. Oh, my God. It's going to die to wards. I just know it. I just know it.
Nah, he microed it.
Nice. They scan up on the high ground. Kezcute's there. Who are they going to jump on first? They get Makoto. It's a pretty good one. Swapped out, but still dead. And Kezcute, he's going to fall afterwards. So they get 2 quick kills. And on the side of Boom, no response.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them anything, and immediately into the Roche pit we shall go because it's a Deso. So they could buy back a Makoto and fight this, but it's a BKB PA. I don't think they're going to. Oh, hide. What you gonna do?
He's thinking the Tide Hunter's just blocking his hook shot, and he's like, no, don't go in. It's not worth it. Wait, they even dropped.
Splitting.
Yeah. Oh, because they thought that it was the real Tide Hunter. That's why.
Yeah.
And now they're going in. They've already used split. This is maybe the opportunity. They get the hide catch there. Called, push back onto 2. Roche is down. Gabby gets the Aegis, and they have Ravage. Going to land onto 3. Stolen Anchor Smash. Good cover there by FBZ. Can they find any more afterwards? KP trying to run away and is going to be able to get the jump out. Timms throws out the Fade Bolt afterwards. He is also going to fall as a couple more hits come in from the meta. And the end result ends up just being 2 for 1, it looks like.
Yeah, that was not bad. That was a risky play from Boom, considering the state of their heroes there. Like, they couldn't really get Makoto in there or anything in time. So I'd be happy with how that went if I was them, as they'll now take Dreamostel right down that mid. And without the BKB on the PA, hard time for Gabby to fight.
Does have the Imp Claw and BKB backup in 18. But as you said, tower already down, and it does not look like Boom want to try and press for more. So yeah, really good recognition of like the power spike and particularly like having no way to defend that tier 2 tower. So TNC losing a lot of the control of the map, even though they get this Aegis for it.
Back out they go. Oh, Makoto got the Ring of Aquila. It's like the best on Veno. Infinite wards.
Nice.
Keep spamming. Never on cooldown. Yes, everywhere, Makoto.
Oh, but Gabby, he's hunting. He's thinking about it. Walks up high ground. Who's he find? Kez cute.
Okay,
Ooh.
Blur is the stupidest spell. I hate this spell so much. Oh, God, that just pains me as a support player.
Oh, it's so good.
Like, how can he get so close? It's the radius of a ranged attack.
It's so good. Wait, jump in. They found the tide. FBZ lifted, pulled back in afterwards, skewer him all the way back to the rest of the group. And they get the finish. They even pop BKB for that. A little bit crazy for Gabby, just eating through those charges.
They have RP though, so it's still hard to just like come back and try and punish Gabby for that.
Right. Oh, and this is, I think, what TNC need to be doing, right? Like, they lost a lot of buildings off of that last Roche fight, and now they're trying to make up for it a little bit, it feels like, before next meta comes up. And Ravage. So, very well played by TNC.
Gabby's thinking about just straight up going Abyssal next. I mean, it's not the most slot efficient once it's done, but that's all right.
I like it.
It's going to blow up Kescute.
And you can see after the glyph, Boom getting in position to try and fight this, as they did have meta back off cooldown, as well as Ravage. And FBZ leading the charge. TNC recognizing the danger, going to back out altogether. I love to see this. It's like they're playing perfectly around their cooldowns.
Yeah, and Boom are still missing those like clockwork fights. I mean, we just haven't had that many engagements, right? It's only 13 kills so far. High coming up. He's going to find Gabby, but the Aegis still has a minute 40 left.
Yeah.
And they're out.
Easy peasy. Just like that. Scotty done on Terrorblade. Damn, Dreamless is farmed.
What's the slow on that?
It's 25
attacks speed, eh? Pretty good for a PA.
I guess the other thing is the heal afterwards with the Oracle as well. Gabby, blurred, looking for an opening now. Armel is there. They're thinking about jumping. They do throw out the Fortune's End, but wasn't quite able to connect it. And, well, jumps onto Kescute, finds him again. Bash dead. Just like that.
Might be time to find some Dispel heroes versus this PA, huh? Some nullifiers. Get rid of these Phantom Strikes. At least that's something.
That would be helpful, definitely. And also with the Empower, right?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't really have a hero that can go Nullifier. But got Gabby feeling good. Definitely. Still behind the TV, but not by much, considering the heroes.
No, this game feels very, very even. Like, 5s are near each other, 4s are near each other, offlaners, mids. There's very little separation between the two teams.
I find it interesting that Dota Plus actually has it at like 66% for Boom. It's like TNC will win a fight and they'll start like creeping back in Boom's way. Probably just like the dependability of TB and like the idea of just like building punish is still in their favor.
Right.
Likely helps. Plus, you know, Tidehunter. Big spell.
Yeah. True enough. I mean, it's like sort of what we always say, that one team fight can turn things around, but the punish that you get from a team fight win with Terrorblade is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and we saw it even from just that Aegis, right? Where they just like took the mid tier 2 instantly.
Yeah.
Even though the enemy just like won the Roche.
And as we've seen in previous days as well, PA, not always the biggest building hitter, even with a ridiculous amount of damage. Still can be a problem. So 25-minute mark coming up pretty soon. Both teams holding on to their sides of the map.
Oh my god, he has the Abyssal. Oh.
All right, they got smoke. It's a time
Poor
to party.
Cute.
Battle around the bounty runes? Yes, maybe. Hello.
I like this Crimson on Hyde.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really nice choice. I mean, it kind of sucks to have to go very first item Crimson, but like that's the game you're in, right? 822 faster than the patch average. I mean, that's because of Battle Fury, obviously. It's just like
Yeah.
it just has an empty slot. Just pretend that's a Battle Fury, guys.
Ooh, and BKB for the brew afterwards. Very interesting. What's the Venno going back for? So he's got the Halberd already, and he's going for BKB next as well.
Yeah, Makoto's farm has not kept up, unfortunately, even with this Midas.
Gabby.
It just doesn't get any kill involvement.
He's in the mid lane, trying to break it. They spot Gabby, have hook shot available if they want to go. They have some vision there.
Their jump with the hookshot is not that good. It's like a better counter-initiating tool than a deep initiator this game. Like,
Yeah.
is he like? Let's say he hookshots all them. What happens?
Yeah, it's true.
No one can actually catch them.
Yeah, no blink on Tide, and even if he does get blink, then it's Dreamocell who needs to get in position. Need to put Kezcute in between them so he can swap in the Terrorblade or something.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the value of also having like Gabby here, right? Is because then you're not able to have those initiations as easily. You can't see
Oh
them.
no! Oh, please find the dispel. He's got a DD.
Oh my goodness, Makoto, they break it. He's running right up front and center. Gabby's still blurred. They have no idea about this. They got to be
Even
so
has
careful.
A slot for it because why not? Because he's got an empty one.
Dude, this is terrifying. And up top, though, they need to deal with this. Tim's is going to TP back and try and push out this wave.
Oh my god, it's like almost a max Roche. 254. That feels better for Boom, I think.
Smoke up. They're going to head mid where they see Gabby. Hook shot to open up. Called to push back afterwards as BKB DD turns to fight, trying to blow up one. Can they do it? But look at this Terrorblade. Just absolutely destroying him. They get the false promise out. Now jumping to March to try and get away. KP seeing if he can be the counter initiation to get the rest of the team out of dodge. Does have a lift up if he wants to use it as he sends the rest of them away. Lifts up the Terrorblade. They're going to lose the clockwork for the Oracle. That's going to be it, I think.
I can't believe how long Hyde lived. That was nuts. That Crimson is so value.
Yeah, very good. Not to mention just like a ton of armor around him.
And now he's just going to go Ghost after, too. Yeah, Dreamocell was laying into him.
Yeah, I would be very concerned right now if I'm TNC about how that looked with the MKB done on Dreamocell. It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, TVs love their Daedalus, but when the time comes, it's still a solid item on most ranged heroes, so yeah, it's all good.
Well, Mag, you get the feeling after having to walk through those Plague Wards that this Shadow Blade is going to be very necessary.
We got Craggy Coats on both sides.
Really?
Does Ty get that? Oh, he's got a Dragon Scale, too. He's got a couple options, actually.
They gave it to the Tide. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised because they can't break the Kraken anyway.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Armel is also going Silver Edge, so there you go.
Right. Well, Chant Quiver also going to be picked up as the next tier of items are available. Dreamocell now starting to create a little bit of separation between him and the PA in terms of net worth. Not super significant, but it's a bit noticeable.
You'd think it might be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
With like all the illusion spam and everything from Dreamocell. But he's also been sending his illusions, like, I feel a little bit like aggressive, like kind of into the enemy sometimes. Right. It's not like pushing out like, I don't know, like it's not like wasting them in the jungle and stuff. So I like the fact that he's pushing lanes and also finding vision on like where his opponents are.
Yeah, it's true. Very necessary for him. Where are we at now? It's just 1,000 gold lead, but we're waiting for that next Roche. About to respawn now. As far as vision within the pit, definitely favoring Boom. It's going to be a little bit tough for TNC.
They smoked up again. Titan Sliver fresh on the mag. Gabby got the Paladin Sword, so 16% lifesteal, but we do have the Scotty, so not the most impactful.
Rocket Flare goes right over the top. They still have Scan. They're walking under it, but it looks like they're going to end up missing them and could place a ward up on this high ground here. They'd see Dreamo right at the start. They get the vision. Oh, and that's going to break the Blink Dagger. Armel needing to get out of there. Oh, that's so frustrating, I'm sure. And they won't be able to find an opening.
I mean, that was like kind of good seeing Dreamo at the same time they couldn't see Kescute. So even if they initiate there. Now then again, if they were able to blink skewer him, then yeah, that would have been really bad.
Yeah. Well, and I think that it speaks to the big problem that I feel like I have for this TNC draft is a lack of vision. You know, with Wave of Terror there and Clockwork Flare and Veno wards everywhere, like it never feels like TNC are going to get a free sort of start to the fight, particularly if Boom are playing careful. But we'll have to wait and see what their solution is going to be. Blink Dagger done for the Tide now as well. So I think like about that last moment right there. Imagine if when they spotted him on that Plague Ward, you just get a Blink Ravage, you know?
Yeah.
They can punish so much more heavily right now. I'm really liking the way Boom's draft is looking now.
All right, he's got the stats resistance now from the Satanic. Okay, wait, what does it say for stats resistance when you hover over Dreamo Cell?
It says 38.
Mine says 38.4.
Yeah, 38.4. That's what I have too.
Dyer's courier has been
All right.
It's you know, amped for some reason. It's fine.
Yeah, what am I missing? Oh, he's a fucking Titan Sliver. Okay, pardon my French. That damn neutral slot just sneaking up on me.
There you go. Sneaky, sneaky. Gabby keeping the Paladin Sword for himself. And still waiting in the pit. I don't know. What do you do at this point if you're TNC? Like, how do you even assault this area?
I mean, what do you do if you're Boom?
Well,
I feel like Boom almost kind of need this more. I don't know. I'm worried, like, what kind of a Dreamo Cell just gets cycloned?
It's true. Could be a problem. Hook shot in, though. This is a great way to start the fight as they find March, and he is going to die. BKB from KP deciding whether or not he wants to go in, but
Armel, he's fishing.
Right,
oh, that looks
in.
good.
RP pulls him back on, but he takes him away from Gabby. Follow up there, tries to get the stun. Can they bring him down? Hyde under control, trying to kill off Dreamo Cell next, but Armel taking so much damage here. And with the Oracle already dead, what more can they do? Looks like that's going to be the extent of it. And now RP done. No Ravage, no BKBs on a lot of these heroes, and no split. This is a free Roche.
Yeah, that was, they did not have the team synced on the RP and the skewer.
No.
I mean, I liked the skewer because of the swap. I think the skewer was fine. I think they just needed the communication of, like, waiting till, you know, where it's going to go.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing to me that, like, as we see just a jump here onto Hyde, he dies so quickly. So, like, that right there, that makes me think, okay, what if you just, like, RP and let the skewer happen? Or let the skewer not happen?
Yeah, but then the Venge is there, you know? That's the problem. Plus, yeah.
Toto?
They still have Ravage, remember?
Yeah, disarm yet again.
Oh my god, that BKB is so close to coming back. Oh, this is so tempting to fight. But they don't have meta. Get out.
Skewer. The initiation coming as FBZ has Ravage available. Have the Ghost Scepter. Meanwhile, he blinks away. They forgot to hit him. Pull back onto Kescute. He's going to back away as well. Doesn't get hit by that clumsy net.
Yeah, I guess they just had nothing to do with the Ghost, eh? All right, we'll just, like... I don't know. If you can spam with this wave, great. But this is not worth feeding anyone away, I feel like.
Tower is under attack.
Gabby queuing up the Rapier.
Oh, man, what a win for Boom to not get a bad fight right there and lose their tie, too, with, like, the Ravage being available, but not wanting to do anything without the meta.
Right. Well, and again, like, it goes back to the thing where I think either one of those situations from TNC would have been fine. Had like, Gabby waited to blink strike, or had they just kept the RP where it was and didn't skewer at all, I think either one would be fine, but they both just did something different.
It certainly would have been better than what happened.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Well, how much does that change the game now, Trent? Like, what are we looking to do now for Boom?
How much does it change the game? I mean, Gabby was probably just gonna go rapier anyway.
Right.
I feel like. Well, the second that he saw a butterfly, because as you said, I mean, MKB, on PA. So, you know, you're kind of living by the PA anyway. So this is fine. I think the BKB wearing down is the major concern for Gabby because like FEZ has so much power in this game right now. So there's like Armel the big RP. It's gonna be really hard to hit that again. That was a damn nice RP, and then he even has like RP, and then I can activate my Silver Edge after, like maybe get my break and whatnot. That one was a little painful.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's problematic now because as you said, it's harder to get those. It's easier when they're going high ground hypothetically, if you're able to create some chaos first, but they don't really have that that hero that does that early. I guess that hero has to be KP normally, and it looks like he's saving up. I wonder if he's thinking about a Radiance.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think the other thing is they really need just like a couple on Makoto.
Right.
Even just a 4-step is going to do so much. Like, he's got the 9-second BKB. He already feels so much stronger than he was a few minutes ago.
Oh, they're walking up high ground now. RP is back again, but it is deadly trying to go in there, and they're going to need KP to be the first one to go in, most likely, to try and make some craziness happen.
He's still 150 away from Blink and buyback.
And tier 3 is just going to fall. Do they go for more? Skewer back. Pulls him in deep on Dreamocell. Now trying to control. Has the Abyssal Blade swap out though. And the Ravage connects onto all of them. Gabby needs to jump away from this one. BKB outturns. Tries to bring down FBZ. Not going to happen. They have the false promise afterwards, but he can't stay on any target at all. Nobody has died yet from Radiant. Keskute is even walking away from Gabby right now. They don't have it. They finally bring down the Venge. Illusion's still hanging out, but with the Mag dead, Dreamocell can just start turning and laying into these buildings. And there is not a whole lot that TNC can do.
Oh, so well done by Keskute there, man. Getting that swap out, freeing Dreamocell, letting the stash distance go Halberd.
Oh!
All right,
big jump from Gabby. And KP now also trying to lay into Dreamocell. They need to kill the rest of these heroes first. Tim's blinks in. I don't know what that was, but he gets destroyed. And Gabby now in a ton of trouble, trying to get out of here, but is eventually going to be beaten to death. No buyback. And this might actually just be game.
I think that's our finish.
I don't know what
Bag for 20, no PA.
Wow. Very impressive showing from Boom as they do everything that they need to. And it's going to walk in, hit March real hard with that anchor smash. KP trying to beat into him and stop the bleeding if possible.
I mean, he's got that demon edge, so they have one more fight with the Wraith here.
Okay.
And they will get it just from the pure threat of the RP alone.
And the Aegis is expiring as well. Okay. So Boom, take a set and a half of racks. Do some serious damage on their way on out.
It's really interesting. I'm pretty sure March, because March is their only disarm, right? On the Fate's Edict. I'm pretty sure he disarmed the TB there.
Right.
Which was pretty nice. But then, and I think that's what saved Gabby the first time when he kind of got back and then reinitiated. But it doesn't last that long because the damn stash resistance.
Right. Well, and the thing that I just keep thinking about is Dreamocell has 45 armor, right? How much is the PA even really going to be able to do, even with the Rapier? I don't know if that changes much. He has 73% physical resistance.
Yeah, Rapier kind of breaks it though. It's just it's too much damage. It's like CK, right? Or it's it doesn't really matter how much you try and armor up and stuff versus CK. He's still just gonna whack you 3 times with his illusions and you die.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of what Rapier PA is.
Okay.
Plus, if you kill all of TB's allies, then it doesn't matter.
It's true. And I feel like that's what they're trying to do that last fight. But weren't really able to do it as well. And they're going to walk up high ground yet again. Dreamocell hitting from very far back. And building's falling. Armel looking for an opening here. He has Skewer, he has RP available. What is he going to find? Still no Rapier. They need about 1,000 more gold or so.
The Sunder!
Oh, Sunder! The play! The pull back in! The Rapids are going to try and turn it. No, but he gets the Sunder to turn. Remocell able to salvage it. What a freaking play there with the Rubik, but it wasn't good enough. And, well, Gabby trying to find a kill here on anybody at all that he can. Hide, Ghost Scepter, body blocking, but they pull him back in after the RP. The Skewer towards the fountain will not be enough. Ultra kill for Dreamocell. He is too strong as the Rampage, double Rampage comes out.
Him was
that
so close to that MVP. He was trying.
Damn, man.
Going for the big one, but boom, ladies and gentlemen. That's one.
That's one.
It begins. They're getting their victory over TNC, and very impressive battle out from then. Some hard-fought parts of that game. The first Roche, I think amazing contest from Boom. I think that was so risky to go in when they did, but they did a great job of getting that and then right into the tier 2. And they really just didn't have that many pickoffs throughout the game. I feel like no one was really getting caught or anything, and then Dreamocell, of course, he just ended 13-0-1, guys. I'm just saying.
Impressive showing for him, and indeed trying to make a case for his MVP. But let's head back to the panel now as we get ready for game number 2. Best of 5 grand finals continues on after this.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you. It beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. I never did.
Welcome back to ESL Thailand. My panel, Poglet Danok. How was that game?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good QO. Some solid play. I mean, you're a PA player. What did you think about that one?
I didn't like that. No Battle Fury choice.
No Battle Fury.
I mean, against Terribly.
Yeah.
No.
That's the not way to do it. How about you, Poglet?
I had a few iffy notes on TNC. Like we talked about their timing window. We talked about where they wanted to be. They just didn't hit that area of time, and we saw that no Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Just a bit of 1 second, sorry.
It was a little bit shaky, and I think some of those real key timings as well. At the very end, what a swap by Tim's to make sure he got that Sunder, but just didn't quite have the damage to burst through. I think it was a disarm that actually happened at the time to make sure that Gabby wasn't able to just one-shot the TB and maybe bring things back into their favor.
Yeah, it was so... I felt like the team also wasn't ready. Like, there was no RP on top of it. There wasn't enough time. That swap saves him, obviously. I think it was the Halberd as well. They didn't get that BKB off. Just those little things to make the game unwinnable from there.
A little bit unwinnable, and I think on the other side as well, it was just that lack of synergy. We even saw with that great 3-man RP and the skewer, but Gabby had used the Blink Strike already, so he had to actually run back to the rest of his team, and he wasn't able to get off the damage that they needed to be able to turn that around, and boom, got the Roche off that. So we were talking about in the draft, like at the very end when we were making our predictions, if Makoto can make this mid lane look really good, they've got a shot. And he might not have on the CS and the net worth front, but in experience, he was far and away ahead of this Magnus.
Yeah, especially even though he did die twice, I think he bought enough space. Like we saw Gabby rotating, we saw Armel stuck in that lane. We even saw both the supports and KP come into that mid lane by the 10-minute mark, and yet we're looking at 40 minutes in, that tier 1 tower is still up. Like they didn't end up killing it until very late in the game.
Look at this fight right at the end. You can just see Gabby, that you hear the Satanic get popped by Dreamer Cell. Gabby jumps in, he pops his Satanic, but he's just disarmed the entire time, and he doesn't really do anything. And by that point, it was all over.
Yeah, it really did feel like that Tim's potentially could have turned that game around with the with the Blink
You've
Sunder
shrunk,
play.
QO.
I know, I've changed completely.
You've lost 4,000 MMR as well.
Oh, that's the roast that I wasn't expecting coming into this one. But I think TNC weren't expecting that coming out from Boom either. You know, the drafts looked fairly even when we were coming across the board. And I think Matt, you put it perfectly, the fact that Makoto was able to make this a playable game for this Venomancer. He didn't come out extremely behind. He looked really strong in that mid lane. And then Armel and Gabby, they just couldn't really combine the way that they wanted to, right? They just didn't want to come in. They couldn't get to a situation where they were getting these big RPs and getting so many, PA crit cleaves. And it just goes to show that Boom, they understand these drafts and they understand how strong they are.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like TNC had everything that they needed, really, to be able to make a good play of it. But just that we were talking about in the pre-game about the entire series, right? It's going to be the flexibility that might change this. First pick Venomancer, you think, okay, it's probably going to be FBZ. Maybe it's going to be Kezcute, but Makoto, I don't think he's played it mid this tournament, but he does do it. Like, he's played bat mid a couple of times, but not the Venomancer. And so to be able to break that one out in game number 1 and win and give yourself that momentum, they must be over the moon right now.
Yeah, especially on the back of Dreamer. So we talked about his TB. He doesn't play it often. He obviously can. 1301 proves it in my mind. 36k net worth, no less. But it's the willingness to adapt, the willingness to change. We talked about the meta being developed inside of a best of 5 as is. And Boom Esports, they've put their name on the game 1 quite comfortably on a draft that we wouldn't have expected from them, is the big thing. So maybe TNC are going to start to panic.
And I think the biggest thing from what Matt said is they're a team with momentum, right? Like, they come into this, they're feeling pretty hot coming in from that lower bracket run against Fnatic, and now they get their first game victory up against TNC, who so far for ESL1 Thailand, they've only dropped the series to Fnatic, who aren't in the tournament right now, and they're the only team that's really tested this TNC roster. So coming into this, I'm sure that TNC are like, we haven't really been pushed to our limits just yet, and I think Dreamer Cell played it absolutely perfectly on that Terrorblade, 13-0-1.
What a selfish boy, just taking it all for himself. But why not? You know, he did exactly his job. What that doesn't show as well is 21k damage to towers. Like, he was their only building hitter. Sure, a little bit from the Venomancer, but other than that, it was the Dreamer Cell show.
Yeah, I mean, if the rest of them combined, I think it's about 4,000 I'm looking at quickly here. 21k, 4k, and that's not to mention the fact that the entire TNC team combined did about 5k.
Yeah, it was really a tale of two. Like, all of these drafts were heavily based around the position 1 this time around. And Dreamer Cell, surprisingly enough, was actually like 4 or 5 levels behind Gabby right until that last fight where he got the double rampage. And that's why he showed at level 25 right at the end there. But Gabby had the potential to bring that one back. They just Yeah, lacking that coordination this time around for TNC.
Yeah, just didn't feel like that TNC were able to really execute these Mag PA drafts. And luckily enough for Boom, they do get the first victory here. But that means first victory means it is time once again for our final DHL drop quiz, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that have been playing along at home, make sure you do use that exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you want to give here for today's question. For the final time, we're going to head it over to Shiva for today's question.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz. I have the last question for you. That's right, that's your last chance to earn points. The person with the most points will be able to find their name on top of the list of the DHL Motion blog. But you might still have a chance of catch up to that person if you have the following question correct. What is the maximum range of Mirana's Sacred Arrow? Is that A, 2,975? Is that B, 3,067? Is that C, 3,248? Is it D, 3,477? That's right. And if you want to know how you're doing compared to everybody else, make sure to check out the DHL Motion blog below, where you can log into the leaderboards with your Twitch ID.
Very interesting one there for our final DHL drop quiz. What is the maximum range of Mirana's arrow? I know it's a long way, but do you guys have the correct answer? Make sure you do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give. As well, we do have the live leaderboard to check where you guys are at here for our final day of the DHL drop quiz. We're going to go to a short break here. On the other side of that, we're going to have the answer to today's question, as well as game number 2 between Boom and TNC.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, get the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. The DHL drop quiz has finally met its end here, and it is time for us to reveal the final answer to our final question of today. It was about Mirana Zaro, so let's see if you guys were correct in the chat. It was B. So, you know, we talked about this in the break, that this was, I believe, Poglet, you said this is one of 2 spells that has an odd number?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the other one being Oracle's healing factor being 99. But when they did that cleanup of stats, they seem to have forgotten Mirana Zaro completely, because everything else in the game is quite neat and tidy. It's all either zeros or some 5s, not really many.
Even Darkseer now is like 40.0, you know?
Yeah, like they've just made
cooldown.
it cleaner. And then all of a sudden they're like, nah, psych, Mirana Arrow is going to go a random distance. And that'll never affect you. Like that extra 67 rather, will never affect you compared to 3k distance.
Well, boys, that was an interesting question here for our DHL drop quiz. Hopefully you guys played along at home and got all 18 days correct, because if you did, then you get a nice crisp high five from me at the end of ESL 1 Thailand. But lads, we're getting... that wasn't that crisp. We'll have to try and work on that, Danog. But lads, we're getting closer and closer to our Game 2 draft here. We talked about it after Game 1, the fact that, you know, it felt like Boom understood what they wanted to play. This Venomancer was a little bit more of a variety pick for them. But to me, it felt like this Vengeful Spirit is really starting to find her slot here for ESL 1 Thailand.
I think the real danger with the way that Boom likes to play it is that it opens up a number of different strategies for them, right? Like, it's great as a save. You can use it for a Drow strat, which, well, TNC are going to go for it this time around. Or the full-on Zoo, which doesn't seem like it'll be happening for either of these teams. Drow's one of those few carries that really does not mind going into a Zoo. You just pump out that multi-shot and you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue would be if TNC do end up running it, but Venge Drow plus the Zoo strat will feel a bit awkward. I do agree with you. But Boom, they got what they wanted as well. They were very quick to pick this Venomancer and incredibly quick to pick the Tiny in their first phase.
They're great heroes, you know. They've been the heroes for the tournament, I would have to say. Like Veno probably a bit more in the group stage, but Tiny, he just has so much potential to be this real game changer. We talked about Jabs the other day being the team fight disruptor. It's that. It's pickoffs. It's initiation. It's so much that you can just have to be able to provide a high level of impact while only being a position 4. And speaking of, Tim's Mirana is back.
Tim's Mirana in an all-range strat so far with that Venge, with that Drought. That's going to be a lot of auto-attacking as well.
Visage?
Have we seen a Visage picked yet?
Don't think so.
I believe we're down to like, what, 20 heroes unpicked?
Less. I want to say like 16?
I don't have the exact stat.
I want to say 16.
I would say over 16, but probably less than 20.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be like around about 2019 or something. We'll try and get that stat for you guys playing along at home. But as we were saying, you know, Tim's Mirana is now something they're starting to fall back on. It was one of those 100% win rates for TNC here, but they did lose...
It was super early on into the tournament. I want to say it was Fnatic series.
It probably would have been the one where they dropped against Fnatic, but they had to go full 3 games. And that's where, you know, they started to change what they wanted to go for with Tims. You know, they were trying to put more pressure on the Venomancer and the Tiny heroes, but now it seems like they're going to fall back on that, give Tims a staple where he can really start to control the game for them. But, you know, with this Venge Drow strat, you have to be very, very careful if you're Boom, not to get caught out with, you know, these heroes that can't actually deal with the Drow if she gets swapped out.
Yeah, and I think with the Mirana as well, if they were opting to go for the Zoo style of draft, then you need to make sure that that Mirana is gone, because you just use that Sacred Arrow, suddenly one of your strongest creeps is done, and you're weakened significantly. So I'm thinking they're probably not going to go that full-on strat, or if they do, it's just going to be a decent push strat, like not the Zoo style.
Yeah, I feel like where they picked it against Fnatic should be telling of when they're going to pick it. Obviously, you prank them in that it's 1-1. They're not really thinking about that game 3. They might play conservative Dota, which I feel like if Boom somehow managed to win this one as well, that game 3 is where you get really scared they're going to pick this strat and just clean up TNC, who will try to play conservative to try and get that win without throwing away the entire tournament.
Yeah. One of those real conservative heroes is Underlord. Like, you can never have a really bad lane as Underlord, let's be honest. As soon as you get those levels, Firestorm does all of the work for you.
Yeah, I mean, even with the changes to that hero on that Atrophy Aura, he still has one of the highest win rates in the game, and I believe it's still true that he is better against every matchup there is. Like, he has a positive win rate against every single hero in Dota.
And even with the nerfs, he had, like, at least in pubs, an increase in win rate. Somehow. I think everything else just being nerfed down a little bit made him relatively better.
It was like a scale back. So, like, obviously he doesn't get to keep that permanent damage, but they've made the other side of it a bit stronger. So you get that quick bit of damage.
Yeah.
So they made those pushing strats that you saw Underlord famous for even better, because he had so much more damage and could just chunk down these towers.
Well, we were really motoring through the draft, but
This
until
is the hero
then,
I was going to talk about, was this Arc Warden.
yeah, it was left in the pool. I haven't seen Dreamercell play it too often, I'll be honest. Like, I think they've only played it once on TNC, and that was for a win with Gabby playing it. But yeah, it's still up in the air whether this is going to be a carry or if it's going to be in the mid lane as well. I think it's probably going to be more effective as that carry role, just because Underlord is pretty much guaranteed to be in that side lane. It means that, you know, that Flux is going to be really impactful. Tim's loves rotating away, and if you do that, you can get punished significantly.
Yeah, I do agree in the carry role. And right now, I think Arc Warden, in my mind, is the best carry in the game, just because of how well he can play in that mid to late game. That Midas scaling is ridiculous. And like you said, it's not something you can get pushed out of lane. Even an Underlord who has that Firestorm, you can still survive it. You get level 6, you turn that fight around in that 3v2 situation with what most likely will either be a Venomanta or a final pick POS 5, which could be awkward.
And even worst case, if they get into your base, just toss the bubble up onto the Ancient, sprout it as well.
Just defend it.
Yeah, just defend it. It's so easy.
It's so easy.
Anyone can do it. It was a miracle that they made it happen.
Okay, well, one thing I wanted to touch on with this Arc Warden hero is, yes, he's good against ranged heroes, but the one big thing for the Drow Ranger is the fact that multi-shot goes through the bubble. Doesn't care about that, so there is ways for them to snipe out this Arc Warden if it ever does get to that situation where he has to use the bubble to save himself, but, you know, the Drow is good.
The Drow is good.
I was about to sneeze, sorry.
It's all right. We'll pick up the ball and run with it. So what have they got left for this draft for Boom? I feel like this Venomancer is probably going to be a 5 just because of how they've run all of this together. Like, double slows for the lane is always going to be super helpful. Tiny, pretty much only a 4. We haven't seen Makoto run it too many times. It's just a question of, is this going to be a position 3 Nature's Prophet? Is it going to be run in the mid lane by Makoto?
I think against the Drow, you're happy to run it in that off lane, purely because we talk about multi-shot being quite strong against heroes. The Treants just kind of eat it. Yes, you give away a bit of gold, but you don't just get absolutely destroyed by the multi-shot, and I don't mind that combination. If you do it with the Tiny, it's a lot of damage, a lot of repositioning in those team fights. And if you get a body block into an Avalanche, anyone's dying to that. Drow, Venge, if they end up rotating Tim's there, he could die as well.
Well, TNC seemed to think that this Invoker could have still come out from Makoto in the mid lane. I'm kind of thinking that they might want to run the Nature's Prophet there, just because you're against Avenger and Mirana. Glimmercape's fine. Yeah, it's going to be a Wind Ranger. We've seen Makoto play it previously, not so much FBZ, so maybe it is going to be that. The thing is, if you don't have a fantastic lane with this Nature's Prophet, it feels like you're taking way too much farm off the map when you should be getting your gold from getting kills, especially on the supports. You know, if you can get it onto Drow Ranger as well, obviously that's a huge bonus, but you can't be taking away too much of the map from this Arc Warden who wants to farm heavily.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be an awkward window where Wind Ranger and Furion are ready, or they should be ready, and this Arc Warden will want to farm.
I think this is the first time we've actually seen this combination as well within the Southeast Asian region. I've seen it plenty with Secret, where they run a Nature's Prophet 5, which could still be a possibility. That Venno could be a 3, and then you just use the Sprout for the trees to latch to every single time. It gives you that guaranteed setup.
Well, we saw the GG branch being used, so why not use the really simple 10 tree branch and just have the Sprout? It's a nice
looks like
combo.
Makoto will be picking up that Wind Ranger, so we're going to have a Wind Ranger mid, and FBZ will be picking up the Nature's Prophet, boys.
Okay.
So we're going to be having an offlane Nature's Prophet here. This is another one of those games where FBZ can really pop off if he wants to do so. But lads, we're getting ready here for game number 2. What are those final thoughts? Maybe we're going to stick with the predictions, because we don't want to curse one of these teams, because now we've been pretty bad at it.
I'm about to curse the team. Like, you guys talk about your win prediction being decent, but I am woefully bad at these
You're
predictions.
sub 40% now with that incorrect prediction.
That is true.
Yep. The worst part is I'm usually like, oh, this draft's good, but this team will win. And in this one, I'm looking exactly that. Like, TNC's draft's good, but Boom should win. And
So you're going to curse Boom, so we'll see a
I've
TNC
cursed
victory.
Boom.
Okay. What about you?
I'm just going to go Boom. I'm feeling the underdog story.
All right, we're feeling the underdog story here. I'm not quite sure who I'm going to go with yet for my panel, but I'm probably just going to have to stick with Boom here. We're going to head into game number 2. Our casters, once again, will be Lyrical and Trent.
Not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Welcome to the war game. Welcome to the war game.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 was a stalemate for a very long time, culminating in a Roche fight win for Boom, and then just running it down buildings afterwards. Trent, looking at this game number 2, we got a little bit of a disparity. The panel seems to think that Boom are going to be able to take it. How are you feeling about this one?
I mean, they got the Arc Warden pick, which was really nice. Because the Drow, like this 4th overall, or 8th if you count the bands, whatever you want to do for your numbers. It's been a very interesting slot for the past month. I love talking about it because it's really cool how much it's evolved and how some teams love to do this hard carry pick into double bands to try and shore it up and make sure that's going to be there to carry the game. And in this case, TNC have gone for the Drow into the Spectre band and then the Magnus band to presumably take away some a host of partners with that could be good versus the Drow. But in response, Boom do get themselves this Arc Warden, and Arc Warden, pretty annoying hero when you have ranged-based lineups here.
Definitely. And the panel did talk about the multi-shot, still working through it, but you do run into other issues where you kind of need that extra little bit of damage to really hit it. So to me, at least, it feels like this might be one of those games where TNC want to try and push the tempo early, and end it before Dreamocell becomes like that giant indomitable force that really becomes a problem. But
yeah, the things I like about the TNC draft though, like Boom went for the double ban at the end, right? The classic, the Ember and the Storm. So who do they grab? The Void. It's I think Jaggers was saying you pick your hard carry, you pick your Spirit for the mid, and you pick some tanky offlaner, and that's the patch. So TNC, they're on it right now. But the other hero that we talk about in the patch, the Nature's Prophet, he's there for Boom, and then the other big one, the Venomancer, as a 5 at the very least, is also there for Boom too. So they got some pretty serious meta picks here. They're gonna Wind Ranger, guys.
Amazing. It's
there.
here. We're doing it. Makoto. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at that. Up close and personal. Just killing it. I want to see the first Wind Ranger that has the style 2 in a pro match. That's going to be the interesting point.
Oh, that would be a serious flex.
Ooh. Arrow up top there. I saw that little graphic pop up a second ago as well. Tim's 92% win rate in 12 matches on this hero this patch. It's been he's been killing it.
That sounds pretty high.
It's really high. It's scary.
Yeah, he was one of the first ones I remember starting to play this position for Mirana. This one I fully attribute to Southeast Asia for coming back. Between like Tim's and DJ, I feel like they were the ones really starting to spam it again. When all the couriers came out, there were so many games where they would just hunt couriers with Leap to start things off. And then after that, I mean, you just got to hit your arrows.
True. True. And he already started hitting some up top there. Got some good pressure on there. Going to swap up the lanes now. So FBZ is going to head top with Kezcute, and they're going to bring Dreamocell down bottom to get the matchup against KP. As KP pulls the wave back behind the tower, and Hyde going to try and contest. So free wave here for Dreamocell, and then afterwards, Hyde should be able to pull some of that second wave of creep again over towards them.
Yeah, kind of funny watching KP just waddle around with only the attribute orb. He does hit level 2 now as Hyde messes with him, so he's got the the fire sword.
They got to deny on the range creep while it was being tossed. That was pretty good.
It was like right in Hyde's face. He's like, yeah, okay.
Amazing.
Nice try.
KP the baller. Okay, so mid lane so far, Void Spirit appears to be doing pretty good against Armel. This lane is going to even up a little bit more over time, you would imagine. The power shot's got to be careful, and they're getting bottles, I think, for both as well. Actually, Armel going for the null tally instead, so we'll have to watch and see how he guys decides to go for the regen.
I like that. He just fired at a power shot and hit Armel. Just level 2, but just kind of wearing him down. Bit risky. You miss it, but well worth it when you hit.
And the taunt pulls him back in afterwards. And you have a feeling that this is going to be one of those 4-minute contest for bounty rune situations that we've seen a lot. It's going to be very, very important for those supports to rotate. And there's only one side to rotate down bottom since KP is alone there. So
yeah, so you're definitely not getting bottom.
Yeah.
Unless you manage to do it with the 8th Remnant, I suppose. But you would think that Hyde's going to be there to cover it a little bit too well.
True.
For that to happen. Yeah, I feel like we don't get to see the mid Mirana as often. Sorry, the mid Wind Ranger as often. Still pops up from here and there. We've been getting a lot of the 4 Wind Ranger. Jeez, I can't stop myself. Instead,
they're all in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. But it should be good to see how Makoto, like, does he just rush the MKB? That's been the stock standard. Or does he try and get something a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, something like the blink or what have you.
Yeah.
Maybe just like a javelin and then into some ability item afterwards. As Tim's is going to make the rotation in towards the mid to try and help secure a bounty rune, as Makoto one of the power runes. And likewise, Hyde also going to make the move over here. So which way is it going to go?
Well, Armel might as well go top because he, as you said, he kind of knows he's not getting bottom anyway.
No.
50-50? Oh, nuts.
That's a good one.
I mean, that's kind of funny. You get a free harass, though, because you know he's beelining to that rune.
Yeah, it goes up and pressures Makoto a little bit. So Makoto going to have to play that one safer and probably head back for the bounty rune afterwards.
Ah, what a nuisance.
4.5 minutes so far. KP not really able to have the best of times. Likewise, the Prophet 15 and 7. And both cores keeping pretty good farm as Kezcute taking a lot of damage to leap forward, and Tim's just able to draw first blood. It did take a while in this lane, considering how much they've got.
Another game over here, almost in the 5-minute mark for that, but yeah, finally knock him down. I'm a little worried about Makoto mid here. I feel like Tim's might be on the prowl pretty soon. Does have a ward to cover, at least, so should not get hit by an arrow from Tim's.
Oh, and they're calling it that Armel is going to go sneak that rune, so that is going to be no bottle refill from Makoto still. He's just kind of getting left on an island here.
Yeah, and he sees Tim's.
Yeah.
Now he just doesn't know where to go. He's running home.
Run home. Damn. At least he won't miss up on too much of a wave. Armel will be level 6 by the time he gets back, so just needs to be careful not to die in that first salvo coming from the void. So, 5.5 minutes now, as you see the Void Spirit and the Drow having a very nice time. Arc Warden a little bit behind their numbers, as is the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and FBZ not able to get a lot up top either, just because of, I feel like the Veno, you know, with Tim's constantly pressuring up here, makes sense, right? That it's hard for the 2v3.
Right.
But it's getting a little bit better now with the levels up in the tree, and he's also still holding a point on FBZ. He is out of tangos on March, so there theoretically could be a play with a Sprout.
Ooh. That's a nice one, though. Makoto able to pick up the DD now. So could go for some type of a focus fire play if they step a little bit too far outside of bounds.
Yeah, he needed something like that, too. And that's a TP from the Void.
Okay. Toss over to the side, Hyde trying to jump away, but Void is there. Armel finds him. The stomp comes out afterwards, but Hyde eventually going to die. FBZ also going down up top. The Gale not going to be able to do that much to Marana. Tim's trying to go for the body block, the leap play, and then catches him the multi-shot. All right, this is why this guy gets 92% win rate.
You weren't meant to see.
Damn.
All right, well done. 4-0 now, a 2K lead as TNC look to fire back in game 2. A little painful that you make the rotation down bot and can't even pressure the Arc Warden, but you get his friend, so maybe that'll help garner some better positioning for KP as the DD's popped and they start hopping on Makoto.
Okay, focus fire, arrow going to land onto Makoto. The Remnant pulls him back in. Well placed. Hyde thinking about a toss play. Thought he was going to go onto it, but decides not to. So they won't be able to do that much more as we see Armel's little picture.
I believe he is focus fired.
Good to know.
An interesting effect. Team, this one.
Get him.
In case you forget, is that when you're playing Wind Ranger? Oh man, who did I ult?
Who do I need to run next to? A DD definitely helping. But as you were mentioning, FBZ not really having the best of time on this Prophet, but we'll get level 6 soon. And that's probably going to be his time to try and make some kills happen. And actually, running into Tim's right now, maybe trying to pressure this lane. Tim's in a world of hurt, just walked into trouble and is going to barely be able to get out of there before the flex comes in.
All right, 11 though. And Armel here to hold the tower. Still can't get anything on the Druma because he's way back there heading to the jungle right now.
Yeah, trying to build into that Hand of Midas. Still needs about 700 gold.
Hyde tried to jump him. They still have toss right now, and Tim's is just going to casually D-ward with 180 HP.
Afraid.
Should he be?
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe a little
probably. Maybe a little bit. There's an Nature's Prophet in this game, you know. But in the meantime, Armel gonna farm up those neutrals while Kezcute holds this top tower, wants to get some levels on that Veno. Only the 1 point in the ward right now. But if he gets some more me time here, he's gonna be pretty happy.
Oh no, that was good they weren't watching.
Did you miss something? What happened?
He lasted, you know. Free range creep under tower.
Gotcha.
It's about like 5 HP, it hurts.
Well, TNC is definitely feeling good right now. And man, this stack right here is huge as well. March just gonna go for the wave of terror.
Dude. Look at Makoto over here though. He thinks that they're ganking Kezcute. He's been sitting under the tower waiting. He's like lurking in the fog. He's trying to bait out his Venomancer. And he is just wasting a lot of time up here.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win for TNC. March is just maxing out his Vengeance aura here too. So it feels like if they wanted to, the group up potential from this TNC lineup is going to be very strong.
Oh, they're trying it down bottom. They miss on the smoke as they're trying to hunt down Dreamocell, but him and his clone have both moved to the other side of the jungle. And they see Makoto on this ward too, so they know that he's rotating back through.
Hide. Find him. Jumps in. Avalanche toss. Still in trouble as the Astral Step goes forward. They find it, but FPZ comes and sneaks the rune and might be able to get the kill onto Tim's as well. Looking for that Sprout. Yeah, he's able to get away. Power shot. 10 HP.
Play by raindrops.
Run away, Trance. And the Shackle not going to latch, but still in trouble.
All right, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, he gets the arrow from the dead.
Oh, that's adorable. Leaves a little flat. I see they, I heard they disappear, though. People were a little upset about that. It's not like the PA daggers or the swords that stay. Yeah, see, it's gone. It wilted.
Well, it's better to have loved than lost to never have loved at all, Trent.
That is so true.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just came up with that.
Thank you. I've been thinking about, it a lot. It's how it works.
You've just been writing some psalms, some poems,
True.
Some deep isms.
That's right.
Many of the isms.
Mr. Tim's hiding away, trying to get away from this hide guy. That's my next one. What did you think?
You used away twice in very close succession. I think you might have to work on your vocabulary a little bit. A fake Dark Rift mid just canceled out. But the beautiful high battle pass level. Wow, Gabby. Right clicks come out to take down this tower.
Pretty.
My goodness.
Swap. They got him. Kez going to drop. Gabby gets another kill.
He's flexing those DPC dollars with a 2,000 battle pass level. He's putting it all right back into Valve.
Too true. And they are incredibly scary right now with all of the group up auras they're going to have. They're going for Mech on Tim's right now. Underlord, he's going back for the pipe, and they find the Nature's Prophet. FBZ gonna die down bottom. 4,000 gold lead, 7-1. This is not looking particularly close, Trent.
No, they haven't found Dreamocell yet, but they also have 3 cores farming above him, and he's still on par with his Wind Ranger too.
Focus fire now on to March, and March is gonna go down here.
Kill achieved. Wow, 542 focus fire damage. I do like that, like the Earthshaker one.
Yeah, it's cool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Down bottom, Tim's and Armel gonna head. They spot them out with that Spark Wraith.
I mean, that shows why he's not dying, right? Like, he's just Spark Wraithing the stairs.
It's true.
Oh, man, once this hero gets busted and smoked, go right through that, that's gonna be a good day.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's gonna be pretty terrifying.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Get Makoto's courier. Was he? Oh yeah, he probably had it planted there, waiting for the Demon Edge.
Yeah,
300 gold away. All right. Well, how good are they at fighting around the towers? I guess is the question, right? Because this aggression's coming in, and Kescu's just gone.
Yeah, it happens so quickly. I mean, that's the thing is that if they're separated, they're really not good about it, and TNC punishes that very hard. Dreamocell only 1 point up in the magnetic field, so that is a bit of an issue.
I mean, even if there is a magnetic field, like, they could just walk back here. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, they don't have an answer. Right now,
it is not at the point. FBZ can split push a little. Yeah, I think they're in pretty big trouble here, friendo.
4,000 gold lead, and the hunt now for FBZ. Arrow holding it. Starfall jump through FBZ. Oh, Shackle. Maybe going to be able to bring down Tim's as they try and turn here. Gets the leap away, but Makoto finds the finish.
Oh, he missed the Astral Step too.
Yeah, didn't get FBZ. Although there's a lot more people coming in now. Oh, Makoto, you got to be careful. Swap back into the gust, catching one, trying to kill both.
That was nice.
And they'll get him.
Pretty. Double value multi-shot right there as Gabby cracks into level 10.
Radiant's middle tower is under
and
attack.
continues firing away at these towers.
Structures are fortified.
Dreamocell, what's he got coming on the courier? Just the Mithril Hammer part of his Maelstrom.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yes, indeedy. And, well, down bottom, I mean, they're going to keep on going, it looks like, as they have a creep wave. They've got KP. They force out the glyph. All the tier 1 towers are down. There is a big wave pushing in top, and they're going to dark rift to it. Yeah.
Like, why split this up? You might as well just keep running together. I guess the XP might start hurting, but it's still a 4,000 XP lead for them right now.
Yeah, they're doing quite well.
And they can just Roche once they have, like, the Vlads will be coming out for March, but even once they have a little bit more damage.
Armel and Tim's finds him. He's going to be able to find that taunt. The arrow coming in afterwards. Going to connect for the kill. Armel, avalanche toss. He's shackled, though. Indus, has to use to try and stay alive. And he's going to die. So Makoto able to pick up a kill there.
Makoto's, like, actually the only way they can kill people right now.
Yeah.
And he's doing a pretty good job. 3-1-1 has gotten some of the more important ones there. Unfortunately, dying to that last engagement down here. But can they finally pressure a tower, seeing that the entirety of TNC has evacuated this bottom lane?
Potentially. Mirana hucked an arrow mid trying to find Dreamocell, but they couldn't get in range. Hence the WoW. But we do have that lead cut down a little bit now after finding the kill on the Void Spirit and then also being able to take one of the towers. The first tier 1 tower taking the map for him.
Oh, yeah.
Done?
Okay, that's a big game changer. Now FPZ actually does something.
Yeah.
Because against the heroes, before Orchid, he actually does nothing to these heroes. Like, there's no one he can, like, bully with treants. The Void Spirit and the Mirana are the only ones who are playing, like, super aggro, and they can just leap away from any of his little stroke plays. So now there is a Yule's, of course, onto Armel, but Tim's, maybe he's a target. KP, probably not. But they have begun the roaching, unfortunately.
I guess the thing that I'm just worried about, though, is, like, right now, they have Lads that's coming out in the next little while from March. They've got Mechanism. They have Pipe. They've got, like, all of these auras, and there's no aura items at all on TNC. It's, like, all aggression. So if they do end up going into a fight, I'm worried about, like, their ability to actually kill these heroes.
They have Pipe on KP. Is that what you're saying? Or did you mean no aura items on Boom?
On Boom.
Yeah,
no
okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because they got a lot of auras on the radio, but
they got 1 billion of them.
Aha! All right, the other big item. Jeez, I'm surprised Boom have kept this lead this close with the heroes they had, because Hyde basically had no game before this Blink, and FBZ kind of had no game before this Orchid. I think they've done a pretty good job stabilizing, but obviously pretty significant tower losses, and now the Aegis is there, so they're gonna have to make some pretty wild toss plays. What level is he? He's level 9, so can blow up Tim's if he catches them. He's got raindrops though. They should get some raindrops on March too.
Do you just go high ground after this tier 2 tower up top here?
No, that's just Dumbo. Don't be a Dumbo.
Dumbo?
That's a
No
pub move.
Dumbos.
Don't
All
no
right.
Dumbo.
Fair enough.
Go other towers.
Mo towers.
And he's looking for an arrow mid. They're gonna pull on back, dance their way down the river.
Yeah. Do have Moonlight Shadow if they want to make some type of move there as well. As FBZ and Hyde pressuring elsewhere. And Void Spirit just pushes out mid lane again. And they got to deal with this.
Tell you one thing, if tier 3s still killed shrines, then you go high ground there. That I will say.
Okay.
But not today.
Not today. No longer. Void runs into one. He went really deep. Trying to stay alive here. They blow up Kezcute.
He's got the rune of invincibility, my friend.
He's
was
just
out
on
of
the
there.
move.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's so funny. He just gets galed with his hazer.
Did not appear to care. And tier 2 tower again being assaulted. They really don't appear to have an answer right now for Boom. It's 12-4. And they just do not want to fight.
And
So-
one of the big problems with the Arcward is you find that, like, they're hoping they can just, like, time
Ooh,
fast in the
Orchid?
Arcward.
Oh, with the shackle, Evil Scepter lift up, trying to get out of there. Hyde looking for the jump.
the
Avalanche, it's not
essence.
enough.
It was the
Dude,
essence ring.
It kept him alive.
'Cause
Really
the power
impressive.
shot was well timed.
Yeah.
But that's going to activate instantly.
Yeah, dude, that Essence Ring is hype. And now they're going to go and get back their outpost. Much needed there for Boom. So they almost get the pick off, but... Oh, wait. They're going to it. What? The rotation. Oh, they didn't get it. Never mind. Damn, dude. Dark Rift.
So when he loses the Cyclone buff, he gets the Life Essence buff on the same frame for like the straight up heal. That's so interesting. And then the power shot hit him for the yeah. So he was 100% dead, by the way, if it was not for that. 0.03 seconds later. I wonder if that was just the timing of the power shot. I guess it would have to be.
Yes.
Oh, there's so many good things about Dota, man.
Yeah, it's really
I
good.
tell you, what a game.
These BKBs coming out for Boom are going to be pretty nice as well, at least for Makoto. Are there any other ones that are going to be there? It looks like Kezcute's trying to go in for a Glimmer Cape as Dreamlessell's just farming up these Ancients.
They probably want to poke one of the Raxes before he's level 18, though, because you mentioned timing, and it's like exponential, right? As he gets more levels in the Tempest double, and thus like more activity in the magnetic field, like always having the clones up, always being able to double up.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a problem.
The thing that is scary though is that like TNC have the heroes, I feel like, to kind of punish in a way, right? Like they have Swap, they have guys that can dive, and speaking of diving, they do find Hyde. Gonna go in for that arrow, misses afterwards, and the chase down. Don't want to let him blink. And Tim's right there on top of him. Shackle not gonna latch, but Tim's gets the mech off and runs away, and Gabby chasing finds Makoto. He's hiding off in the trees now, still trying to back away. They can't quite catch him. Makoto arrow.
Oh, he tried to get Tim's.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to get him. Tim's the jukin.
That was pretty close.
And over to the side, KP finds Hyde as well. The Yule Scepter, but they won't be able to chase him down.
And Makoto's just living on like the razor's edge right now. If he can get to that BKB, it's going to help him so much in these defenses.
Yeah.
But a death like that is going to slow it down by a lot.
Radiant's middle
Tim's just continues pressing forward here with his 200 HP.
Dude does not care.
Oh,
he's going to TP back.
He cares. Turns out he actually does care, guys.
Unbelievable.
And there was only 8 seconds till rune. Come on, Tim's. Look, regen room bottom. You ready?
I'm ready. Here it is. No. Sad.
Close.
Armel almost has an axe. Is there anything to deal with that right now?
He's playing crazy well this game.
Yeah.
The way that he's just diving in there and basically saying, all right, if I don't get shackled, I'm fine. If I don't get shackled, I'm fine.
Radiant structures.
He's making it work.
It's not wrong.
But you're right. His Aghanim's is they don't have anything. Actually, no way to dispel silence.
That's a problem, Trent.
Yeah, they got a glimmer, so that might be able to save one person.
Avalanche, Invis, lift up. Remnant pulls him back in. The taunt, the root is there. They try and kill him. He's shackled. Avalanche toss afterwards, and they get 1 kill. All right, KP saying, everybody, let's get out of here. He's going to pull himself out at least. But the rest of his team maybe in some trouble here. Gabby does have the Hurricane Pike. They find another shackle there on the march, and just like that, Boom in a much better position here. As they did manage to kill off Armel. Can't quite get the Venge. They do get her now, and Silence. Underlord came back for this. So a weird series of events for TNC, but Boom capitalize and pull that lead back.
Don't get grabbed by Ice Climbers. Don't get grabbed by Ice Climbers. Get shackled.
Right.
You know, it's a hard life. There's only one way he dies, and Makoto still finds it. So very impressive.
Well done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's thinking about a Linken's next potentially. Might just go for the BKB. We'll see. I feel like either's kind of fine.
Radiant's middle tower has
Yeah, this Armel gets the Armel Ags gets you a lot of value as well. Just to sort of, I mean, you know, the best defense is a good offense and all that good stuff.
There it is.
What?
Another ism.
Yeah, that's right. He knew it was coming back around. Well, so far feeling pretty good if I am TNC, but there's some things to be a little bit concerned about. Roche,
yeah, I think that they probably wish they had a bit more right now.
Yeah.
I'd be a little worried, my friend. I think this Arc Warden, right? A little ticking time bomb. It's going to be level 18 soon. And they're probably delayed to that next Roche, as you were about to say before I interrupted you.
You just knew what I was going to talk about. Is you're already on top of it. You're killing it, man. But that is the other thing that I guess you can do against the Arc Warden lineup if you have like a very mobile draft, is try and just hold all 3 lanes and keep them stuck in their base. But I don't know how effective that's going to be.
Or they have Nature's Prophet and a Wind Ranger, so I think it's a bit hard though, because she can move like the wind, you know.
True. I guess the other thing about it too is like they're strongest on TNC when they're together. And if you're trying to hold all 3 lanes, you're not together. Tim's chasing, finding one, FBZ. They have Guardian Greaves. That's a thing that is existing right now. And Yule Scepter to catch as poor old FBZ gonna fall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's 38 seconds until our potential Roche.
If you're TNC, do you feel like you kind of need this one at this point?
I would say it's more like Boom just really can't give it up.
Okay.
I guess in a way, yes. Because if they get it, I feel like it's a very likely chance they're going to get a Rax.
Right.
But, I mean, if you don't get it, you're probably okay. And you, like, keep delaying, and it opens up more opportunities for Boom. But Kescu, real dead.
Damn, dude. It's demolished. How quick is this Roche respawn? 1:18. Makoto and Hyde, they're waiting. This is just like the dynamic duo ready to kill anybody that shows up here. They have a lot of wards in this area as well. Walking uphill, Tim's does not have Greaves. Armella's coming in as well. Got to be careful. Shackle, but the toss afterwards has silence available. They're controlling Makoto. Arrow comes in and dead.
Struggling to make it to that BKB. And they're heading down bottom again.
Interesting.
Well, that's the real Dreamocell.
Oh my god, if they could get him, the wraparound, they think he's going to
be
at that camp.
They know.
Yeah, but Dreamocell, he's TPing out. He realized, I guess.
I see that dire ward, but I'm not sure how much it saw down there.
Yeah.
I don't think it saw them TP in, but it probably saw the couriers coming through. That's why I would tip them off. Deep ward, ladies and gentlemen. Couriers tell all.
Very valuable.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And Tim's down to low HP again as 26 minutes. We are getting very close now to that next tier of items.
Thank you, Envy.
The classic.
Perfectly timed as it actually respawns too, so.
Well, Dreamocell sends out the clone, has the magnetic field off to the side, and pushing out this top lane will be Tim's. He's looking first for anybody. He's actually going to drop a ward down. I like that play a lot. And they're going to head into the pit. Check it out, maybe? Maybe not? Okay.
Yeah,
no, they're just going to walk uphill.
They can take the outpost, right? Because they have the tier 2s, so.
Good call.
Get that done first. Cross your T's, dot your I's.
Hit Roshan.
Yep.
Still haven't taken that bottom tier 2 tower, but it really does not matter that much at all. As they throw in another arrow, Roche is going to go down. And they are sending in Dreamocell, his little cloney clone over here. They're moving into position. Are they trying to fight this?
They're just putting no risk here from TNC.
Well, Hyde is over to the side as well. Arrow connects onto him.
Oh, that's
and Hyde, he's just dead. Okay, buyback coming from the Tiny. They want to defend against that silence on all. The big old silence. He's in trouble. He does get the ulti off afterwards, but I think it only caught onto Armel. Now the lift up. This is the real one. He is mega dead. And now Kescute also likely to fall, as that was about as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, he gets silenced on the Wind Ranger. He's just trying to get that BKB, but silenced into the Venge stun and just dead. And this Aegis now guarantees the MKB build for the Drow. Makes it really easy. Basically unpunished.
God. Tim's found him off to the side. Oh, that's unfortunate for poor Kescute. And he's going to die.
Yeah, this ward, though.
Yeah, he placed that one. They don't know about that. As we take a look at this replay again,
That
just
arrow.
the arrow.
It's the two big playmakers, right? It's Hyde and then it's Makoto as well. And you can see down there, right there, silence, boom. That's it.
Yeah.
Done.
At that point, there's just nothing left in the tank. And of course, Dreamocell also got clipped by that silence. It hit onto Venno, it hit onto the Arc Warden, it hit onto the Wind Ranger. And back towards mid, we are pushing high ground. Arc Warden not there for 3 more seconds. How much can they get done?
God, look at this attack speed.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting.
Okay, though, guys, MKB still doesn't work on buildings despite what you saw Nigma do. They have not changed it.
That is a thing. It still exists in its current form.
Can you imagine if we got another like bubble on the ancient and all that? Dreamocell should start practicing right now. He's like,
Yeah.
where's the middle of this thing? Okay, well maybe not right now. Right now you should probably be focusing on the tower.
He went into a lobby between then and now.
Pause it. Uh-oh. Oh, he's...
Another bubble.
Wait, is that actually... Oh, it is hitting. A little white Venn diagram back there.
Just a little bit off the mark.
Oh, what a hero, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Arc Warden. Woo!
See, this is why I was saying, like, is it worth it? As they will eventually take down the tower. Like, was it worth it to go earlier to try and end the game? But they're still making work of it. Oh my god, he got a quickening charm. What? Oh no. All right. He has the CDR talent. He's got a quickening charm. Go build an Octarine, my man. I'm ready to see it.
I mean, he's actually there. He has 6.5, so doubles the 13, and it's 14.8 cooldown. So it is the same thing that I think that Miracle had with like the 2-second downtime.
Oh my god. It's disgusting. Very disgusting. And they got the tier 3 tower, but now, like, how do you close this game out? This is incredibly problematic here.
Well, I think you should just use one of your other isms.
Thank you.
Do you have any that apply? You can't defend your buildings if you're all dead. How about that one?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So let's just go for that. I mean, Armel still has a really big punish with the silence because they still don't have anything, right? I mean, they have like big right clicks. All right, FPZ has his 10-second BKB, and then Makoto's is also done. So I guess that was the window, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's where they should have dove a little bit more aggressive. They've missed out on that now.
I guess that's fair too, because like when you're going high grounds, you're also like the Arc Warden can't afford to send his clone out to go and like push other lanes.
Well, they're
not in position.
They could run min here, but I guess this is more valuable.
They're not. They're not here to defend. And they got BKB on Gabby as well. It's flying out, I think.
But Dreamocell doesn't have TV for 10 seconds.
Wait. Oh my god, they just got the courier though. I think that is BKB on it for Drow. Am I crazy? Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know if it even matters because they got the racks.
That's true. That's fair. Thinking they might be able to transition that into heading elsewhere afterwards. But BKB done for the Arc Warden now as well. But a couple couriers slain.
I think you're right though, because he doesn't have it queued up. So it looks like that was actually mega value.
Any other ones taken down? Also, the Venge's courier went down as well. Not as important, but...
Yeah, we'll just assume that was wards, judging by his inventory.
Good old wards. Okay, so back towards mid next. See what they can do here. As Dreamocell has his little clone. KP gonna get hit by that Flux. Walks out together with the Drow. And they are all kinds of fine and dandy. Oh my god, the multi-shot damage talent. And
where are the bubbles?
Oh, they got him though with the 4-step afterwards.
Oh, nice.
And FPZ just dead. Damn.
But Lyrical, he has a 10-second BKB.
Oh man, that's really rough. And the Aegis is going to expire, but they can't get the catch onto Gabby. Now turning with that multi-shot damage, it's destroying him. Focus fire to actually blow him up though. They are going to be able to get out with the rest. but they kill off the Drow as the Aegis expires.
Okay, Dreamcell had double Force Staff. Where's the big play, Dreamcell? Come on. Like the cast range is so nerfed on those damn things now. He couldn't get in there.
Yeah.
But I really want to see Arc Ward pull out a double Force Staff now because that sounds hype as hell.
That would be sick.
Split everyone outside of the Underlord Uber.
So how much does this one like melee rack sort of ensure things at all for TNC?
Not at all.
Does it? Nothing at
Pretty
all.
much worthless. Yeah. Okay. I think 2 lanes is the big one. That's going to help a lot with spreading the Arc Warden thin to like create another situation. Of course, it's good. You know, you want to get that done. It's going to occupy more of FBZ's time, pushing out that bottom lane as well as Dreamcell's time. But in the end, that death on Gavi is pretty bad. And as you said, that BKB, like,
yeah,
that's kind of what did it. I mean, he got avalanched and then just like ran down. He took almost 2,000 magic damage.
Yeah.
Get hit by 4 spark rates? Damn.
That's problematic. And now with Hurricane Pike done also on Boom, you can see that like it you know, it's still favoring TNC right now, but this could change very rapidly in the next couple of minutes here. Particularly depending upon what happens with the next Aegis.
Yeah. Yeah, that is not that far away. And I just want to... I'm really curious about this courier, if that indeed was what happened. And yeah, that is 100% what it was. Man, that is awful.
Yeah.
That's like some serious game-changing stuff.
Courier snipes, very important.
Yeah, I didn't think that they would be able to kill her even with it.
Well, now Smoke Up with 4, heading up to the top side to try and secure some bounty runes. Meanwhile, Tim's is there to push the wave again afterwards. And they won't run into anybody here most likely, but they will be able to at least get those bounties picked up.
What did the Dire have? I mean, they have Treants. They can just keep sending into the Roche pit. Maybe they can get a line of Eno wards down if Kezki makes his way up top for a little bit. But that is a huge item. And Wind Ranger, she's the constant one more item, but this is a pretty good spot in the game. Blink, BKB, MKB. Even though she's poor, in the realm of cores this match, she can kill anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really scary. And you do have some, like, you know, auras there to help out. They've got the Crimson Guard and the Greaves done for Mirana, which is pretty huge. But it's still not, like, an infallible thing. And there's a lot of magical damage that's there. And just sort of straight up damage as well. She hits hard on Makoto.
And this was also a pretty early Roche, too. So we're going to get the refresher with the eggs.
Okay. Well,
what do we even want?
Oh, wait, they're just going high ground here. Backdoor is taken off, and they're going to be able to sneak it up in time. They force out the glyph.
Man, they get caught again.
Yeah. Just not anticipating that quick move coming from TNC, and they're sort of guerrilla warfaring it. Suddenly, everybody's pressured back, and bottom lane is going to push in naturally. So this is a pretty good move to force everybody from Boom back into their base again. As Arrow hits.
They got another one.
Up top. They got him. FBZ always tossed back, though. Good save there by Hyde.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't actually going to punish anyway.
Yeah.
KB just kind of threatened it by walking up.
And down bottom, seeing the problem, Dreamcell is going to get a ton of damage onto that tier 3 tower. He is going to be a nuisance continuously. But next tier of items, Spell Prism.
Oh no, please. Not for the Arc Warden 2. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ice Frog. Don't give it to them.
Yeah, it just makes everything really sad.
And he's got his MKB now too, so Dreamcell, not even just the building threat, a flicker. All right, that's one. Oh, I don't even know who wants that. That's kind of a cool item on the Wind Ranger, I feel. That could help. Then she wouldn't have to like burn her BKB for the silence. Ooh, speaking of items, oh man. I mean, who takes the relic?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess maybe,
they have like too many good items in Heroes. Anyway, they're also roaching for an eggs.
Yeah, this is big. What do they take here with this one?
I'm really just gonna give it to Gabby. Yeah.
Okay. Aegis, Ags, huge increase in effective power spike now. KP is going to come back to defend this bottom lane again. Meanwhile, the rest of Boom is grouped up and smoked and ready to battle if things start breaking out here. Does not appear. Oh, Gabby. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, and they have the Timeless Relic too on high. That's who they went with. So big burst damage for him now.
One more item left apiece. The Witless Shaco could be good for the Wind Ranger as well, but kind of wants to keep that Greater Fairy Fire just for the damage right now. Looks.
Yeah, she might ride that out and then just see how it feels after that. So we get the Minotaur Horn for TNC and the Magic Lamp. That's actually kind of okay for Kescube, but he has the Telescope.
Yeah.
And the Gem.
He has a lot of things.
Oh, he's going to get these wards. That's nice.
Okay.
Oh, did he see? Someone saw. God, the Aeon Gem is so tiny. No!
They're not getting it. Okay, well, whatever.
And
So
they probably
KP
thought they were closer.
KP is sending a big wave down bottom, and then probably going to group up with the rest of his team afterwards. He has a craggy coat.
You see his 200 bonus damage? I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the eggs.
That's true. That would have been pretty hype.
It's still effectively more... just always damage on Drow, so, you know, that's kind of why. All right, Gabby, just multi-shot the buildings. Why hasn't he thought of that yet? Am I right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Fair point. Make it happen. I was kind of wondering if KP eventually... Ooh, toss back. Caught him. Force staff away afterwards. Jump in from Armel. They got the focus fire, but able to get Gabby out. Now trying to retreat. It looks like they're able to escape for the moment. March is taking a lot of damage. Almost dying. March being brought low, but barely able to live. And the power shot ends her. So just like that.
Oh, no. Oh, they can't do it. No.
Dude,
we're going to be here
so
all, guys.
Frustrating. Oh, my God. Have Satanic on Gabby. But again, top lane is going to be pushed in by FBZ, who's out there in a moment. And they do find the illusion, going to destroy him rather rapidly. Wait, maybe they spot him. They get him. Arc Warden's still getting chased down
still
here.
There. They just killed him.
Oh, Makoto, though, the turn. Able to get it. Gabby pops the Satanic, turns to fight. Going to absolutely melt them if they stick around any longer. Hyde has to run away. They got Dreamo Cells in their sight and just gets destroyed. He has no buyback.
Yeah, that's not going to work versus Drow.
Damn. Big plays. Somebody needed to lay down the bubble first.
And the creeps are coming mid.
He didn't have mana for bubble and TP. He was 30 mana short. Otherwise, Arc Warden probably lives there. Oh, maybe not. It doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, it's going to MKB, so I mean.
It's true. So they go immediately for these tier 4 towers, and just like that, when your strat revolves around one hero staying alive, when he dies, it is a problem. They do have the Veno back up soon. They pop the glyph now. Meanwhile, Hyde brings the jump in, but not going to be able to get it. Shackle Shot going to land onto both of them, but they're still winning. GG is going to be called. TNC going to tie the series up 1 game apiece.
Yeah, Makoto would have had to do it all there, and admirable effort there to like delay to the point where it started to kind of turn with the Arc Warden spells, and you see this advantage versus the Drow strat. But in the end, they just did not get enough like in that space. Like, I mean, it's hard to just pick on one person, but at the same time, like there was so much pressure on Makoto this game, and it was just way too much for him to bear. Like he would have to be like completely ungodly performance. That's what you need to win this game. You gotta go off on like some like topsome ass play. That's the only way you take this victory. And he almost had those moments, but I think Armel was just a little bit too good. Like he didn't have to do that much at the end of the game on Armel, but he carried a lot through that mid and early game, and that Aghanim's timing was completely perfect.
Absolutely perfect coming from TNC as they win with the Drow strat and the Void Spirit. Back to the panel, see what they need to do for game number 3.
Time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go.
The panel prediction curse continues. We got it wrong here on the panel, but TNC got it right in the game where it counts. We're back to an even split 1-1, and now we fall back into a best of 3. Winner takes all here in the grand final of ESL 1 Thailand. My lads are back here on the panel. Danog, Poglet. This Drow strat seems quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, I thought initially that it was going to be Boom that ran with it. They went for the first pick Venomance, which, you know, there is some value to be said that you can just go to this strat of, right, we beat you with this in game number 1. Now it's up to you to try and beat us with it. But I think the Vengeful Spirit first pick was the way to go for Boom.
Yeah, especially when you saw how much damage that multi-shot was doing with the Drow. Also, low-key, I'm now 2-0 with the curse predictions.
I'm going to give you 1-1. You were just straight out wrong game 1. Game 2, you were like, let's just go with the opposite of what I said.
Yeah.
But
yeah, look how much damage it does.
Damage. The damage in Tim's, of course, showing why he has that 92% win rate on the Mirana. Racks up another one, so he's probably up to like 94 at this point. But it was just a total domination from minute 1. I don't know if KP died at all that game either. He was just super solid all throughout.
Yeah, he didn't get many kills, but that's what happens when you're the taxi for your team. You're that aura for the team, but you don't really need to auto-attack anything. I think you built a Halberd plus a Greaves, and that was his like actual kit for the entire game.
Yeah.
But you play your position well, and you make sure the rest of your team can play around it, and that's exactly what KP excels at.
Look at that rotation through, taking advantage of the Dark Rift not being penalized by the outpost rotation, trying for a cheeky little power shot here. I was like, you gotta hit Tims, but he was able to just leap away, keep his life, and of course, mid laner for a pos 4. You'll take that every single time. And yeah, just, I don't know, they just took these fights at the perfect times each time, and when you've got an Arc Warden draft, if that Arc Warden dies, all of your momentum is gone. How are you taking towers beyond that?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the first death without that buyback. They just take the racks in the mid lane, they take tier 4s, they take the game, and the GG call is very quick after.
Yeah.
It's a shame to see.
I think the biggest thing with this is FBZ didn't really have an impact on this game. You know, we've seen it sometimes with Nature's Prophet. Yeah, he can take over certain games where he does have the right start to it, but it just felt like FBZ really wasn't in this here for Boom. And no flame to FBZ, the way that he plays these heroes, but it just feels like this Nature's Prophet is kind of like the Arc Warden, right? Like, you know, a few deaths can really set you behind. You need to make sure that you're on the front foot, pushing into these towers so you can start dictating the pace, and it just felt like this Nature's Prophet just really didn't feel like it was working out for Boomin. But I mean, TNC, this draft is really good, and it's really hard for them to play against as well.
I think he was just trying to farm far too much, right? Like, it's fine to have Dreamer Cell there, sitting back, getting big, making sure he's able to shove waves out, and then also have the net worth to keep the base safe against what is still a really decent pushing lineup on TNC side. But you need to get so much more active with FBZ and Mikoto, right? I don't think we saw any Sprout shackle shot combinations throughout that entire game, and you need to do that, especially against something like this Tim's Mirana. Like, look at his items. He's got a Crimson Guard and a Guardian Greaves. That's not going to get you out of a shackle. That's not going to save you from that. You know, if he goes, I don't know, a Glimmer Cape, then you can potentially dodge it, you know, things of that nature. But just not forcing TNC to go into items that they might not ideally want to have.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of you. I think the way Boom drafted them is not their style. I think they need to have active players, like the active core hero on FBZ and active support on KSQ.
Prophet can be active, though. That's the thing. They just didn't do it.
I don't think it can be with Arc Warden, though. That's the thing, because both of those heroes, they want space. Like you said, they'll be farming different lanes. There's almost never a point where they both have an item timing at the same time, and they both want to fight. Usually it's, oh, I get this item, I want to split push. I get this item, I want to fight. And it's just an awkward balance between the two.
I suppose, but Drow's kind of a squishy hero too. So if you're able to just get on top of her with 4 heroes, you don't need the Arc Warden there to do a lot of it.
That's true.
Well, on the other side of that, I think the way that TNC played around, like usually when you see these Drow strats, sometimes you go all in with them, but I really think that this Void Spirit pickup from Armor was really good. You know, he was coming in, he was stepping in. As soon as he got that Ags, you get that Resonant Pulse out. AoE silence is really good against something like a Venomancer. There was no way that KSQ had a way to purge off that silence from himself, so he had to wait until, you know, miss opportune times to get his spells off.
Even just against the Tiny, right? I think there were a number of fights where he just constantly trailed the Tiny, made sure he was CC'd. You know, you've got a Yule Scepter and into an Aether Remnant as well. So what can you really do to get that teamfight disruptor off? And yeah, just never happened. Armel, solid game.
Yeah, he really does tend to step up when TNC need him to the most. You know, this game was one of those games where Mikoto potentially could have popped off on something like a Wind Ranger, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. But Armel's looking strong, and I think the biggest thing from this series so far is the fact that it's a 1-1 split means that both these teams aren't just going to falter so easily.
No, like you've still got a small buffer. Obviously, you will be on match point if you take game number 3, but still, there's a little bit of room to play with. I think we might see something a little different again from both of them.
Yeah, I maybe not for... If TNC can get their way, get those style of drafts, I feel like they'd be happy to play it every time.
I don't think Boom's going to let him. That's the thing.
I was going to say, Boom can't let that happen. And Boom, I think they have to go back to the drawing board, like you said, because that just doesn't feel like them. When I see Boom, I think, oh, they'll play 5-man Dota at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and they'll play these fights to like near perfect execution. I never really see them excel at that split push style. I just don't think it's them.
And just one last thing to touch on there about the draft from this game. Boom banned out the Abaddon themselves in the first phase, which I thought was really shocking. Like, yes, it's a strong hero against the Venomancer, but you've left the Oracle in the pool, and I'm sure that March would prefer to play Oracle over the Abaddon. So it feels a little bit like a wasted ban for them, especially in that super valuable first phase.
Yeah. Well, you know what is magical, lads? Mercedes-Benz MVP. And we got something special to show you guys here from a Mercedes-Benz MVP. If you are so nice to put in your Mercedes-Benz MVP votes, you go into the draw to win one of these 50 beautiful artworks from the top 4 of ESL 1 Birmingham. We've got some beautiful ones here. We've got Laylis in here. We've got Jabs, our boy here, who's sitting quite at the top here for the Mercedes-Benz MVP in ESL 1 Thailand. We've got Puppy as well. These artworks are actually sick, by the way. We saw these a couple of days ago, and now being able to see them in their full beauty and, you know, the full 4 set as well is insane. So if you guys do put in your votes for the Mercedes-Benz MVP, which I'm sure that you guys have already, you do go into the running to win one of those 50 artworks as well, and they'd be insane to have on any wall.
They would be super nice. I'm looking out for the Febby one. I want the Febby one. That's what I want on my wall. It's Kyo's Christmas present, so we'll see what we can do.
Might have to hit up the artists after that, but you know, they look sick. And the fact that it's like the player impersonating the hero and all the items as well just looks insane. I think those are super sick, and I'd be super excited if I could win one of those. So maybe, you know, nudge lads, I would like one of those artworks. But you do have to put in your votes to Mercedes-Benz MVP to go in the running to win one of those beautiful artworks here. We're going to go to a short break, boys and girls. On the other side of this, we're going to restart with a best of 3 here up against TNC as well as Boom. Who's going to come out on top? You'll have to stay with us and find out.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
I'm starting to salivate at the prospects of some very powerful souls being fed to me at the end of ESL 1 Thailand. But we are even Stevens right here in our best of 5 grand final. TNC and Boom, one apiece. Who's going to come out on top? You guys have to wait and see like the rest of us. My panel back here, Danog, Poglet. You lads ready for game number 3?
Well, we know because whoever he picks, it's just the other one, right?
That's true. The panel curse is here. So basically, as soon as this draft is done, whatever Poglet says, we're like, all right, we'll just give that other team, we'll just give them the point, and we'll just go into game number 4.
Yeah, just launch it, redo the lobby.
Honestly, I could just tell you the next 3 games. We could just stop here.
All right. No, real talk. Off the top of your head, what are you thinking for the next 2 games minimum?
I think Boom's going to come back and win this one. So clearly TNC are going to win. And then it'll go to game 5, which means TNC are actually going to win 3-1.
All right. Well,
I'm feeling hyped for a game 5. You know, both these teams are looking pretty strong next to each other, but it looks like we've gone back in time and we're rerunning game number 1, lads.
A wide hunter. I love it.
Man after your own heart.
I was
going to say.
Super wide.
Have you seen that skin though? Like the new dad bod skin? It's all its prime.
But lads, you know, we're pretty deep in the draft here. Second phase bands are coming through nice and hot and heavy here from Boom. They start out with an Abaddon here. They have the Tide Hunter, so they have 2 heroes that can get out of the RP. So right now, they have the Borrow Time that they can pop, they have the Kraken Shield, and they've also got the Aphonic Shield. So let's think of it as 3 heroes get out of this RP. So Armel, buddy, sorry to say, you're going to have to hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging. He did it once, like with 3 heroes in the previous game number 1, so it's doable. I think Boom have been pretty good with their positioning. Dreamer Cell in game number 2 was a little off with his Arc Ward and just being like it felt like if he wasn't inside his base, he was pretty much dead just because of all the vision that TNC had. But I don't know. I think he's going to get given a lot more to work with this time around. TNC realizing, of course, the strength of that Terrorblade, making sure that's taken away. TNC could just very well go back to the PA. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, you see the Ursa, the Slug. I would not be surprised as the next band's PA, especially with that Terrorblade, like you said, being removed.
Oh, Timber.
Okay, they're not scared of the PA.
That gives them the Tidehunter lane. I think that's the biggest thing. Tidehunter and the Abaddon. We saw in one of the series where I believe it was Sparking Arrow picked the Abaddon as a 4. That's where the Timbersaw really ran over the top of them.
Yeah, I was about to say that ain't it. The position for Abaddon, I think it's 3 or 5 or nothing. And even as a 5, it's a boom specialty.
And it's true. Looks like now they're going to come back here with Rubik.
They do not play Pos 4 Rubik as well, so maybe just wanting to take that away from TNC. It was Tim's that played it in that game number 1, so I think maybe just trying to do a bit of block picking going on there. The thing about this first pick about him, we rail on it a lot, but it doesn't reveal anything about their draft. TNC were never going to pick it, so it leaves them somewhat open. It means that they can, with that Tidehunter, of course, just come out and be that little bit of a surprise pick with the first phase. But now we've got the Tiny. I'm feeling pretty strong about it already. Like, you've got a defensive support, you've got an offensive support. Tiny can even be a little bit defensive. And again, it just feels like they're going to go for this 4 protect 1 style.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, right? You've got that Magnus in the mid lane. Armel did have a bit of a shaky Magnus game, let's be real, on game 1.
It was against a Veno, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's against a really solid matchup. But the Empower bot that is Magnus, which is originally why he started getting picked in the off lane, Pos 4. We've seen it Pos 5, No Tail played it recently as well. You might as well just commit with an Oracle, have that item build up quickly on the core. I can't see a way around it, but PA right now looks so strong. Even against the Tidehunter Abaddon, or Tidehunter Rubik, I should say. That lane just feels playable for PA.
They haven't banned out the Bat Rider, which I'm a little bit surprised about for TNC. They always do it. Yes, you've got an Oracle on your side, so it's okay. But still, if you're laning it in that mid, it's, a Shadow Fiend. Okay, something a little different here. Makoto Shadow Fiend.
This is one of the ones that he can pop off on as well. We've seen him, be the top of the charts in these games that he has played that Shadow Fiend. Gives him a little bit of a better lane against the Magnus as well. So maybe forcing TNC to make that audible where they go, all right, KP, you're going to play the Magnetar this game. We're going to give you, the responsibility to play that and then try and give Armel a little bit of a stronger lane.
You got to be that right clicker though, right? Like you can't just be sitting back and being magic damage Shadow Fiend. It's much better in the lane, of course. B, it transitions into late game. C, you can take towers. You're not going to be countered by Oracle quite so much, which is nice. And I think building an AC is pretty important as well for this Shadow Fiend. I know that's getting super late into it, but I think it's still pretty good.
I mean, if you look at the late game as well, that Sanj Yash plus Satanic build-up, that's quite natural. It's a lot of status resist against this Tiny, against this Magnus, against whatever they want to run on the KP offlane. Obviously, we don't really talk about lockdown and core players on the carry that much. But I like this from Boom. They've picked 4 heroes that realistically TNC were never going to pick, which means they're finally like, you know what, we'll play our style. We don't really care about what TNC have because they've let that Void Magnus combo through.
Yeah, so a little bit dangerous. It's not... I mean, Tidehunter into a Void is all right. You can bully him out of the lane fairly easily with the Anchor Smash. You're not going to have a ton of kill potential with this Oracle. Maybe at level 3, once you've got a couple of points into the Purifying Flames. But other than that, it's not too much to be scared about. You should be able to bully the Faceless Void super early on. Maybe we'll see some waves being cut behind the tower.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward lane to cut, though, because you're just going to have Rubik pestering you over and over again if that's the way you want to play that lane. And that Fade Bolt plus Anchor Smash, he's going to hit for like 12 damage.
Yeah.
Or maybe about 20, including the Quelling Blade.
It's a lot of, like, I don't want to say burst damage, but this game is heavily going to be based off the time walks that Gabby's going to get off, right? Because you've got triple raise, immediately just time walk it off. You've got Anchor Smash, time walk it off. You got Fade Bolt, time walk it off. There's nothing super slow like this Venomancer or Bat Rider or anything like that just yet. And they don't have a ton of stuns right now either on Boom. You've got a Ravage and you've got a Lift. That's it. Especially if you're not going into this magic damage Shadow Fiend, which might be building into a Yule's, maybe a Sheepstick super later on. So I think they need to pick something with some sort of lockdown with their last pick.
Well, Drow is banned. That would have been a pretty solid stance, and we've seen that against the Magnus combos decently. What's left for them, really? Troll ban.
Sven's the only thing that I can think of. Looks like Boom right now, they understand that KP can flex with this Magnus, so right now they're trying to ban out a few more of Armel's heroes to make sure that Makoto has a good lane on this Shadow Fiend, because we've seen it before, he can scale really well. They've got a lot of team fight as well, but Is the Sven the answer here for Boom? Is there much else?
I think Sven's quite...
There's the anti-mage, but you're in a super vulnerable position. You're probably not going to want to go into things like the SNY build on the anti-mage, just based off how things have gone recently in the tournament. Of course, you trust Dreamercell with whatever item build he chooses to go for. Oddly enough, with the Faceless Void against an anti-mage, you can go even for something like a Desolator as a super odd build, but you do need it to be able to focus him down before he's able to just jump around these team fights.
Yeah, that could work. I mean, I'm circling back to like something like a PA Sven burst damage.
Yeah.
That would be... Because right now, I don't think they will ever be able to build enough lockdown. I do love that laner pick, by the way. A nice, simple hero that can obviously play the mid lane against what will be Shadow Fiend. That's been happening since 2011 when Dota 2 came out. Hasn't really changed either.
It's an RML hero, and it means KP Magnus is going to be the way they're going about it.
What do we feel about a Dreamercell Morphling here, lads?
If you get chronoed, you're dead. If you get RP'd, you're dead.
But
If you get Laguna Blade from the trees,
We've seen it time and time again that Dreamercell has been playing this Morphling to an extremely high level, getting a lot of those shifts off, and we've seen it, quite a few times that, yeah, Tiny, this might have a nice blink initiation, but these players are fast enough, and these players are good enough to get that Agi morph off, or strength morph.
yeah, I don't hate it. It's incredibly ballsy though. Like Boom would be putting every bit of chips.
Ooh, let's go.
Okay, yeah.
The green man, the one true king.
I like it. It gives them more tower push, use not just one win condition on your side, which is nice. And of course, against the Chronosphere, against the RP, you don't really care all that much. You've got that secondary life that you can just go back to. So I think it's a nice way for them to round out the draft.
That gives them good tower push, gives them good scalability, but is it enough here, lads? Where's the panel curse going to go this time?
Oh, I'm cursing TNC for sure.
All right.
So you're picking TNC.
Yeah, I am picking TNC.
All right, Poglet's going to go with TNC. What about you, Danog, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to go TNC as well.
You're going to go with TNC as well. All right, looks like my panel here have decided to curse TNC. I'm going to go with Boom and see who's going to be correct here on our panel. We're going to hand it over to our casters. It's going to be Lyrical and Trent.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like land. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have tied the series up. The panel has spoken, and game number 3 about to start. Trent, we've got a matchup as old as time. Wraith King facing off against Faceless Void, a little bit of Shadow Fiend and Lena thrown in there as well. How you feeling about it?
Good. We always talk about the counter to the Chronosphere being buyback and those long cooldowns. Well, what if you just die twice? So there you go. Aegis, buyback, and reincarnation will be there to help us out. So Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess that's another one of our fresh Arcanas, too. So the harvesting some bones here on Dream of Cell. And look at that beautiful axe. That's a hell of a weapon right there. I like this. But in combination with the Shadow Fiend, man, we got Arcanas all over the place. They have 3 Arcanas on their team and 1 on the enemy.
They're going to win then, right? That's the way that works?
Simple arithmetic, my good man.
FBZ, gotta run, gotta hide, but March chasing, they can't get into range. FBZ's out of there. This might set them up to get 3 bounty runes, actually. They're gonna need to move over and contest this on Dreamocell, most likely, or they're just gonna leave. Wait, what's happening?
He'll just run over on Dreamocell, and then theoretically, though, you might see the skewer from the high ground from KP.
Yeah. Tim's.
But then you have skewer, so.
And Makoto, they can't really come up there and contest again. They need to be careful not to show on Gabby, though. If they show there, that might signal that they can come in and contest up the high ground. We'll have to see. Kezcute walks on forward, has a Photic Shield already. March thinking about going in there, and as you said, skewers available potentially. Oh,
he clipped him!
Hello! Oh, he's stuck up there while KP's going to go pick up a couple bounties. And
I'll just go grab those, good sir.
That's 3 for TNC. And Dreamocell, what you doing up there, buddy? He's going to TP out.
But imagine if Tim's had TP'd bottom.
Ooh. Would have been the dream.
And he had an OBS, too. What even happens then? What if Tim's actually just TP's bottom and OBS? Oh, well, his TP wouldn't have been ready. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess there you go. It's nerfed, guys. Cliffing is nerfed.
But if Tim's was there, just in general, then it would have been a problem.
Yeah, that'd be a huge problem.
I think you just lose at that point, right? Like,
I think so. Like, if that TP gets canceled, I mean, you do have 3 TPs though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but you could actually just come back in a minute, and you'd have an obs ward.
Yeah.
So then, well, I'm just glad that didn't happen. As exciting as that is to theorize and analyze, we'll actually have real Dota here and not a throwaway game. So, Dreamocell starts the harassment onto KP. Kezcute did start with the Aphotic Shield.
Right.
Even though it's just him versus the Mag right now. So, we'll probably be hoping he can get into the Curse, I would think.
Yeah, eventually to trade a little bit more effectively. I guess the other argument is that if you're trading with a Photic Shield on you, that's also going to be better trade than you might see otherwise.
Oh, that's a nice combo.
Pulls him back in underneath the tower. Kezcute with the toss and the skewer, taking a lot of damage. They can't quite bring him down, though.
Pretty sweet alley-oop play, though.
And
nearly level 2 for KP during all that, which could have been quite bad. Another toss back.
Oh,
the shield though, but man, boom! You know, we've heard the panel talk about this a little bit too. This ABBA that they're really into, and not many other teams opt for it. I think they mentioned that No-Tail's been playing a little bit too, but it's a really tough support to make work.
Yeah, it is.
It's not what it was with the deny potential before.
No, and I think that like particularly you see that just not miscoiling. It's a completely different style of play that you have to take. And now going to be able to pick up a salve, head back into the lane afterwards. Should mention mid lane, Armel is kicking it right here. 13-4 versus 6-0 on Makoto. He's really giving him the business.
Yeah, Lena is one of the lane killers these days. I feel like we only really get SF into those melee matchups these days.
Yeah. Definitely not as often seeing it this way around. And a toss back over to the side again. Kezcute pulled in while contesting the wave a little bit more. And you can see that he is just going to have to retreat away again. A little bit too scary. But yeah, mid is going to be a tough one for Makoto. Obviously, gain more souls will be helpful. But Armel should be able to kind of keep the pressure on here, you'd think.
And top lane looks really good for Boom. I mean, Tide and Rubik versus Oracle and Void. Consistent damage over time from the Tide Hunter, so not a lot you can do as a Void to like abuse your time walk to stop that harass, and Hyde should be able to mess with March and the pulls quite a bit as well. As you can see, they've already sentry this to control it. March is grabbing the aggro on it so that he can't pull left there. Whoa, I think that's stuck.
Yeah, well played. And down bottom, the toss afterwards, make sure they don't get the silence, but the setup for some pretty good damage on a KP afterwards with the stun coming from the Wraith King. So very like tanky ass. I mean, it's just 4 strength heroes in a lane beating on each other, basically bottom.
And it is a very good situation for the ABBA is one thing. Like, this is the kind of lane where I think you can completely get away with it too, because you have a rather aggressive position 1 here on the Wraith King.
Ooh, an FBZ drawing first blood, taking out March.
Yeah, I was waiting for this room battle down bottom as Tim's just take it up and keeps chasing Kezcute.
He keeps the punches
Mango.
on. Maybe a chance. He does have Avalanche as well, but not going to go for the full dive.
Yeah, it's too risky. Although, if he with the full combo, oh, he's chasing the courier.
Tim's thinking they're over there, drops the ward, and that's going to be the end of the chase probably. So he wants to make something out of that rotation at least, which does make sense, and maybe can set up there. They do scan, but it's not going to spot him. Avalanche afterwards, toss back onto Armel. Tim's making the plays happen, but a raise, a second one could come out. They find 1 kill. Makoto miss uphill. They can't get him. Oh my God. The save coming with that miscoil from Kezcute.
Makoto's like, yeah, but you didn't even fill my bottle.
Damn.
Yeah, big save there. And it's the 5-minute mark anyway, so Makoto can just stack the camp, grab his bounty, and be quite content. So well done. Very unfortunate for Tim's. He tries to get that early action going again. But now he has his Tranquil Boot, so he's very fast.
I don't know if that miss uphill would have changed anything. It looked like it was close enough that it would have been a kill, but might not have mattered anyways. But good rotation from the ABBA. Helps make sure he's fine. Down bottom, you can see KP just getting beat on a little bit by these skeletons. And
yeah, and you can see Dreamacell queued up there. Like, they've got RP, they've got Chrono, they have Avalanche and Toss, and they have LSA. So I don't know how much I'm going to be swinging. So I'm buying the Radiance.
Just stand there and do damage. Be a pest. And so far, Skewer back underneath the tower. Dreamacell going to summon some skeletons, and that keeps him from being in too much trouble.
Oh, that's a cute play.
Yeah.
That was all off the back of him trying to mess with that catapult. And try and like time his stun to make sure he gets the last on the catapult. And KB's just like, I'm just going to skewer you.
Ooh, Light Strike Array going to connect, and does have Laguna, but can't quite get there in time to try and burst down Makoto. Yeah. Nice catch-up performance by the SF so far. Granted, a little bit under Armel still, but it's not anything to write home about. And you can see that across all the lanes, things looking pretty good for all the cores.
Yeah, not too shabby. They're starting to catch up with Gabby a little bit too. He was a little bit behind. Is again another toss back to LSA.
Well, and Armel has to run away here. High telekinesis pulls him in. Pops the that was well done to take off the little stacks of the stuns or the silence potential.
Yeah.
All right, 2-0 so far. As we hit the 7-minute mark and getting a look at those net worths. Tide actually sitting up on top for FBZ. He is going to rotate into the jungle with level 6, and they're going to take over that stack.
It's all under a ward, so they at least know this is happening, but I don't think they can get past.
No, this is terrifying. It goes down so quickly. Maybe he can steal some of these creeps here. It does take a couple of them away.
Well, he got a lot of those.
Over. That was pretty big.
He got almost all of them.
FBZ, he's still there. Has Ravage available. Do they bring him down in time? Laguna, it's not enough. The stick and the hood came out in time. But the Chrono is going to land afterwards. Tim's trying to keep the rest of them away. That also cost the Shadow Fiend. Over on the other side, the toss in from the Tiny. And they're going to take 2.
It's not the heat.
I mean, he got the Ravage off, but there was no one really there. They were kind of stuck down in the river and on the low ground, and they just don't have that much damage to throw into it. So great job contesting there between the LSA and just bringing so many heroes. I didn't think that they would want to commit that much, but the Chrono really helped there.
Big winner in all of this, of course, is going to be Dreamacell, though. Gets a free lane to himself, pressures down bottom, takes the tower. Looking very, very good. As he is currently top net worth and has the Midas done. Didn't even have to go boots. That's what that rotation gets.
Oh my god, it's Purge Cast the Pub episode 17. Iron Branch Skeleton King. It's back. Oh, we're going in the past.
Time is a flat circle.
More branches.
Well, Hyde going to run into him for a moment along with Gabby. I guess the other thing we haven't talked a ton about is going to be this Magnus playing around with giving him power to the Void. Obviously amazing for him later on.
Cleaned up that other stack that kind of got ignored when that whole fight broke out, and Armel stole everything else with Dragon Slave.
Right. Yeah, that part's nice. So as the early game keeps on closing down and we're still sort of in the laning phase, I think the biggest worry that I have if I'm TNC is there hasn't been like any pressure on DreamOCell at all.
Yeah, that's going to start though, because they've done the full rotation top, so Gabby TP'd out. The Chrono isn't there for another 40, so that is true, because it's kind of hard to bring him down without that, although they could just go for like an RP Laguna Blade.
Yeah. He is saving a point as well, though.
Yeah, and he just straight up takes it now.
Yeah.
Not playing any more games.
No. As we get close to the 10-minute mark, and Runes looks like they're going to be able to sneak one OR away here as March is right in position. Hello.
He's crafty.
There's TP's away. Easy peasy.
TP's mid too. No panic.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit the double tap.
There is a Radiant Observer Ward right on top of Gabby right now. But there's no real way that they can make a play, although Tim's he's got Makoto in his sights.
He's calling for someone to TP.
But they can't get there in time, it looks like.
Guys, come on, please. That's too late.
Armel's TPing now, but yeah, as you said, it's already past the time when something effective could happen.
And now they see him on the off-sentry combo.
Yeah. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyways. FBZ takes over the unsafe farming area. And KP steals away some creeps. Perfect. Just what you love to see. And both teams feeling fairly confident, just sort of waiting until we get to the later stages here. But they do have a nice answer as this game goes on for FBZ with just the Chrono. If they can bring him down in the duration of it.
I want to see Makoto pop off. That's what I want to see.
Yeah?
Yeah. We got Yule's SF. Like, let's go. Come on.
Okay.
This thing's fun to watch.
Toss back there. Trying to chase, but nothing yet on the Shadow Fiend. Is Hyde just going to die to March?
He got chronoed.
Mitch, kill. He's got to be careful right now. Makoto just got the Yules along with the Faded Brooch. And I don't know if they're going to see this or not.
Tibbs is like, whoa, there's an SF.
Run away.
Retreat.
Yeah, stay back out of there.
Yeah, but Chrono down, so DreamOCell can play a little bit more aggressive in this mid lane. They want to hold this tower because we're thinking about that first Roche.
Yeah.
More so for Boom because they have the SF minus armor eventually coming online. Then they'll be heading into the pit with the Wraith King, Mr. Skeleton King. Sorry, Leoric, my bad.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. How dare I besmirch his
too.
Royal Highness.
Earlier as well. So they pressure in towards mid now. And with an Aphotic Shield Tidehunter, he is definitely going to get Ravage off. No question about that one.
Yeah, he only had level 1 Kraken last time too, and he still got it off.
Yeah. So
of course,
tier
that's
1
probably
power
what cost him an extra couple hundred HP.
Starting to fall. Moves on in, gets the tower, backs away afterwards. Easy as pie.
This is going to feel a lot like game 1. It's
Yeah.
very similar, where there's not really anyone who's like hunting for ganks and kills. It's mostly pressuring towers and creating fights off of objectives like Roche and tier 2s.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, who wants to make plays on TNC?
Yeah, nobody right now until the Shadow Blade comes out.
Armel's the only one.
And he is going to be getting a Shadow Blade, so he'll probably be looking to hunt people and needing to make those kills happen.
Yeah, and likewise, Tim's will be getting the Blink Dagger there too. So,
right.
I'd say Makoto's probably a little disappointed. Hasn't gotten anything down with his Yules.
Yeah, that's a frustrating thing, I'm sure, for him as well.
He must think they have like a warden here or something, the way Tim's is playing. I like Tim's. Oh, well, maybe not anymore. Oh,
They
but
did
wait, the
just
coverage from
deward it.
Armel.
Yeah, they're waiting. They know. Waiting for a bit of a step too far. Makoto. They're
They
just
can
waiting.
literally see Makoto right now.
This is really good. Light Strike Array. They get the Yule Scepter lift up. And poor old Makoto. Oh my god, dude. They baited that so hard. That
They
was
must be getting kind of annoyed with how long it was taking.
I know. Damn. So the thing about that was that they had just dewarded in here as well.
Yeah.
By Boom. So they thought that they were safe, but they were not.
That was definitely a tip moment. I don't know, too much respect or something going on here. You got to tip the hell out of that SF right there.
Now, the flip side to all of this is that it's still just AFK farming for the Wraith King. Dreamless is going to have his Midas back up again. This is going to be Relic done. He is mega farmed.
Dire's bottom tower
That's true.
is under attack.
And they have the toss stone now as well for Tim, or for Hyde. rather.
Chrono just landing it, trying to bring him down in time. Light Strike Array afterwards, and no way to get out, and no point in ravaging. So they kill off the Tide. Making the moves.
Wow,
Place
didn't
to
even
place.
need the Laguna. Took almost 1,200 damage throughout that. Only 3 bashes for Gabby with that Mask of Madness. That's a little disappointing.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Not
fallen.
what you want to see. But on the other side for TNC right now, Tim's just got his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and with Armel helping out there, that's going to help fuel him in towards the Shadow Blade too. So it's go time now for TNC.
That's what it feels like.
And
They
Makoto,
don't have-
yeah, he still hasn't gotten his play either. So that's the real
Dire's top
frustrating
tower
part is he's going to get caught. Here's a play for you, Makoto. I mean, you can definitely RP this if you want.
Oh, he faked the LSA. Damn, that was pretty sick. And now Laguna Blade comes out, takes him down before the Ravage. KP, Mechanism, going to be popped, walks away from FBZ. Oh, wow. They completely outplayed him. Time dilation afterwards. Bashes come out. FBZ will get the Kraken, but in a ton of trouble as they're going to get the Avalanche toss back play onto Hyde. Going to bring him down as well. And my goodness, they are just dismantling them right here.
Yeah, on the one hand, Dreamless is all the gold, but he is not helping at the moment.
No, not in the least bit. And they will eventually finish off Kezcute also. And Dreamocell, I mean, he's got the Relic done, but not quite Radiance yet, and has not been able to join his team for the fights. Oh my god, Makoto. Oh my god, is he dead again?
Not again.
Dude, they're hunting. Makoto tries to unring around the Rosie, shows back again mid there, and they ping, but they won't be able to get him.
Yeah, they have the blink too. Pause there, some Kale.
Wow. As we take a look at that fight yet again, the Ravage came out, but they were just not quite able to follow up with it.
I mean, it's pretty much the same as the last Ravage, where hits a lot of heroes, but we don't have anything yet. Especially when SF is like the big hero you want to be following up on your Ravages.
Yes. Yeah, man. Makoto has just not really been able to have a game, it feels like. Right now, 1-2-0. And has not been able to make things happen with this early Yule's build. Did go back for the Boots of Travel afterwards, so it feels like he knows he kind of just has to sit back and try and AFK farm a bit.
Yeah, his game really stinks now, though. I'm sure he's not feeling too hot.
No.
It's really a hero that you're... I mean, it's supposed to be kind of free, like especially the first couple, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do when this guy just shows up and yules you? You're supposed to die. That's the answer. They don't have any heroes that should be surviving that. But very just good map movements as well as predictions from TNC as to what he was trying to do. And good ward coverage. Now, similarly, there's excellent ward coverage up in that top part of the map right now. Spotting Gabby. They've done this like double ward situation where you're trying to ensure that you have some vision over this part of the map. But it hasn't paid off for them. Although, now, then again, it's only a 1K lead right now.
Right, and that's I think one of the things to keep in mind is that like this has all been fighting before Dreamless Cell comes online and starts to like battle with them, and now with Radiance, I don't know how much he's gonna want to try and still fight, because you still, you know, it's not like he's crazy hard to kill. Does still have level 2 ulti.
Is he really doing this? Is
The
Dreamless
Manta?
still joking? Oh, what, you're gonna go Octarine after?
Yeah, Octarine for Wraith King. Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
I mean, it's not even like there's a crazy good reason for Manta here.
Yeah, it's I think that it is a lot for like the wave push out thing, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting him to go like Link BKB or something, like actually fighting.
Yeah. Maybe they're just feeling with like how far behind Makoto is, they can't fight. I don't know. Maybe he switches it up too. He could go something else eventually. They do have the D ward here now. As TNC, they are very grouped together, and so too is Boom.
They're trying to fake Roche.
Smoke inside Makoto, not caught in that smoke. They're going to be fighting right by this ward.
And they ran Kescute in, so they faked that they're in there. Oh, Armel, he Shadow Blade
still in this.
He sees them all.
Oh my god, this is really scary. And trying to find Drumoso, he got stunned.
How did that work?
He got the stun. March, still going to back away there for the moment, trying to find a jump, but it looks like they're not going to go. Damn, dude.
How did he just like get a spell and not die?
I don't know.
I got nothing.
Fear of the Ravage, I guess, is the biggest thing. Tim's not able to take back over this outpost as it's the 19-minute mark, so it looks like Boomer actually going to get both outposts here. Very interesting. And you would imagine that coming forward now, TNC are going to want to finish off some type of a pipe or something to help deal with the Radiance.
They could Roche right now because they should know they're going to go to that bottom outpost. Now
they can't
Tim's
take it.
is pinging Roche too.
They can't take the tier 2 though.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, that makes way more sense.
So Dreamocell, the one still standing guard. And Radiance, they don't have Blink yet on KP, so like actually running in there and fighting is very difficult. Top lane, Tim's just going to clear that wave away, while the Skeletons will do their own pushing stuff. And Dreamocell is scary. This guy is like very hard to deal with at this point. He's actually going to go for AC instead.
All right, anything but Manta, I'm fine with.
Are scanning.
Yeah, man, this is a tough one. I think that the only saving grace you've got for, well, not the only saving grace, but one of the saving graces you have for TNC is that the SF is still fairly poor, but he's starting to catch up a little bit to the Lina.
I don't know. I still kind of favor TNC a little bit.
Yeah?
I think they have the Chrono, they have the RP, and they have the better game still, but I guess Makoto is catching up more than I had anticipated. He's basically even with Armel at this point.
Yeah.
Only a couple hundred gold behind.
Armel, if he can get into that BKB in a decent timing, it would be pretty good as Cute, FBZ, and Hyde all grouped together mid as they're pressuring bottom. So TNC not wanting to give up a similar situation where they lose a tier 2 and then outpost again, but they're just going to retreat, still holding the Radiant jungle. Very interesting. Smoke up. And gonna run on in here. KP will be the one that breaks the smoke as Makoto shows himself. Lift up. Got him just like that. Tries to run away. What did he get? He got the skewer. And they will kill KP.
Only level 1 at the very least.
Yeah.
So nothing too crazy to give up.
Yeah.
But that does lower their potential for defending the Roche pit.
Way better than giving up Empower at this point, I think.
Yeah, that is for sure.
Uh-oh. Tim's. TP's away. Ravage me. Oh, they got there with Hyde. And the toss back the other way. TNC going to lose a couple heroes here as they manage to bring down Tim's.
Yeah, they glyph bottom, but they, I would think, are going to stick around for this. March is still covering Gabby to just give him an out. But they're going to also just trade that bottom tier 2 for the Roche right now because I don't think they want to fight.
Well done by Boom. They made some really solid movements here.
Oh, they're trying to jump Armel. Because they have this obs that's very sneaky.
Yeah.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Hidden by Armel right now.
Yeah, getting
right inside the camp.
Really good vision indeed.
It's like camouflage. Oh, I also have the autumn colors on, which probably isn't helping.
Yeah, that's fair. Take over the outpost. Blink Dagger done now for Mag. It's actually taking them a while to finish this, but TNC won't.
Well, look how they're sitting in it.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even have Makoto inside. They're just like, Dreamcell do it.
And this is really
they're
good.
kind of hoping they fight them.
I think this is really good by TNC too, just to not be showing, because it allows all the rest of their team to like farm up around the map while it's going on. All right. 23 minutes, Aegis there. And it is on Dreamcell, so you really can't try and focus this guy now.
Yeah, and it's not like there's no point going Diffusal, obviously, because he's almost 20 anyway. So if he had any thoughts of that.
Yeah.
And Gabby just went straight for the MKB and said, just noticed that he was clearly going Radiance. So he just said, all right, well, I do not feel like missing all my attacks.
Blink Ravage right away onto Armel, but he just Shadow Blades and walks away. That wasn't great.
Invisibility equals invincibility.
RP, another solo one to use. Chrono him too. Apparently it's the mood.
Wait, what? What just happened? Did he not have that dust? Or did he just say like, okay, never mind, this isn't a fight?
I'm not sure. Well, they used Ravage, so I mean, I guess that they didn't want to fight with it.
I guess they just didn't like what they saw. Maybe he thought there was like more heroes or something there. I'm not sure. A little bit odd.
Well, they have Chrono available.
Structures are fortified.
And Armel going to push out top as Makoto still doing perfectly fine. The wraparound's coming. Gabby going to try and jump away from this one. They meet back up with Makoto. No Ravage still. They do have Chrono follow-up if they wanted to, but doesn't look like they're going to go.
Yeah, where did Tim's find all this gold?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Has he just been farming waves or something?
I think
now he has Blink, Glimmer, and Yules in 10 gold. He's gonna have Yules. Like what? How did he catch him with a tide?
I'm not exactly sure.
I think he's actually just been pushing waves.
Just Tim's things.
Well, it also is they've sacked KP, right? That's the main thing. Is that KP has been running around trying to keep the Empower up and doing more jungling, whereas thus putting the pressure onto Tim's to push out these waves.
Money to burn.
And he actually is keeping an Imp Claw for himself, which is really interesting.
But Tim's, you have the Void. You could have gone Axe build.
Oh.
But at the same time, I actually think his build's more important because it just means that like they rely so much on Ravage.
Yes.
It's kind of like a one go because they still haven't built Blink on the Wraith King either. So they have this like either cheeky combo of the SF or it's just a Ravage play. And so if you can interrupt that with these defensive items, then that's big for you. Spell Steal out. It's going to be the Time Walk. Armel going to catch, but they have to Chrono if they want this.
Ravage back off cooldown soon. Jump in. Abatos blows him up. Just absolutely destroyed. And now they kill off the Wraith King and just going to run away. March trying to escape from this one. And the slowdown's going to be there. Not quite enough. Yule Scepter jump away. Requiem of Soul's not going to do anything either. So the only person they're going to get with this is March.
Okay, well, they do have the Ravage back up now, though. It was just a few seconds ago that FBZ. So that was a timely initiation from Tim's to make sure they did get that kill before that might have come back from FBZ or he's just able to cracking away from the Void and the Lina. But yeah, that's a TNC win there, forcing that buyback while that's still Aegis on the Radiant.
Yeah.
For another minute.
It's sort of that wait out game that you got to have now for TNC. If they're able to wait another minute before forcing another fight like that. I mean, it's crazy that they were able to still get the Wraith King in that moment. Even just the one time. But his ulti is back up again, so it doesn't really end up mattering. The bigger kill was, of course, FBZ, which is more permanent.
Quite a bit more.
Paladin Sword picked up now for the Shadow Fiend as we get the 27-minute mark. And in the meantime, Enchanted Quiver for Lina. That's a nifty one.
Paladin Sword must be good on Dreamcell, huh?
Yeah.
I feel like that seems crazy strong.
His skeletons get the Ring of a Kilo aura at least.
Yeah, if he hangs out with them. I don't think he parties with those mere peons.
It's true. The mana regen is also pretty nice, I think, because he doesn't have anything else for that.
That is true. His mana is 5.1 even with rings, so.
Okay. So 28 minutes. It's a 3,000 gold lead as the Aegis is going to expire.
Radiant are scanning.
5-11. And again, nobody really there to make moves.
Yeah, as we said, it's mostly objectives, and now it's going to be Roche. So everyone's kind of poking, hoping they can find that pick off that lead into the armor again.
They get Hyde. That's the kill they needed. A good bash, though. Dreamocell throws out the stun, just getting absolutely chunked now by RL. And the right clicks keep on coming, finds himself a bash, very low. RP used, they get the SF. Oh my god, KP did it. And now afterwards, they got Chrono gonna land onto the Wraith King, just gonna absolutely dismantle him. Armel somehow manages to get the kill steal there. And they're gonna bring down this ABBA as well. TNC, brilliant plays.
Yeah, they're finding the majority of the outplays almost throughout all these games, it feels like. Like, even when the fights look kind of even, they just... I know, Armel, man. Risky the way he's initiating, but the vision coverage just doesn't seem to be there from Boom. And they're getting burnt by it.
Well, and the other thing is that even if you do happen to, like, go on to Armel, March is right behind him. The strength of this Oracle. As tier 3 tower is going to fall. Rax afterwards. Up top, FBZ hoping to get some split push going. This is a Tide Under. What the hell is he going to do?
Kill the wave.
That's all you got, man. Toss back onto Kezcute. Got him again. No ulti in time. It was 5 seconds on cooldown, and they're just going bottom. They're going to get 2 sets of Rax off this, maybe.
I mean, if FPZ doesn't show, but they'll at least just poke the tier 3 and they'll head back because the wave's not coming. Man, Makoto needs to find a game, dude. It's painful. I can feel the anguish inside of him right now because it feels like he's contributed almost nothing. He's hit some creep waves, but like, at least Dreamocell is making me scared if I'm on the Dire, even if he is 1-1-1. Makoto, there was a big need for him in the past 2 games. Like, to be fair, it is another situation where they're putting a ton of pressure on his hero.
Right.
And perhaps in slightly unfair situations, much like the Wind Ranger game, but if they're going to have a hope here, he's got to step up, and he's missed some big moments. It's not even step up. He needs to overperform.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, but at the same time, that's what the draft was built to do for him, right? Like, that's what they're depending upon him to do, is fulfill this role, even if that role is maybe a bit large. So we'll have to see what they can do. And a couple of outplays. I think, again, well, we're going to have to hold that thought. As they're thinking about walking high ground here, that would be a death wish. And avalanche toss, dude, again. Got him caught, got to run. Trying to escape. KP runs in.
Here's the
RP. Can they do this, though? Dreamocell pulled back in. And Gabby, Armel just beating the crap out of him. He dies. And I don't even know if they... Oh, Ravage onto the BKB reactions for both. Oh, don't need to go into FBZ anymore. They turn onto Dreamocell. Take him down. Yule Scepter lift up. The beautiful Chrono comes from Gabby as they will get a triple kill. Kezcute also to fall. Damn.
Yeah, they can't get that initial stun to set up these Ravages. No. And so there's just an impossible task for FBZ of just like, what can I do if they have BKBs?
It's true. It's
according to the recap, Makoto did 1 raise.
Oh my god. Yeah, it might just, I don't know, they have to buy back now. Buying back with Skeleton King as well, but I don't know if they care that much. They cancel the TP in because he was gonna die. Ulti still, it's off cooldown actually. Chrono, his whole team, great, amazing. This is how they solve it. Oh, that was what it was. Okay, good play there by Rubik.
Yeah.
Not bad. Dreamocell looks like he's gonna end up going down. God, these Chronos from Gabby. They're gonna bring down the Wraith King afterwards. Pretty play by TNC. Damn, dude.
They identified what had to be done there from Boom, and they made it look completely stompy and impossible. And maybe I was a little too harsh on some of the movements there from Makoto, and maybe even like Dreamcell having a hard time getting in there, because even from the beginning, we saw that first attempt from Makoto, and we tried to get that Yule's play, and you just have Armel sitting on the high ground waiting as they just bait Tim's in lane. That pretty much summed up this whole game.
That's true.
It was just that.
Yeah. And that's an outplay at its heart. So good stuff coming in from TNC. Boom, struggling. 6 kills. They need more than that if they're going to win, most likely. But let's head back to the panel, see what they thought about that. Game number 3. TNC won away.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I am. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry.
Magnus Void, a combination that we've seen across the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand, proves why it is so strong here. Getting another victory here for TNC Predator and putting them one game away from the title of Champions of ESL 1 Thailand Asia Division. I have my boys back here on the panel to break down that third game here. Danog, Poglet. It looked pretty strong there from TNC. It felt like it was a few misplays coming out from Boom there.
I think a few misplays, but there wasn't anyone that played poorly on TNC's side. I think even just the hero picks that they went with fit for every stage of that draft. You know, you would just want to give March that Oracle as a bit of a block pick, prevent this damage over time strategy that Boom like to go. And everything else was just perfect, especially that Lina to finish things up, just getting rid of the impact of that Shadow Fiend entirely.
Yeah, I mean, like we said pre-draft, Lina versus SF, it's a tale as old as time. I have seen that in every single iteration of patches, no matter how bad those two heroes are. And it goes to show why Lina usually comes out favored. It's very easy to go that Yule Scepter build, get that stun combination, especially with Tim's throwing in. A couple times Makoto was getting soloed by Tim's here.
He was getting soloed, but really nice play there by Kezcute to be able to save him. If that Shadow Fiend went down, it would have been even more disastrous. But we talked about in the early stages just the difference between going this physical damage build on the Shadow Fiend and going this, I think he had Blink, Yule Scepter, and maybe BKB Boots of Travel after that. It doesn't work together, you know, it doesn't synergize well enough. Yes, you've got your Wraith King that could be the one on the front lines, just tanking up all this damage. You've always got Radiance burning, so they have to focus onto him. So I think the Shadow Fiend going into a build that was a little bit more sustainable was the play.
Yeah, I would have much preferred to see that Mask of Madness go with the SMY, Satanic, Daedalus on top of that at one point. And just, like you said, have that two cores on the front line. Wraith King obviously with the 2 lives, that Vampiric Aura for both of them.
Hell, even toss the Tide in there in front of you as well, right? Like, very tanky, these position 1 and 3 heroes. And Trent mentioned it, like, in that key team fight in the mid lane, I think it was even potentially this one, Makoto only gets off one raise. Like, it's going to happen in about 5-10 seconds. He turns around, gets, like, a mid-length raise, and then backs off, doesn't do anything, and at the end of the team fight, Gabby just chronos him, along with the Tide Hunter, takes him out entirely. So you just need a high level of impact from your mid laner.
And especially the fact that, you know, you see him going for this Blink Yules build, and it's like, if you don't get that instant pot with someone on the Requiem, then you've kind of just have 4,000 net worth that sit on you, and it's not really doing much. Whereas if you went for the Sanyash or the Drums, BKB build, you might have been able to stand toe-to-toe with some of these heroes, at least, you know, force out March or RML or even KP to try and RP him, but it just didn't really work out there. You know, I thought maybe this Wraith King could do something for them, but he just got kited around in too many of his first lives.
They did. I think they put everything onto the fact that they were going to snowball this game on Boom Esports, right? Because once it's good enough to get a couple of kills if you can on the Shadow Fiend with that Blink Yules Requiem combination, but as soon as that BKB comes out on Gabby and Armel, which we saw with the Blink Ravage coming in from FBZ to try and turn around that fight when Dreamer Cell went down for his first life there, they just BKB, they're fine. That's an ultimate completely wasted, and it's 4,000 gold wasted if it was on the Shadow Fiend. Doesn't matter. And yeah, I just don't feel like this was the item build for this time around.
Yeah, I mean, even though, like, we talked about KP, Tim's off screen, like their role swap, Tim's had that Glimmer Cape, Tim's had the Yule Scepter, so he actually had tools to not get blown up either. So really, the only person you're going to find is that Oracle for the solo kill.
Yeah.
And if you're finding an Oracle, anything is going to solo kill that.
Well, if you find the Oracle, anything's going to solo kill it, and I think Tim's played his role to perfection too. He was constantly super deep on the enemy side of the map, just using his combo to clear out creep waves, delaying the push, because there was a period in the game where TNC only had 1 tower taken, I believe, against Boom, and Boom had taken at least 4. So it was a super strong early game from Boom that they just weren't able to translate through.
Yeah, it's a shame to see, because I like that style of draft too. It's just, like we talk about those few little faults here and there, maybe a misitemization here, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, and the big chubster on the side of TNC was this Faceless Void, right? Like, you saw it. There's so many times where Gabby was just able to man mode a Wraith King. Even though that he had this Radiance, he had this AC, he was pretty big in his own right, but it just comes up to these situations where, you know, with a one-on-one, Wraith King's not one of those heroes that really wants to stand. He wants a bit of chaos created around him, right? Like, obviously that first life is super useful to use, but if they use too many spells, comes back with that second life and gets stuff done. But Gabby was very smart in the fact that he was always holding that Chronosphere for somebody that wasn't the Wraith King or the Wraith King on his second life.
Yeah, there were a couple of times where he didn't catch Kezcute in it, and he was able to get off some decent amount of heals, but at the end of the day, a Faceless Void's always going to be able to run you over. It's one of the strongest heroes moving into the late game, just with the different types of itemizations that you can go. He could have eventually gone into, I don't know, even a Silver Edge if he didn't want to keep that Echo Saber, but I thought Gabby played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock someone who has 0 deaths as well. It's not like, oh, he has 10 kills, 0 deaths, 1 assist. No, he was in every team fight. He was doing really nice chronos. I don't remember seeing a single target chrono. It was always 2, 3. I don't think he got a 4, though, unfortunately for him.
Oh, no, he didn't hit a 4-man chrono, Gabby. I'm sorry, mate. You're not allowed to have this MVP screen anymore because you didn't hit 4 heroes with a chronosphere. I'm sorry to say, buddy, but that last victory doesn't count anymore.
No.
Yep. It's actually just a big L on your score chart. Did you hit chrono? Yes. Did you hit multiple 3+ man chronos? No. That's a loss.
Well, he hit a 3-man chrono, so that's 3+, right?
Just a 1.
Poglet's math is bad here on the panel. But lads, moving forward into this 4th and potentially final game, how does Boom reset with this? They came in with this draft that was a little bit different from them. You know, we've seen the Shadowfiend a few times, but we haven't seen this Wraith King all too much. Is this just something that they threw out there that, like, you know, maybe if we snowball this game, they can get us an easy victory and then only puts us 1 away from the crown?
I think the Wraith King was totally fine. It was, in my eyes, completely on this Shadowfiend pick. Not even just the way that Makoto played it, unfortunately, that time around, but just the pick itself. I think you could have gone other range heroes. You could have picked the Lina for yourself if you just wanted to dominate that mid lane and be that force that you can move forward. Like a Your Scepter on a Lina, that's totally fine. You've got a Tide Hunter and a Wraith King that are going to be standing in front of you, and then you can transition into, you know, your Daedalus and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I wouldn't even hate if that game, obviously Boom Esports got that Lina. I wouldn't even hate that Yules with the Aether Lens, that magic style build that we rarely get to see, just because you're relying so heavily on this Wraith King. You could make them scared of that BKB pops. You'd make them use it early in these team fights.
Well, it would have given them another stun as well, which I think would have been really handy.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see there going into game number 3. But on the other side of this break, we'll have game number 4. But before we do leave you with some beautiful shots of Thailand, I ask you guys once again to please partake in our survey on Thailand. Let us know your thoughts about the country. Let us know your thoughts about the food as well here. But on the other side of this short break, our teams are resting and raring to go here for game number 4. Potentially the final game here of ESL 1 Thailand. Make sure you guys stick with us and see who wins.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
As the night goes on, we get closer and closer to figuring out who our champions of ESL 1 Thailand Asia Division will be. TNC right now, they have the map lead up against Boom Esports, but we still have a full best of 5 to go if we do want to see Boom take that crown off TNC. My lads are back here on the panel ahead of game number 4. Danog, Poglet, lads, we're getting closer to the game number 4 draft, but thought we'd give these players a little bit more time coming into this. So, instead of us starting to break down this stuff, we do have something very interesting. Do you guys know what it is?
I can't imagine what it might be.
What do you guys want it to be?
It's got to be one of the crowd favorites. It's either a Jenkins video or a trivia. The crowd favorite. They need them.
The real crowd favorite? It's certainly not a Jenkins video. Pff, the guy's a nerd.
Wow.
So you guys know
Bully.
what the real favorite. Jenkins videos are dope. All right, they're super dope. But you know the real fan favorite is my trivia. Woo! This is where I need my air cannons to go off for this one. But this, for everyone playing along at home, is the trivia where I do put to my panel an item build, a hero, and they have to tell me whether or not it's from a professional ESL 1 game, whether or not it's from one of their pub games, or one of the other casters' pub games, because I added that in there, or a build that I have made up. So, lads, are we ready here for the final trivia for ESL 1 Thailand? Sure. Guys ready?
You sound so excited. I'm keen. I love
I'm just
trivia.
excited to see you wrong again. All right, let's throw it up and let's see what you guys think about this one. This is a bounty hunter build. As I did say, this is either from an ESL 1, it's either from any of the in-studio talent that we've had here, so just the Australians, or whether or not it's a build that I've made up on the spot.
Does QO count as that?
QO counts as that, yes.
There was a time where 2 javelins went into MKB, right? It was double javelin plus Demon Edge made MKB.
I'm going to say it's one of the talents.
Which one?
That wasn't part of it.
That is certainly part of it. You have to tell me whose it is.
No, I refuse.
Well, you don't get the point, buddy.
I'll get half a point if I'm right about the talent.
To tell you the truth, this looks like an animal build that I would do.
You say that every single time one comes, you're like, I've done this. I guess the Weaver one was the one that you did do, and that looked the worst.
I've been spot on with most of these, by the way.
Well, I mean, if I go back to my predictions, yeah, no,
30-something%.
Yeah,
No,
you haven't been spot on, buddy.
Trivia, I'm great with. Draft predictions.
So, all right. Final answer, Matt. I need a name.
Some sort of talent.
I need a name.
Let's go me.
You? All right. What about you, Poglet?
I reckon I've done this, but QO could have as well.
So you reckon you have to give me? You can't do these fence sittings.
I'm going to say me.
All right, no, I'm changing QO.
So you think it's from QO? And you think
I think I've done this.
You both are wrong. Matt was right. It was one of the talent. This is from an MLP game. This is a My Little Pony special. I can't remember the rest of the information about this, but this was an MLP game.
I'm going to go find him at his floral shirt dealership and give him a piece of my mind.
But yeah, I have no idea about that build. That's one of the ones I didn't go super in depth with, but it did look.
How long ago was it from?
Pretty bad. I'm pretty sure it was like. I want to say like 2013 was like as far back as I went.
I'm almost certain that was when MKB was built with 2 javelins.
Well, either way, you guys both suck and you guys got it both wrong. But let's see if you guys can get the predictions here correct for our game number 4.
Not him. That's
not
for sure.
him, because actually he didn't curse TNC in that last one. But lads, we're getting closer and closer to this game number 4 draft. TNC 1 map away from becoming victorious here at ESL 1 Thailand. What does Boom need to change into this next
Give
draft?
me the zoo. I want the zoo.
You want the zoo?
Yeah.
I do have to agree. You live and die by the zoo for Boom Esports. Like every game they've been able to pick it into like even something medium to hard for them. They still manage to make the game look so easy. And let's be real, you're down 2-1. You put that clown fest on them, and if you get that game, TNC come in scared for game 5.
Not scared, maybe a bit tilted though.
I'll give you triggered. I'll definitely give you like they will not be happy.
Boom also chose first pick as well, so they've got that option. They've got that little bit of more flexibility. They can surprise with that first pick if they want to. Just open with Avenge. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, Venge. We talked about like leaving the draft open with Abaddon. I feel like Venge does a better job of that. There's 4 or 5 different, very play styles that you can play, and none of them are as bad as or as good or bad as the next.
So do we think with this Venge it's going to be like a drow strat to what TNC came out with, or do we think it's more going to be like what Boom did in that first game where they're like, okay, we're just going to give Kazkut this hero, he's going to stack up a little bit, we're going to try and get a few right clickers behind it and just try and utilize that swap, and the other 4 heroes can just kind of play around that fast tempo?
I think it's just going to be fast tempo regardless. It doesn't necessarily need to be a drow strat. If they can get it, great. Like Dreamercell's shown that he's on point with it. He actually wasn't doing too bad in that game where they lost as the Arc Warden. It's just, again, another one of those instances where he leaves the high ground, dies once, they lose a Rax, he does it again, they lose the game. So I think drow's a bit harder to punish just because of the itemization that you go for, and you tend to draft a bit more around it. Arc Warden's got this air of, I don't want to say invincibility around him, but I think teams get a little bit stuck or cornered in the fact that they don't actually draft enough protection for him.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We talk about 4 Protect 1. Arc Warden is a fine example of 4 Protect 1 strats need to actually be committed on, because when you see they're half in, half out, and as Arc Warden dies in, 3 or 4 shots from the Drow Ranger in game 1, it makes it look pretty awkward. You can't really deal with it. And it's unfortunate because I feel like Boom had every tool to keep that game going and bring it long enough for this Arc Warden just to get strong and solo the game.
Yep.
But also, sometimes we have seen that Arc Warden be invulnerable, right? Like up against a few of these range cores, he can do quite a lot of work. It just felt like that game they were a little bit too far behind the 8 ball, that it got to a position where, Dreamercell gets caught out once and that's the game over, because you're kind of relying on this cheese of the bubble over your buildings to try and make sure you don't lose all too many here. I would be interested to see whether or not that we do try and get the Zoo strat. I think March is one of those players that probably won't let that happen to him, because we saw what happened in that 3rd game up against Fnatic yesterday. They're just like, we're going to pick 3 heroes. None of them have wave clear. Oh no, there's a champ. And then you just lose. I feel like March isn't going to be one of those players that's going to let that happen to himself. But, it always does come down to the draft. And I think this 4th game really will be intrinsic of whether or not Boom can get even just a slight edge in the draft. Because right now, both these teams are playing basically exactly the same.
Well, we even saw in that, I think it was the Arc Warden game, right, where there were some crazy plays being done by Hyde. Like, someone was safe behind a Remnant, so he made sure to force-staff them forward so that then they could lift them up. Just crazy things like that.
It's the little things you don't think about until that moment. And the fact that Hyde had the presence of mind to understand instantly, it wasn't like the Remnant was sitting there for 4 or 5 seconds. Instantly gets thrown out, he instant reacts to it. And they're the kind of plays that you can really win the game off. It's unfortunate it didn't work out in the end. He got the toss, but they didn't really win the team fight afterwards. Yeah. But there's not much else to be said. Like, if Hyde can keep playing like that, eventually those plays will add up and you'll get a win from it.
Yeah, we've seen that from a lot of position 4s, right? Like sometimes like they're just playing out of their skin. Like, and even though the game might feel a little bit behind, position 4s can really dictate a lot in these team fights. You know, we talked about Jazz for those chaos creators, just giving them these heroes that can enable more fights. It's like, you know, kind of the disruptor idea where it's like you're constantly chasing for these kills, and yeah, somebody might be getting away, but you've always got the glimpse back. I feel like Tiny's in that same kind of boat where he can always chase for kills, avalanche, toss people back, avalanche, toss people into certain things, save people with a toss, and it really does feel like if they get their hands on this Tiny, they can do quite a lot of work, especially if Hyde steps up.
Well, that's the thing with the Tiny, right? It's so versatile in what it can actually do. It doesn't need to be one of these heroes that like, all right, all the planets need to align. It needs to be this time within the game. It's just good. Basically, once you hit level 2 until the end of the game.
Yeah, 2, and then obviously there's that huge power spike with the blink, but you don't even need the blink. Most heroes these days get sprung by a Tiny walking out of the trees. As long as you have like Tranquil Boots or some level of movement speed, you can catch anyone.
It's even got wave clear. It's ridiculous.
It's got the wave clear.
Yeah, going back to the draft, I'm liking this a lot more by Boom, opening up with their first pick being the Batrider and wisely banning out that Oracle in the first phase. So making sure that, look, if TNC want to be able to try and deal with this Batrider, they're going to need to pick something that they're a little bit less comfortable on in this Abaddon. And kind of being a bit of a surprise with this Morphling pick. I wonder if we're going to see an Earthshaker ban come out here from Boom, because it's a combo. It's what TNC are known for.
That is true, and it does feel like you're in game number 4, it's 2-1, you really don't want to get Earthshaker Morphling out of a tournament. Like, it feels pretty bad to go down to something like that. Maybe Boom are like thinking about the Earthshaker, but then they just, try and get their next 2 picks that make sure the Earthshaker doesn't have a game.
Well, didn't Boom lose to Fnatic just yesterday off the Earthshaker? Or was that a different game I'm thinking of?
No, I don't think Fnatic ran the Earthshaker Morphling.
Am I going insane?
I think you're going insane.
Probably.
I'm watching the cogs turn in your brain, and right now they're not getting any movement.
I think
I'm going to have to look it up later.
Rusty,
there was a game I saw with Morphling Earthshaker in ESL 1 Thailand. Someone's going to have to correct me on when it was.
There certainly was a Morphshaker.
We've had 18 days. We can be forgiven for
forgetting. I mean like the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Let's go back through my notes. You guys keep talking about the draft, and I'll go figure out this Earthshaker Morphling.
Sounds good
dilemma
to me. So, I mean, Abaddon is kind of like a KP style of hero, right? Where he just wants to be that one sitting on the front line, soaking up a ton of the damage, building these auras, being a bit of the bait as well on top of that. To go at this early, though, seems a bit weird. I think it's incredibly rare that you're going to be running this Batrider in a position 5 role for Boom. They have done it, but it's basically 2, 3, 4 that they tend to play it.
Yeah, the big thing for me is we saw Boom in game 1 ban the Abaddon themselves, and then obviously Batrider was banned. I'm now thinking, in Boom's mind, that was the play. Like, you always want, whenever we have Bat, we want to see the Abaddon get picked against us, and we're a bit scared of it. But on the other side, they didn't ban the Earthshaker. So they obviously went with a Void Spirit ban instead.
And they've already picked up the Tiny, so it's not like they can just Rubik afterwards and then have a really good Rubik game, obviously, with a Fisher to be able to buff up a lot of their damage. So I wonder when TNC are going to pick it. I don't think Boom are going to, regardless. So I think TNC could probably wait until their 4th pick if they do want to go this Morph Shaker strat.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is, it's coming. Like, there's a very high chance that that's the build. So why not just not reveal the rest of your strat, play this Earthshaker Morphling, and realistically, against the Tiny, against the Batrider, you can blow those heroes up despite the Firefly, despite the Blink Yules that you're eventually going to see.
Well, touching on the Earthshaker Morphling, Sparking Arrow Gaming was the team that played it. 2 that I found so far. Our statsman Dared might be on a little more for us, but they won 1 and they lost the other one.
I think with the Shaker, though, like, they could very well just pick it, but the lanes become a bit weak from the supports if you do go that, and you run the risk of Boom just running over you. Batrider, of course, incredibly strong in the early game, and Tiny, level 2, same thing. So I think Underlord's a nice pick for TNC to go with. It's just stable, it's going to get a decent amount of farm, it's going to delay some of this insane aggression that Boom might be trying to go for. And then they can go for the Shaker after that if they want.
Yeah, and it all but forces the Abaddon to be a support, though. So, I don't think we're going to see them run this Underlord in the mid lane.
No.
No, that really does not feel
we
like
saw
an
Moon play it, but I think that was a bit iffy itself, so...
Matt just had a light bulb moment.
The IO isn't banned.
Oh, okay.
Dreamer Cell?
Could certainly play it. That would mean FBZ Batrider, and they try and run it back with Makoto playing something like a Shadow Fiend. Maybe a Gyrocopter could be going in there.
Makoto plays Bat too, though. I guess.
But would you want IO Bat as your 1 and 2?
Maybe like a TA. That'd be super nice for Makoto to play.
One of his very big comfort heroes in that mid lane. We're going to see what... Oh, the Timbersaw. I really do like this coming out from them. They've got a lot of good heroes to run over the top. We talked about it in that last draft. Abaddon gets run over pretty hard by that Timbersaw.
I think the thing that whenever you're going up against a Morphling, you need burst. 100%. Like, that should be at the top of your priority list because otherwise he's just going to get that strength morph off. That's why OD, for example, is a fantastic pick against it. Unfortunately, it's kind of out of the meta right now. You know, lousy position. But Timbersaw, he's got a good portion of that. Tiny as well. Batrider can maybe lock someone down before he can get the morph off. But yeah, I think they could look to potentially follow up on this.
Yeah, I don't mind this Timbersaw pick as well, and it makes the Underlord Abaddon combo lane really awkward. So if you want to run that pos 4 Abaddon, or even that Shaker as a pos 4, they're both strength heroes. That's very uncomfortable, and they definitely will not be killing this Timbersaw either.
I feel like if you're putting Tims on an Abaddon, you've already, you know, shoehorned yourself. But now we've got the Wind Ranger.
Okay.
So it's even an RML hero, or I'm sure Tims can play that as a position 4 as well. Would you want to more force that in towards the mid lane up against a Timbersaw? You know, a position 4 Wind Ranger might be a little bit awkward because you're going to have to rush that MKB. Yeah, surely an early Javelin might be okay, but it's going to get to a point where, you know, it's going to be that 10-15 minute mark and Timbersaw is going to not really care about a Wind Ranger.
Oh, OD.
Talked about the burst, talked about the OD. Not in the meta, but it's a Makoto hero.
Pog new hero.
Pog new hero.
Actually,
Pog new hero.
Because we saw some replays, obviously, from the ESL Americas.
Yep.
Some highlights there. I feel like OD right now, there's only one type of play that you can do with him, and that's against the Morphling. Just look for that off the side, blow him up with the Astral Imprisonment plus.
Or maybe a Troll. Like, that's the only other hero.
Troll, I like that.
And kind of Slark. Like, you can still do a lot of damage through the Shadow Dance, so...
Yeah. The issue I have with Slark, though, he actually has a lot of mana. Because he builds those, like, Skardis, the Drums, the Echo Saber, which gives reasonable stats and mana regen.
Yep.
So
what are we thinking here for like OD lane counters? Are you okay with going up against this Wind Ranger? Are they going to, you know, make the audible here on TNC, make this an RML Morphling, send that towards the mid up against the OD?
I'm going to go for a second new hero PogChamp. Sniper, mid.
Ooh, that's the age-old counter to their OD. I wouldn't hate it. Would not hate it.
They have, what, Bat to get on top of you. Timbersaw can definitely chain to you, but then you're relying on Underlord.
You've got an Abaddon, though. Like, do you really care?
It is a bit awkward as a sniper player. Like, if you get stuck on this Timbersaw in your head, you have to run, so you're not really auto-attacking, and the rest of the team can pile in. I don't hate it by any means. It just will make it a bit awkward, and it'll mean that Tims on this Wind Ranger will have to do a lot of work in the mid-game.
No, I agree. It's risky, but just in terms of pure lane matchups, it's one of those ones that you really think of. I mean, Lina as well could be another potential one. It's a bit better at dealing with the Timbersaw as well, right? You don't have to worry so much about the reactive armor stacks compared with a sniper where you're just slowly peppering him down.
Yeah, just the pew, and everyone has that stupid duck gun.
Yeah, the quacks.
The quack.
We'll see what Boom want to get rid of here. You know, you guys did touch on the Lina. I think that would be a worthy ban. They get rid of the Queen of Pain.
That's fine too.
A little bit more of another lane counter. Again, more burst damage up against the Timbersaw. So right now, it looks like they're really trying to set up FBZ to have a good time. But, lads, something we didn't touch on is the fact that who's playing what for Boom right now?
I think it's pretty... Oh, I was about to say it's pretty
I just looked at it and I was like, Kezcube Batrider?
I personally believe this will be Kezcube Batrider.
Yeah.
Like, I know we talked about him not playing it, but...
They banned the... I really like that Whispam coming out there from TNC. This could have been a last pick IO, and then what do you really do there with an OD who's got overcharge? He's basically never going to die.
I just want to see how long Boom take to make this last pick. If they go right down to 2 seconds, it was going to be that IO coming through.
Yeah, I mean, even then, usually when you have this last pick, because you're doing the last of the second phase and then the first of the last phase, usually it's pretty quick. So that ban is clear in my mind that they've delayed, and they only have 10 seconds of extra time. So they're in a bit of a panic
What do we feel
mode.
like is the Dreamer Cell game winner here for them?
I don't hate Slark, honestly.
Slark has been banned.
Lifesteal.
Oh, yes.
Drow Ranger, okay.
Bit squishy for me on Boom.
They're really relying on Timber to be a ridiculously strong frontliner, because we talk about Tiny being jump in, jump out, but he doesn't really frontline.
I mean, you have to wait for a long time until you can do that the second time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those games where FBZ doesn't really have to worry about all too much. You know, maybe the Wind Ranger and the Morphling can burst him down a little bit, but you know, right now he's got a few heroes he can get on top of and really abuse with that Whirling Death. But we're gonna go with the Pugna.
I love it.
The little green man. Is that another new hero, Pog?
No. It was played off stream.
Oh, okay, yep. The Pugna has been picked up here. Another one of those lane counters up against the OD. that Nether Ward is very, very strong here. We will be having Tim's Windranger and Abaddon will be played by March.
Even just the Decrep's going to be so handy up against this Drow Ranger and the OD, honestly. I'm going with TNC for this one.
You're going to go with TNC for this one. You're feeling like this little green man is the way to go here. What about you, Poglet? Who are you going to curse this time around?
Honestly, Boom's draft's looking really awkward. I wouldn't be surprised to see them lose in like 32, 35 minutes. So I'm going to go with TNC.
All right, so you think TNC can clean out our grand finals here with a 3-1 victory up against Boom. I want to see a full 5 map, so I'm going to go with Boom here for our 4th game. We're going to leave it with Trent Lyrical for possibly the last time here for ESL 1 Thailand. See you guys in the game.
Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back, oh. Got the bodies on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back, oh. The shots on my tap, everybody's on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we set our sights on this grand finals game 4, we've had some very stock and standard ones so far. And then Boom decided, let's just throw everything out. We're going to go crazy. Trent, they picked an OD. What the hell?
Yeah, you know, we actually just said yesterday in the cast that we have all this knowledge about OD from all the years. And he's been in the pros, seen all these different heroes, the encounters, all these allies he loves to have. And finally, he returns in true form versus the Morph, one of the big heroes. Use the counter still remains the highest percentage gain in terms of pubs, I believe, for OD. It's some crazy amount because you press ulti and Morph tends to die.
Right? You're not wrong, and you also had mentioned that it's really good against the Underlord as well. One of the other heroes that can sometimes get completely blown up by him also.
Yeah, just stacking up all his into right. You just hit him the whole fight.
And they found somebody, Mr. March, right at the start. Gonna be brought down, just easy as pie. Boom. Getting first blood, and you can tell already they want to get Makoto on a comfortable hero here. They want to get him off to a good start.
Yeah, interestingly enough, because so many fewer people are picking OD, the numbers have actually shifted. He's actually best versus Meepo now. I just checked.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's also maybe the shift in the int versus with the mana, I guess. I wonder if that's anything to do with it. Although Meepos like to buy their Scotties anyway, but they also like to just buy their E-Blades.
That's true.
Yeah, but yeah, that is the difference. So if you guys haven't seen OD in a while, it is a mana difference multiplier. It is no longer an int-based thing, because I feel like it's been a while since this guy's been in pro games. So
it's true. Well, and I think that, you know, we were talking earlier and on the panel and everywhere. Makoto, he had a rough couple of games. He did not really perform the way that I think that they wanted him to on the win range he was playing Game 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then, of course, the SF last game definitely struggled as well. This is one of his most played heroes. Besides Ember, I would say that it's the one that I like associate most with Makoto. And so it's good to see him back on something that he's probably going to feel a little bit more comfortable on.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, he did also wind up versus Pugna, who's always been kind of a notorious annoyance for the hero, where you used to even see pick of OD right into Pugna bans, or sometimes there's a team banned Pugna, you'd immediately ban like maybe OD and Necro or something. So
right.
At the same time, though, as you said, he's a spammer. He's not completely picking this as like a counter pick. It's a like, I play this hero a lot. I understand the ins and outs, which also means he has had a lot of Pugnas he's had play during pubs.
Right, and knows what he needs to do to stay away from the painful areas. Other things that we have on our docket is it's 3 versus 3 down bottom. While top lane, probably a bit of a snoozer with FBZ playing the Timbersaw and KP playing on the Underlord. Probably most of the action is going to be taking place down here.
Yeah, this is actually Armel's first Pugna game since like 2019. It's like almost February, so a long time since he's whipped this one out for TNC.
Well,
which also kind of makes sense because he's kind of fallen off a little bit too.
Yeah. Okay, so down bottom, Hyde and Batrider as we take a look here towards mid. So far, doing so good. And actually, he's going to take a lot of damage when he comes out of this, I think. Makoto trying to run him down a little bit and just sort of beat into him. It's the power of that Essence Flux. A little bit of a movement speed there in the beatdown.
Yeah, a lot has changed about OD.
Yeah.
Since he was last popular, but we'll see if this is the beginning of something new for the hero. As we do have try-on-try action, so only 1 kill so far, but you imagine that's going to change soon. Toss back onto Tim's, but they actually dive Hyde.
Wow. And that is a problem, man. You get those boots for the movement, so that way you can sort of toss people back, but if they get a couple right clicks, no armor.
Yeah, nice one there from Gabby, too, having the early waveform.
Definitely.
Maybe partially just because of the bat, but very often we'll just see like the strike and the attributes.
Yeah. Runaway again from Tim, who's able to trade really effectively. We are going to see Kezcute head back to the jungle and try and get some stacks on, it looks like. So that will be very helpful.
Oh, nice, because the wave's here anyway, right?
Yeah. So they know that they're safe.
Unfortunately, he missed the stack, though.
Oh, Kezcute, what have you done?
He got... Oh, no, he didn't. No, he just missed it.
No, he just missed it.
I thought maybe he just got the other one, but no.
Well, that's unfortunate. And suddenly that becomes much less valuable, but the wave's going to push into him over here. They're going to be fine. Meanwhile, because KP is going up against the Timbersaw, he is going to be starting to cut the top wave. So both of these heroes are just going to be like far away from each other, it feels like, for a while. As FBD does have his Soul Ring already, and just not interacting with each other is the plan.
Radiant structures are
Wait, what? How did KP kill FBC's courier?
It was just running out. He was standing in the wave, and he just let him get it when it came back home, I guess. Yeah, he could have just walked it anywhere else. Literally anywhere else.
Wait, what? But FBC's over here.
Yeah.
But
and he's dire.
Why didn't he just... I know, but... All right.
I don't know, man.
Okay, that's confusing. All right, bottom.
Toss. Regen, but in some trouble. Now maybe a turn onto Armel. Hyde's still there. Another blast, forcing them away with the power shot from Tim's. And just going to give him a little kiss and run away.
And back up top, though, KB did also get the sentry onto that camp, because this should benefit Timbersaw in the end, right? Not only because, obviously, he's the stronger hero, but he's the one who's supposed to be able to farm the hard camp the whole time, and the Underlord's able to farm the small camp. So that's why KP's going to put some pressure on to blocking that. So you have to fly out another sentry for the Timber now.
Right.
You want to get that back up ASAP. Of course, you know, his courier died, so.
So it's going to be a bit, is what you're telling me. Waveform in. Shackle latches. Tim's, what a play. But Hyde going to move in, tries to toss him back even further. Marches in the area, needs a couple more punches. They get the finish. Tim's putting in work. That angle on the shackle was sick, and then the power shot, not able to connect.
Yeah, still great though. Yeah, you don't get the second, but whatever. He's probably still going to have to run back and perhaps even head home for Kesku. He's so low and has no regen. He's going to try and jungle it up a little bit with his last Firefly, or no, he's just going to run home.
In the meantime, they also trade off bounty runes, 2 apiece for each team. And they are going to, again, keep this pressure on.
Oh, jeez. They got the pull off. The wave's pushing to the tower. Dreamacell is alone. He's on an island right now. He's going to be the same net worth as Tim's in a moment.
Yeah, dude, he's getting kind of rocked here. 11 last hits. Boom. This is a tough one. They're going to need to switch something up. And in the meantime, FBZ's having like an amazing game. Like,
we say
really
that.
good.
And then everyone else just left, so... And now March is coming back. Dreamacell just got a lost base, though. Due to the 6-minute bounty rune. Or sorry, not 6-minute power rune, rather. Which they just got the RML, and it is a haste. One of the better ones for a Pugna.
True. And Dreamacell will be able to get some farming done underneath the tower, it looks like. So this might salvage some of it. He's still going to be behind, but it won't be as pronounced as it was. And of course, Morphlane very much having a good time with 11 denies already.
Look where KP is now. And
Yeah,
he just
dude.
goes for the kill into the rift. Good choice.
Yeah, easy peasy. Takes him all the way back home. It is a tough lane at this point for him to stay there against Timbersaw. Armel making the big rotation here. What are they? Are they
have
really
a ward.
going in?
They see Armel doing this.
Yeah, this is not going to work. They do glyph the wave, keeping it alive. FBZ makes the big rotation with the Chakram out. There's the toss up, and Armel not quite down, but they will get the finish with Kesku. Good move.
Considering that seems like a case of the mid laner just not really knowing how this bottom lane's been going this whole time. Because when you think about how it's been played, it seems incredibly likely that they would have a ward on that pillar.
Yes.
Just because they've been playing at the top of the stairs the entire time. So you're either going to have the...
Oh, Dreamacell caught up top as well, though.
Well, that's so he left one lane.
Oh no, Trent. March now also in trouble. Gonna get ran at by FBZ. Has the Chakram again, just kills him off. I'm very concerned about how large FBZ is right now. But I guess losing Drow is pretty bad for Boom as well.
Drow's a very good comeback hero though right now. She can, once she gets like the level 6, she can farm extremely fast, especially with some stacks. So it's not the end of the world, and OD can try and carry a bit of that burden for her as well. So Makoto, you got your chance to step up again, my friend. I know you've been eager for it for a 3rd game in the row.
It's true.
It's going to be a lot of pressure back onto him.
As March just comes back into lane and dies again. TP on cooldown, and they will be able to take that. I mean, at the same time, though, like, it's also the Timber that's getting a lot of work done as mid lane Makoto. Okay, gonna walk away now. Looks like he's still fine as Tim's is still chasing, though. And he's just running away. Can't really do much. Dude, that feels kind of bad for Makoto. Anyways, the point I was gonna make was that, like, Timbersaw is making a ton of space. So it does feel like Makoto will be able to have an okay time here, most likely.
Yeah, how do they kill FBZ once he has Hood? Mostly Pugna, right, at that point. But you have to keep him locked down long enough.
Morphline's actually pretty good against him, too. You can get the Whirling Death.
Yeah, the problem is it's going to take a while. Gabby is thinking Manta Ags this game. What are we missing?
Double Nether
Just double
Ward?
Pugna?
I don't know.
I think it's double Nether Blast and they just take the structures.
Dude, that sounds insane. As Makoto is going to chase down March here. Only level 3 on the ABBA, and March is just gone from lane to lane dying over the last minute and a half or so. As we get into that net worth, and you're seeing he is very much at the bottom. Morphline's staying at top, but not that far behind right now on the Drow. Just doing okay. I guess she's really far behind the Morph, but...
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, there's also, even with the Ags, getting like the cast bonuses is kind of cool for like the Timber and stuff too. So it's not even just like the ally morphs that'll be good.
Oh my God, Gabby lived. What, did he just miss? What the hell happened there?
I don't know. There's like a 900 gap.
How did he not die? What? I want to look at the damage. I guess we can't. Do you have the damage thing?
I'll check it out. Yeah.
All right. I guess he just missed because that should have been enough. Well, regardless, FBZ trying to chase down KP again. Whirling Death bringing him very, very low. And Armel makes the rotation though, and suddenly he's just going to kill Kezcute along with the help from Tims. Very well played. So 10-minute mark now.
Yeah, he hit him for 322. I think he must just get healed up. I guess he just had more health than expected. He had 900.
Jeez. All right. So it goes. I guess it is just level 1 Sanity's Eclipse as well. For that base damage, maybe needing to be a little bit higher.
I mean, still, maybe he just didn't have that much mana. I don't know. I guess it's only 800 times 0.4. Yeah, that makes sense. 322 makes sense with the resistance after.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're saying it makes sense, Trent, I believe you.
The math adds up. It was
Perfect.
surprising considering how low he looked, but I think he might have just had quite a bit of strength at the moment too or something.
Okay. Well, regardless, that Sanity's Eclipse not doing enough to the Morphling. And at the moment, they're going to start to press forward a little bit, try and get some damage on to this tier 1 tower. And they use a Photic Shield. KP going to be there to hold on to it. Timber making the move over. We'll be able to get the root onto him. Shackle going to land on the both. And trying to suck away all the HP. FBZ just jumps away. Yeah, I guess they just need the Spirit Vessel.
Yes, that is true. From who though?
Tim's. He's almost.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant on Boom because they're not gonna have a Spirit Vessel versus the Morph. Although the Morph is forced to buy the Manta anyway because of the Drought Silence. So,
right.
I guess that can go both ways. On the one hand, you can say, okay, so now we can buy Spirit Vessel and hit him after the Silence, or you can say, well, he's gonna have a Dispel anyway, and we don't have really good Spirit Vessel heroes, which they definitely don't.
Right.
Their best Spirit Vessel hero would probably be the 5-Bat if they had to pick one.
Yeah.
But he's just going for the all-out straight blink, and Kezcute's really close.
Dude, he's been crazy farmed. He's getting a lot of gold for himself, and I guess just the Tranks is good enough. Makoto going to go for the Astral Imprisonment. I don't think that's enough to kill. March is going to live. I guess that they just were a little bit concerned with Gabby being nearby.
Yeah, rotations as well as the fact that their mid tower is still just getting hit. He's running up, hiding behind the tree, and he was hitting it with the Nether Blast. So now, Kezcute's hoping that he'll try it again.
Yeah.
But they have a vision, and then they cut the tree.
Yeah.
And there's the ward over here on the high ground.
Well done. So far, so good. TNC doing what they can. Makoto just trading hits with Gabby up top. And Gabby going to swap on down to low Agi yet again, trying to bait Makoto in here, it looks like. But it does not appear that he is going to take the bait in that regard. Pushes out the way, fine and dandy yet again. But there is a smoke move up towards the north, trying to find Makoto. And Kezcute. Oh my god, Kezcute barely getting away with that one. It's very low.
Can they even kill him up here? I mean, I guess Gabby's at like 8 strength trying to bait this in, so he does hit for 160.
Yeah.
This is not an easy kill though, with the like the Midas for like the fight back potential of the attack speed as well as the Force Staff.
Yeah. They immediately get the D ward there too. And Gabby is just going to walk himself out of there. Hide over to the side. He cuts over. Gonna clear out these waves and Tim's. Shackle? Not gonna go for it. Power shots take the camp. And that will be enough for him. Yeah, so very slow start to this one again. As you can see across the board, TNC just trying to build into these mana items. I guess that's the other part of the reason maybe that you go Ags on Gabby. You just get a free point booster. Not bad.
Some stats, yeah, true.
Avatos, Gabby switching into hide. decides to leave, and then regens back up a little bit more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As that Blink Dagger gets done. 15 minutes for position 5 bat. Like you said, not bad.
I kind of like this because they might just grab Gabby when he's trying these plays.
Yeah.
I mean, March is ready for it, though, but Abba is a really bad bat counter. Mind you, it is a 5 bat, but, like, compared to the other bat counters like Venge and stuff, the Aphotic Shield range is just so short. All right, Tim's trying to jabs it up. I see.
Yeah, Aphotic Shield afterwards. Tim's just going to pop, and March also in some trouble. They put him inside the little old bubble. Gonna bring him down in just a moment.
Didn't even talk about that counter. I hate playing Abba into that. Your thing goes off. It's like Shallow Grave, right?
Yeah.
Like the second it gets cast, just yep, Astral.
No other answers. Okay. Now, the other thing about this is, like, OD with Drow Aura nearby him is going to be super hard to deal with.
Yeah. And that is something that has...
Yeah.
So this is actually an even better combo than it used to be.
Right. Tims, they get him. Caught, in trouble. Armel, in the meantime, trying to regen and back up. Wild decrep and then the runaway, but they've been able to get him with the Astral. Can they kill him off? The root is there. Silence comes out, and it looks like they're going to be able to back away on Boom.
Yeah, that was with the Aether, too. I wasn't sure if he's going to be able to break that.
Wow! Well, very good stuff so far from Boom. They're not translated into objectives yet, but I kind of like their lineup scaling later into the game. I don't know. I'm still curious what this Ags on Gabby is going to end up doing.
Yeah, I think that's the real question in terms of how much they can get, like, if they do this double Pugna. Because think about it, if there's 2 Nether Warts, he won't be able to cast anything.
Yeah.
He'll actually just kill himself. Like, he'll need his BKB the entire time that he's casting spells.
Yeah. It could be really devastating. You
it
lose
sounds
a lot of mana,
comically
too.
hilarious, if I'm being honest.
I wonder, it does stack like that, right? Where there's 2 separate instances of it on you?
I think so. I actually don't know. I can't confirm. I would assume it does, but sometimes those auras, you literally just have to look up every single one because you never know.
Yeah. I'm assuming since he's building it that he knows it does.
Well, I think that just the damage is worth it, even if that doesn't. I think that's just pretty minor.
Okay.
Like, you're getting mana the whole time anyway, right? It's OD.
Yeah,
so
that's true. All right. Well, looking for a chase down here. They've got 3 heroes in the top lane for TNC, and Boom, again, just trying to hold pat as FBZ keeps the pressure onto this mid-tier 1 tower.
Gabby's pinging right here. He's just saying they're here. They're waiting here. I mean, he's got this ward vision. Sees the OD. He's out.
Wait a minute, though. Look at this. Gabby turns into the Timbersaw, trying to bring him down. Yule Scepter, lift up into the root again, trying to get away, but it ain't going to happen. That was really pretty. Well done. 4 Spirit Vessel. And that Whirling Death really can wreck Timber.
Yeah. I mean, pure damage is quite solid, right?
Yeah. On the stat reduction, too. It's all nice.
Ring and Trusty Shovel is just chilling there. I guess March must have dropped it or something. Yeah. Someone dropped it before March.
Bottom lane, going to be pressured a little bit by Dream of Cell, but then he TPs out afterwards. Everybody grouping up here. They get the lift up onto Bat, but Hyde. Avalanche toss, trying to kill off Armel. He gets the ward down, and then able to walk away. Not going to bring him down on the Pugna quite in time. They don't kill anybody with that ulti. KP looking low, and he is going to fall. So
what's funny is Keskin actually got his mana burned, so he couldn't go in with the lasso because of the nether ward.
Wow.
He had like just enough. They do have some arcanes though on FBZ, which is nice. And they're gonna initiate onto Tim's, but the follow-up? Oh, that's back. I did not think the Hyde had it back yet.
Well done. So again, Boom, striking early here and trying to make the most of it. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is you've got like FBZ that can kind of set the tempo, just let the tower hit him while the Drow hits from the backlines. It's pretty nice in that regard.
I think the Blink Dagger is just huge too. Like Hyde. I mean, these tinies have all been like getting these blinks. I feel like the first couple of ganks from the tinies have been a little bit rougher compared to how Hyde's been doing. I think Hyde's been doing excellent right now.
Yeah. Having a really good game.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
it helps that these heroes are fairly squishy, right? Like,
oh yeah,
Wind Ranger, Pugna, Morph, depending. Occasionally he is.
This looks like some like TI7 liquid stuff that's from TNC, where it's gonna be like they're losing and you're like, oh, this doesn't look good, and then this one flip the switch thing happens with this like double Pugna, and they just run the entire game down.
Yeah, it's true.
But as you said, I do like the fact that I think Hyde can actually end that on Tiny.
Right. Well, and the other thing that's sort of going to be important to watch for is these BKBs, which they just got on Makoto. So 10-second one's going to be available. It looks like Drow is going to hold off on getting hers. But that is the plus side of playing this, is that you don't need the BKB for that long with the OD.
Wait, the interval on Pit is exactly half at max level, right?
Oh my god. Is that what you're thinking they're gonna do?
The perma route. I don't know. I'm just looking at all their heroes trying to find the cheese they can do.
Yeah. I guess like double shackle or something. Double wind run's kind of cool with the morph. And he would get 2 charges.
It's 12 seconds long though. You can permanently root someone for 12 seconds.
You have to like time it right though. I actually like the Wind Ranger. That one sounds pretty hype.
Versus the OD, it is indeed quite useful. The only problem will be like he won't really have that much damage still at that point, right?
It's true.
But yes, that is actually extremely useful. And here it is. So Gabby finishing it earlier than I expected. Oh, get that courier out of there. Woo! It got punched once.
Who we being? Show us.
I think he might just dabble a little bit in everybody.
Yeah. Try a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Armella's up here on the top lane and probably gonna have to TP out afterwards.
I mean, he's still only level 16 too, so. Oh geez. Oh no! The clumsy net.
Damn, they got him. Armel, run away.
You know what? The Yule's range is so short. I don't think it would have hit.
Yeah. The net hit though.
Oh wait, is it the same? Oh, sorry, 25 more. Yeah, it was that 25 unit range.
That's what mattered. Yeah. Just stand by that.
I know my unit range is pretty well.
Amazing. Okay. So 7,000 gold lead now for Boom. With Aegis in hand, how much damage can these guys do?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mucho
damage.
Mucho Sanity's Eclipse damage.
You got a Veil on the freaking Tiny too.
Oh, that's so sick for the OD.
That's pretty hype. I like that a lot.
They're in the big ulti.
Kez cute. Looking to jump, maybe. They did throw out a scan. Hyde's here as well. Ah, Gabby backs out.
Oh yeah, Marsh doesn't have any wards either. That could have been kind of risky.
All right. Well,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Side of TNC just holding off for as long as possible. I guess as far as like tower defense goes, the Underlord's a pretty freaking good hero to have. You can just have 2 rounds of Firestorm and Pit of Malice.
As long as he doesn't get tossed.
Yes. Well, but like for creep waves, they're just going to evaporate.
Yeah, but then there's the real threat that Hyde just sacrificed himself to toss KP out into the OD, and then OD gets like 9,000 mana.
Oh, he's Wind Ranger.
Approximately.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, this is really good with the double charge.
Who can he find?
Double charge, shackle initiation, double power shot. Dude, there's a lot of cool combos.
Finds him, jumps in, wind run through. Dead. Dude, that's actually
if we have
so
2
hype.
shackles, we don't need to latch.
Oh my god. It's actually pretty hype. Gabby, they found him!
No.
Wind run away! Morphling, run! Look at him, he's going. It doesn't matter, they're not gonna be able to chase him. Maybe? Shackle? Oh, well done. He had a Lotus Orb. Come on now, FBZ.
What was really scary? What was really scary there was the fact that he was level 18 too. So
yeah,
he's missing a minute off of the cooldown on Morph. So there is still a little window where he's gonna have to dodge for a while.
Yes, that is definitely true.
Is under attack.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Down bottom, Dreamo Cell does have a Manta. Is there gonna go on him?
If he had it back.
Oh wait, the Yule's the same time he waveformed through. That was not the play. Gotta be careful here. Gotta be real careful. Now, waveform out, and Makoto is going to go and beat down the Nether Ward. Okay.
Yeah, they actually can't fight without Morph. He has to wait for the cooldown. That's going to cost the tower, but not a huge deal. They already had access to the outpost anyway.
Yep. OD still has about 2 minutes left on this Aegis now.
And he still has a 10-second BKB.
Yeah, Makoto's huge. Makoto's been given a lot here in this game and waiting to get a chance to show his stuff. Scabby. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Jeez.
I don't think anyone was close enough anyway.
Dude.
Although he was pretty low on HP.
Yeah.
But it's Ava, so you'd probably get a morph off it. That looked pretty funny.
Yeah. They're coming back again. Makoto to push the wave.
Oh my god. Gabby is just so mad right now.
Yeah.
He's taking 45 XP away.
Dude, he needs it. Just a little bit of me time. You gonna cut the wave? I think Mark just sticking around.
He's got
here.
a ward, so he saw the OD leave that way, so he can just come back out.
Yeah. And Manta 18 TP out. Probably, right? Surely? Yeah, waveform and then TP out. So level 18, do they want to go with this, or do they just want to sort of keep a hold? Oh, Lasso catching onto the Wind Ranger. In some trouble, gusted down, and the toss afterwards ends her life. They do see that there's a ward up there.
Makes a nice special effect, though, when you kill her up in the air.
Oh, yeah?
That was beautiful.
I didn't see it.
Well, it's the same one that's on the ground, but it looked special when it was tossed.
Nice. Well, TNC still holding high ground, waiting for that perfect fight.
Okay, Kescute's a boss, by the way. Like, this Blink first Batrider has completely worked out. He's gotten really nice pickoffs with it.
Yeah. With the Aether Lens, too, now, right? So he's, like, got that little extra range of initiation where you might not otherwise be able to find it. And just holding people in place, so that way the rest of his team can beat away at him. It's FBZ going to back out yet again. Quickening Charm picked up now for the Drow.
And if he gets to this E-Blade after, too, like Gabby with, like, then he can just carry around his own decrep, right?
Yeah, that's true.
60% bonus.
They're still, Boom is definitely in a good position right now. But this struggle of how to break high ground, it feels like they're dependent upon TNC to make like a bad move because they're not willing to go high ground yet. Even with the Aegis, as we saw earlier, as they have it reclaimed already, but probably the next Roche will be when they see it.
I mean, he must take the multiplier, right? Or is it not worth it? I'm kind of curious about that.
For
It's
Makoto?
20 strength. Yeah, Makoto. So it'll be 0.5 instead of 0.4.
Yeah, he takes the strength.
He takes the strength. Because, like, what's the difference would be if you have 1,000 more mana, you do 500 instead of 400.
Right.
Compared to 20 strength versus the attempted burst of a magic damage. I definitely like that decision.
Yeah. I think it's really tempting to take the multiplier.
Yeah, but in the end, the math just doesn't feel that good.
As we've shown, we are math people.
Well, you know.
Shackle?
I mean, you have minor.
That's right. That's nice.
I didn't get that degree for nothing, even though I kind of did.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Oh, my geography degree says hello.
Yeah.
All right, hide. He wants it. Where's KP? Where's that big, fat, juicy sirloin?
They do have Dagon now done as well. Shackle not going to hit. It's only on to the little illusion, and
that was he walked forward. Right here next to that drow illusion.
He's like
Hyde
not
was
tripping.
itching.
So pretty good damage onto that tier 3 tower. And smoke up afterwards. They want to get something out of this. Double power shots to push it out. So 30-minute mark now with a 12,000 gold lead for Boom.
I love this approach of scouting around with the Wind Ranger, though.
Yeah.
Also, he gets the Arcana and does all the funny dancing, too.
That's amazing. That's so good. Thank goodness. Valve, smart people. So,
Denog wanted us to mention that OD has an MKB, I've been told. Because it sucks on this hero.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And clearly he's noticed exactly what Gabby's planning. So Gabby has made a change to his build for the game plan. And they've made it right back at him there with the MKB on Makoto.
Well, back again as we are settling down for probably the next Roche fight, most likely.
If you say settling down a little bit louder, does that work on the dogs while you're casting? Is that the play? Settling down, sitting in the throne.
It's 4:30 in the morning. I don't know why they're so angry. Please go to bed.
They're yelling about Dota.
It's definitely a possibility. 13,000 gold lead again, and well, boom, still just controlling, and they get the Bloodstone done. Instant Roche respawn. Okay.
Oh well, that's a freebie. Of course, they're actually out of the base and smoked, so maybe not such a freebie.
FBZ's who they see. They break it immediately. Shackle not gonna latch, but the jump in. The Glimmer Cape came out so quickly afterwards. Gabby trying to find a target to stay onto. They won't be able to.
That's the first BKB, right?
Yeah.
Not great for Gabby. Not hitting that first shackle. Maybe that can lead into something if they do, but it's kind of hard elsewise. And now just back to the Roche pit. Radiant scan. Still green, and it's red.
Yep.
And it's still red, and it ends red. So now they're going to think they're in the pit, so they jump. Ah!
Trying to find it. Toss back. Is it good enough, though? Tim's going to go obliterated completely. Forces the buyback. FBZ separated from the rest of his team as they are going to get that clumsy net out. Now trying to turn it down. KP in some trouble as the Yules is there, but the Ghost Scepter again, the big ulti, but not enough to end a life. BKB's already used now by Makoto as they kill off KP. Now March also going to fall, and it looks like after all is said and done, they get the pullback onto Pugna as well. Gabby trying to find a kill, but to no avail. Well, Shackle? Nothing afterwards.
It's not there. The multiple E-blades, the D-creps, the Ghost Scepter purchase that's coming out. I mean, the E-blade will be out there soon to try and keep helping, but it feels like they don't care right now.
Yeah, these little skirmishes, like every time you try and jump in a little bit, just falls apart for TNC, it feels like. As they will punch away. And that Sanity's Eclipse, I mean, it was enough to force the rest of them back and get the kill onto KP.
Yo, let's go, boom. Give us game 5.
They're doing it, man. They're absolutely doing it. They have looked so clean this game. And it's like, it's been the entire series, the entire game, it feels like. There's never been a point where TNC felt in control. And as much as, like, I want to love the Aghanim Scepter, it doesn't feel like it's doing enough.
I can see how it can do stuff, though, for sure. With, like, the Wind Ranger, and then still potentially, I think that Pugna sounds kind of dope, but...
Right.
Put the second Nether Ward down. Maybe it doesn't, maybe 2 of them don't work.
Yeah, it's a possibility. They can't handle it. The game just breaks. Well, game is very hard for TNC as they have 6 kills to the 16 of Boom, but more importantly, a 20,000 gold lead. And it is going to continue to be accentuated. But again, like, Boom is just not willing to go high ground. They know that that's how they can lose this game.
Yeah, there's not a lot of benefit for them heading up there.
No.
The longer they stay out here, the larger this lead will grow. The supports become more and more relevant on the side of the Radiant. Tim's is having a real rough game.
True.
Not looking like a Tim's match.
Absolutely. It's been tough. I mean, he did start out with a decent beginning, but, you know, a couple of those deaths getting caught out. Hasn't really been able to get a Solar Crest charge or a Spirit Vessel charge in a little while. Well, walk up to high ground. FBZ just not at all afraid of anything. The Scotty done on Dreamless Cell also is very difficult to deal with. Disarm, can't get the toss back. Force Staff keeps Hyde alive. Shackle not gonna latch. And there's the Decrep. Still trying to keep Dreamless Cell away as FBZ is just standing there as a guard, throwing out the Chakram. Another failure to latch.
That one just missed.
Where are the trees? Trees, hello?
Well, they have a timber saw, you see.
That's fair.
It's all part of the strats. Oh, yeah, where are Tim's trees, though? Didn't they have the tree?
They did. Well, nonetheless, jump in. KP is tossed out, and in a world of hurt, Ghost Scepter trying to get him to live. They do have Sanity's Eclipse, but not willing to drop it.
Yeah, it's the D crap from Armel. He doesn't even have his Ghost Scepter yet. He just keeps saving him.
Well, it is...
now he does.
It is still no meaningful structure damage done as the Rax just keeps holding. Dude, I don't know. I feel like we're gonna be here for a little while unless Boom are willing to sort of go in for the full commitment. But I guess that like they can wait for the next tier of items too.
Yeah, they need to not get impatient because that's how you give this game away.
Right.
Especially if someone does a really silly buyback, which is usually what happens.
Yeah, too true.
Why? Because he's going Hags.
Oh, Gabby down very low, but able to get out. I like the Hags.
Oh,
that's pretty
good.
tight.
He couldn't find the lasso.
And Shackle again, not gonna latch. No luck, no nothing. Gabby runs in, pops the BKB, finds the kill. As he ends up being able to get one, but can they find anything afterwards? It doesn't look like it.
That was the impatience. Guess he's trying a little solo Bat Rider play.
It's true.
I'll take
And
that.
in the meantime, that buys a little bit of space for TNC to head out across the map and get some farm on.
Regeneration. Radiant's top
Kodo
tower
TPing over. Tim standing on a ward, and I think he is not long for this world if he's not careful. Gonna run away, hide, blink out. Okay, are they getting greedy? Waveform through, Gabby wanting to fight. Does not have BKB for 15 seconds. He is running very fast. And the chase down coming, adaptive strike, keeping him under control. The route afterwards, FBZ still standing forward. Their racks are getting hit in mid, but it won't end up doing any, again, structural significant damage.
Yeah, and that Aegis is about to expire here, so they'll wait around for another one, I'm sure, and get the scythe up on the OD as well, which there won't be an answer for on Gabby because he wants that E-Blade next.
Right.
At least give him a chance to secure some damage when he's running around as this Wind Ranger.
They do have a Photic Shield still, which, you know, is going to be a good answer in that regard. As that Aegis expires, Ninja Gear going to be picked up as well. And at least for now, TNC hold on to their base despite being down 25,000 net worth and scooting on towards that 30k experience lead. But this is good, being able to get out of here with Tims and Armel to sort of break the defense.
Basically just to farm neutrals, right?
Yeah. And this is what they need to do. So they're going to try and get their next tier of items. Quickening Charm is there.
Dire are scanning.
Anything else for them? Oh, did they get a repair kit too?
I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, Abba still has it. 3 charges. Oh my god, Tims. Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, he got the spell prism on the morph.
Did he? Oh my god.
Oh, now he's taking over to Gabby too. But as Tim's now, what will that even do? It's 12 seconds. It lasts 6 seconds. It has 2 charges. So, like 2-second downtime?
Something like that. He's basically wind running forever. Wow! Lasso going to catch up on the top lane. Armel, does he have a TP way to get out of here? No, there's people coming in. He didn't even have TP because
He must
the only one.
He must have got him TPing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, another pickoff for Boom, but what does it lead into? I mean, they've got this like really good contain with all this vision here, but TNC keep on being able to break out of it and get some farm now and then. The lead keeps on building, but I don't know what that item is where Boom just suddenly like, okay, we can go now. Maybe it's this Hex. Maybe they want another item like that on all the rest of their heroes.
How come when you highlight Windrun, it says cooldown 0.2?
Oh my god.
Why? What? You see that?
Yeah.
It just looks weird. It's like bugged or something. 0.2.
Well, maybe this Hex they're feeling comfortable going. Witless Shaco is there as well.
Well, it is an NA game, so the math is hard, you know?
Too true.
Yeah.
Repair kit, keeping it alive. Drow keeps on punching through. KP daring them to toss him. Still control is there. They don't have the Abba with them. The rest of the heroes are moving on into position. And the tier 3 tower eventually going to fall as E-Blade just tickling the Morphlane, doing absolutely nothing.
I don't know how he's allowed to just keep doing this Manta Illusion high ground thing for Vision.
Yeah.
I mean, FBZ's up there too anyway, but can they really just not kill that thing?
Well, they have a Dagon for Armel, but he was dead during that one, so that kind of sucks.
Either way. Roche in 5 seconds. Find the timer. Last one was instant. This one will be 42.
Okay.
152.
Nope, not 42.
Not even close. I got a 1 in 180 chance. One of these days. FBZ.
Wait a minute. Can they do anything here? Trying to life drain him as well. FBZ stunned for the moment. Big ol' ulti comes down, destroys Gabby. Makoto just gave him the old one shot. And now the Yule Scepter trying to keep Pugna alive, but they just absolutely demolish him. And, well, that is why OD is good against Morphlane. Why is nobody picking this hero?
Well, I mean, it still took a while. He did 583. He was Scythe and Hex and, you know, stun. I think he got shackled from the Lotus too, where you get the mini stun. So I wouldn't say it's been as crushing as I had expected, to be honest. It feels like it's not quite as good as it used to be with the mana pool. I mean, a lot of that's because of his build, though, of course, and his build has made the game slightly more difficult as the Morphling. So, yeah, I still think there's a space for OD for sure. But he had 3 heroes that he counters this game in the Abba, the Morphling, and the Underlord. So it was a very good spot from Boom to take it.
That's fair. Yeah, I think that it's sort of one of those things, too, is they're going to take this set of racks again. Shackle not going to latch.
Game 5, game 5, game 5, game 5.
Hex, Chase, trying to get him. Well, even that a Fox Shield for the moment, but this building is eventually going to go down. Mega Creeks are there. 42,000 net worth lead.
You know what's cooking.
They're going to spam that till the end of time. No question about it. Double Chakram going through onto them. Buildings are continuing to just take damage as FBZ jumps through. And Drow, oh, 4-shot. Not going to be able to do it. Back away again. Lasso going to latch, but gets the kill onto Armel. And just like that, Hyde going to be able to get the pullback. Hex is there as well. March nowhere left to go. Makoto blinks forward. Gabby trying to go toe-to-toe against him with that BKB. Makoto is having none of it. Tosses again, waiting to drop the big old GGs there, as there is nothing left in the tank. And we are going to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I have to give the utmost props to Makoto. 12-0-7.
Yes.
He took a hero that was very good for the game, but it's still, I would say, a little stressful and nerve-wracking to go for a hero that's not like super meta right now, and maybe somebody he hasn't even like played that much lately. So to bring it out in a game where you like are really confident and come back after having 2 absolutely disastrous matches for himself, I am extremely impressed at his mentality.
And the rest of the team around him too, securing that first blood, making sure they got the kill, gave him something he's comfortable on. Overall team doing what they need to do, and we're going to a game 5. The El Clasico of Southeast Asia continuing on after this. We're going to head back to the panel, see what they thought about that game, and get their thoughts before we go to the final match.
Sometimes I can barely breathe here. Sometimes I don't want to be here. Sometimes I don't want to be here. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation.
relax easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Can't say why.
This is it. 18 days of competition doesn't matter anymore. All it is this one final game. Boom Esports, TNC, tied neck and neck 2-2 here in our best of 5 grand final for ESL 1 Thailand. Who's going to win it? We don't actually know here on the panel. My boys that might potentially have an idea. Danog Poglet, lads.
That game number 4
I
was
couldn't
crazy.
ask for more, honestly. A game 5 here for our grand final is exactly what I wanted.
Exactly. We're going to need to break down that game number 4. I think we need to bring a bucket and a mop for that TNC because they got cleaned off the map. I mean, the draft was perfect coming out. I think that's where we've really seen Boom succeed as well, right? Game 1, they picked the Terrorblade, which was completely out of their wheelhouse, going I think a couple of months without picking it at all in any competitive matches, and then bringing back the OD for something that could have knocked them out of the tournament. So just all of that faith and trust and belief in their system is coming through.
Yeah, and speaking of that OD, we talked about that Morphling counter. It felt like the whole Morphling getting hit by the hammer, that never came into fruition. He actually just
happened
straight
once.
outplayed them outside of that, though. Like, you expect it to happen over and over and over again. But no, this is just a team effort. Obviously, the OD pick we will harp on because brand new pick in the grand final, in game 4, in an elimination game, no less. That shows balls from Boom Esports.
It does, and I mean, the thing is, it's not like OD is a new hero for Boom. Makoto plays it all the time. Probably less so because, you know, you don't want to lose too much MMR in your pubs. But going up against the master tier Morphling and Gabby, he made him look a little silly at times. You know, Gabby's still got a decent amount of farm. But it wasn't just an individual effort from Boom either. FBZ was fantastic on that Timbersaw, really enabled that aggressive style of play.
And I think this comes back to the draft, right? You know, we talk about this. This Timbersaw seemed to have, in his first 3 picks, he had a free time. There was no real heroes that can contest him all too hard. He can do a lot of work against Morphling. Underlord and Abaddon really don't touch him at all. Maybe the Pit of Malice can be a bit annoying for FBZ, but they gave him a perfect lane, and he really dominated that early to mid game.
And on top of that, a 15-minute Blink Dagger for a position 5 Bat Rider is insane. You can't give him that space to be able to essentially be a core from that supporting role.
Yeah, I know how much you harped on the win lace. It could have been a 15,
It's
30.
250 gold. Just buy it, man. It's so good on Bat Rider.
Yeah, but the big play for me is FBZ here. Like, look how hard it is to kill this man. They do everything in their power to do so, and then here comes the hammer, here comes the... This is really where GG should have been called, in my mind, for TNC.
Yeah.
You can't come back from this. It's 35k net worth. Your whole team's getting cleaned up, and you had nothing to say for it.
Yeah, it really does feel like that this Drow Ranger really enables quite a lot of these cores to be played. You know, maybe if Makoto didn't have that Drow Ranger behind him, he might not have hit too hard. You know, we touched on this MKB pickup from him as well, allowing to deal more damage through those BKBs.
And on the OD as well, right? MKB on an OD, that's not something that you see every day. Obviously great against Tims on the Wind Ranger, who never had a game, honestly. Like, some nice shackle shots being hit, and then having the presence of mind to see, oh, Gabby's going into an Ag Scepter? Well, there's really only 2 heroes on his team that he can change into. It's probably going to be the Wind Ranger. Let's make it completely useless.
And it really did feel like, you know, we were talking about this as soon as we saw that Gabby was queuing up that Ag Scepter. We're like, what's he really going to do with this? What is the strat behind this? Is there going to be some game-breaking thing with 2 Nether Wards that he's going to try and get the OD to kill himself with the hammer being dropped, or was it going to be something a little bit different? And, you know, as you said, turning into the Wind Ranger, but that gets completely countered by the MKB. And I think Boom really goes to show that these drafts and team plays can make heroes that are outside of the meta like this OD still look strong.
Yeah, I love this for Boom Esports, though, because they're, like you said, making out of the meta, making things into the meta, and it just shows that they don't really care. They really don't care about these OP heroes because they're still winning without them. Like, we haven't seen Doom picked or banned all 4 games now, and like that was the hero of the group stage in my mind. Maybe Venomancer
Even in the losers
final.
final as well. Like, it's been a long time since that Doom's been picked up. Maybe it'll make his appearance again in game number 5. I think it's a distinct possibility, right? Because it's just one of those heroes it's easy to play. You need ease, and Tiny has been another one of those heroes. I feel like nearly every time it's been picked, it's resulted in a W.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like every single team has had a hand in playing Tiny right now. I mean, there's probably a stat. The stat man will help us out there, but I feel like it's been played by every single team this tournament.
I believe coming into today's grand final, I think it had something like a 67% win rate or something like that. One of the most played heroes, ESL won Thailand, and it's only lost 1 game today, has it? Or has it won everything? I'm pretty sure it has an insane win rate for something like a Tiny, and I really feel like there's a lot more heroes now in this final game 5 here in the draft that you can't let through. There's like the Vengeful Spirit that you can't really let through, maybe the Venomancer as well, this Tiny hero, Bat Rider. There's just too many heroes to ban, and now it's kind of on who gets the first pick in my eyes and who chooses the poison they want to play against.
I think it's honestly Boom that has a little bit of an edge there with the types of heroes that they can pick. I feel like they're a tiny bit more versatile than TNC, which coming into this tournament, I probably wouldn't have said. TNC have an extremely deep hero pool, but I think it's just up to Boom to not make a mistake in that early stages of the draft. If they can do that, they've got a good shot of taking this all out.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's not like you can sit there and ban OD every game. We talked about the fact that the hero hadn't been played at all. Timbersaw doesn't really get banned or picked that much either. And like, you can't really target your bans on those. Like, and if you are, you're most likely losing this draft. And with how close these 2 teams are, a couple of wasted bans is enough to lose the game for yourself.
And 1-star player for me so far has been FBZ. He is really going to show when you give him these offlane heroes that can take over games and you give him a good lane, he really comes out and shines. On this Timbersaw and the slider in the series yesterday that he played, he really understands these beefy frontliners, these spell tankers. He just understands what to do in these team fights and plays it to perfection. I think FBZ on this Timbersaw, you can't let him have a free game like that again.
No, it was kind of like the Chen that we saw against Fnatic. As soon as that Timbersaw came out, I was like, oh, it's going to be tough. It was just the Drow on the other side that I thought he's going to be able to do a lot of damage himself, but is he going to be able to protect the Drow at the same time? And he was. He played out of his mind. Fantastic once again by FBZ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that we've just had the MVP voting close because he's just put on an absolute performance to really try and do that last push before it all happens. So, Shame for FPZ. I just hope he's made it through because I have no idea what the voting's like.
Me too.
Especially coming into Game 5, there still is time for these players to shine, right? You know, we talked about KP potentially shining, and I think FBZ and KP, you know, Lyrical and Trent touched on it at the top of the show that it's probably going to be the fight of the offlaners. And I think if KP can have a little bit more impact, then potentially if TNC can pull this out. But, you know, Boom on the other side, they have FBC in their back pocket. If they give him a good game like that, this game number 5 can certainly be in their favor. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to another short break. On the other side of this, we will have our 5th and final game here for the grand final of ESL 1 Thailand. Who's going to take it? Boom or TNC? Stay with us and find out.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
For the final time here at ESL 1 Thailand, we get ourselves prepped and ready for another game draft. Here, it is game number 5, Boom and TNC. One game separates them from claiming the crown at ESL 1 Thailand, Southeast Asia Division. To have my panel here for another time. Danog, Poglet, lads, we're getting very, very close to game number 5 here. I'm super excited that we've had a full 5-game series here between both these teams. And once again, we want to hammer this home. Drafts mean everything.
Drafts mean everything. And what a way to finish up the entire tournament. We've been going for 18 days, all the way to the best of 5. I was kind of thinking it was either going to be a 3-0 stomp or it's going to go to 5 games. And my initial prediction was that Boom would take it in 5. So we'll see if the draft leads towards that.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, Boom came in with that nice energy. Like, obviously, we had that lower bracket winners interview with Kezcute, and he seemed relaxed. He seemed to understand why they lost. And when you understand why you lose, and you still took them to 60-minute and a 50-minute game, all that little improvements. And so far, so good for Boom.
So far, so good. But the Abaddon hasn't had the fantastic win rate in recent times. It's been a staple of Boom. Kezcute loves to play it. I think when paired together with this Morphling is when it really shines. So this is probably the best game that I've seen it in thus far. And I think it was a predetermined strategy of, look, we got to get rid of the Tiny. We've decided that Wisp isn't going to be coming out for us this time, except, last game it felt like they kind of wanted it. And they said, look, as long as they get rid of the Venge, we're happy to let them have Venomats because we've got this Abaddon in our back pocket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the big thing for me is, like, bring me the Zoo. Bring it here right now. Like, yes, they've got the Magnus.
Not against the Magnus. You really can't play Chen into Mag. It really feels
it's
like
super awkward, I know. I just want to see it. I just want to see the Zoo.
Well, good thing you're not drafting for Boom right now. I mean, they've even gotten rid of some of the components of their Zoo as well. You know, the Necrophos removed. We saw how effective that was against Fnatic, just completely cleaning them up. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing it this time around, sadly.
I do agree with you, but yeah.
Maybe in a future tournament.
Well, now the Faceless Void has been taken out because Magnus and Faceless Void was at combo that TNC used last time they ran this in this best of 5. So they don't have to worry about that. There still is the Phantom Assassin that's around, but Morphling feels a little bit more favoured in that matchup. So Boom, last time they did this, they went for the Tide Hunter. Do we still feel like that's just as strong here for FBZ? Is another one of those heroes that he can really just take hold of this game and
it didn't feel that great.
I don't know. I disagree with you. I think he played perfectly fine on both of those. It was the Shadow Fiend that let them down in game number 3, and in game 1, it basically won them the game. So
yeah,
I have nothing wrong with it. Hyde Tusk, we're seeing something a little bit new. We might be seeing some tri-lane action going on as well, if that's going to be the case. Just leave FBZ off on his own, make sure he has a decent lane with something relatively sustainable like a Tide, and then just try and get a few kills up against the core on TNC.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now when you see that Abaddon Morphling, you really want to run that tri-lane because Abaddon doesn't need the levels so massively. Morphling needs the farm so desperately. And Tusk is probably one of the best. Like, I'd give him top 3, maybe top 5 if you're being really rude on best tri-laners just because of that tag team.
Not even just for the tri-lane and just relative strength in the laning stage, but it really enables you to take Roche super quickly as well if you're in an advantageous stage. Plus the Abaddon on top of that, Roche is going to melt, and Morphling is probably one of the best users of that Aegis.
Yeah, especially into like that RP we're talking about. Maybe you don't get it off in time on that Photic Shield and the reverse on the team fight. Who cares? You've got the Aegis. You reset. They've used all their spells to take you down.
Give them the comfort. This is like TNC Draft 101 here. Either a KP or a March Venomancer. It's probably going to be an Armel Magnus, you would think. And then we've got the Mirana coming out here for Tims.
Well, that's basically what you want going into a Game 5, unless it's, a complete horrible pick. You just want to go, all right, lads, this is the final game for the tournament. What do we want to do? Where do we want to put this? Who wants to play what? What's the hero that you guys want to be remembered for in this grand final? And Tim's Mirana is one of those ones that sticks out to me.
That casual 94% win rate hero. I don't know. Do I want to be known by that?
Yeah, probably.
Like, it is a bit ridiculous that despite the fact everyone registers how strong his Mirana is, it's not getting many respect bans. This entire tournament, I feel like it's only been banned about twice against them.
I really want to see the PA come out now from TNC. I feel like, A, it pairs together super well with the Magnus. It's not fantastic for Morph to morph into. I mean, the real value of PA is the coup de grace, and you're not taking that away from him, so...
Yeah. Or even the blur, and you can't really keep that either. It's not like that win run where you can switch it between the two. So you really lose the two best parts of PA.
Yeah.
But you can get E-bladed. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. If that Morphling commits to a really early shotgun build, you could potentially take him down.
Ooh, FBZ Pango.
FBZ Pango.
Or Makoto Pango.
That's true. We've seen that before, especially against Magnus's mid, right? It's one of those heroes that can play quite well into that Magnus mid. So, again, we talk about into these drafts, it's all about what do your players want to play. You're sitting there, you're talking to your mid lane, you're talking to your off lane, and like, all right, lads, what do you feel like is the perfect pick for us here? And I think Pango just keeps them super open right now. Obviously, Dreamercell is going to be the guy who's playing the Morphling. Kezcute's probably going to be the guy who's playing Abaddon. Hyde's probably going to be the guy who plays Tusk. But you want to make sure that those last two picks are really flexible for you.
Yeah, especially with that final pick, you don't want to get completely counted on it. Like we talked about how trash the last pick usually feels, but having a flex pick at the 4 does make it quite decent, or at least viable in these strats. And it's going to feel pretty good with that. We talked about that Roshan time. You've now got a disarm to make it even quicker with the Pangolier.
I'm liking the draft so far from Boom. Slark, still a pretty good hero against all of this, though. Again, it's one of those ones that you feel okay morphing into it, but there are better ones out there. This Pango is just so good, especially where it came out in the draft as well. You know Venomancer is likely going to be a March hero. You know Mirana is going to be a Tim's hero. And so Grimstroke, not really viable anymore. Wyvern, not really viable anymore. You've got the Morphling. So what can you do against a Pango that's just rolling around and wrecking your face? Nothing.
Yeah, it's a very solid pick. Obviously, the big issue I usually have with Slark is his farming speed. Like, you don't want to be having to commit your entire mana pool, but now you've got this Empower plus that Dark Pack that's going to be incredibly fast. And he only has to commit one semi-farming item, whether it's a drums, a manta, or something like that.
Hey, Denog, I don't want to scare you or nothing, but Slark was looking pretty menacing that you did. You should probably be careful about how much smack you talk about him.
Well, you know.
Sorry, that was my one bad joke for today, so I'm glad that I got that out before the end of the show.
Oh,
but lads, we're walking forward here towards these final phases bans. Which heroes are we thinking here that Boom need to get rid of for TNC? Probably a KP hero.
Yeah. There's just so many that he can play. Yeah, I was thinking Void Spirit initially, but you're super squishy. I think you run the risk of being run over by the Morphling.
I honestly think they should try and force out the KP Magnus, to tell you the truth. So if they do like a nice Centaur plus Brew ban.
Centaur's banned.
Yeah, and then maybe Brew is the last one, that would be happy with me. But TNC, respecting the Bloodseeker, which has had a trash win rate in ESL 1 Thailand.
Banning it against a Pango as well, I think is a little odd.
I mean, it's not even great against Slark either, because you can just shit and Shadow Dance. You can use that Dark Pack to remove the silence. It's not great against Magnus, even with that skewer. So it would have been, in my eyes, a terrible pick, and I've been the one campaigning to have it picked in every single game, no matter how bad it is.
Yeah.
But surprisingly for me, lads, my pick that I've been campaigning for is the Techies, and unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Little Techo.
Please no.
Imagine that.
Game 5.
Imagine Game 5 of the Grand Finals, and then Boom or TNC is like, Techies last pick, baby. Woo!
I'd be way happy.
And it's like an 80-minute game, and they pull it back.
I'm taking this headset off and walking out if that happens.
Yeah. You will do a post-game interview with 2 people just because Danog's having a full-blown cry in the parking lot.
A panic attack, fetal position, rocking
like
back
rocking.
and forth.
Slax has ruined us. We brought him down here once, and he's ruined us.
Yeah.
I mean, to tell you the truth, it wouldn't be the worst pick in the world for TNC. Like, it could be playable.
No. Get out.
No.
Disregarding all of that.
Like, you'd have to run the mid Mirana, which...
All right, lads, in all seriousness, what do we need here for TNC? They need a KP hero, right?
Not necessarily. It could be a KP hero. I think Alina is still okay here.
I like the Lena into the Morphling, because if you can walk around like that, maybe that Shadow Blade style build, or you get that Shadow Blade, you walk around, you one-shot the Morphling, you don't really get jumped on as much.
I kind of want a Death Prophet a little bit.
DP. Oh, that's not bad. I think Queen of Pain maybe as well.
They don't really have that much burst to get rid of a Death Prophet either, which I think could be pretty good for them.
It's some sustain, it's some additional tower push, yeah, it's a Void Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel it's a little squishy for me.
The bigger issue is if they're going to commit everything on what most likely will be the KP Void Spirit, I feel like he's stronger of the 2 players. you're committing for an offlane, and you're committing a lot for an offlane while this Slark can run rampant in your backline. So that could be the play. Just make sure you commit everything on KP. If he dies, so what?
I think the best thing about this Void Spirit is they are flexible with it. RML and KP can switch the Magnus and the Void Spirit, so depending on what this final pick is here from Boom, there's not really like one that really, springs to mind for you when you see these two heroes. You're like, which one's really going to go mid? There's not really too many heroes that counter both of them, so you really have to be careful here if you're Boom Esports not to draft yourselves into a corner. But I think they're going good right now. They do need a little bit more lockdown, I feel like.
They've got scrappy lockdown right now. Like, they've got the tough snowball, they've got the tag team, the punch, the Pango roll is...
kind of...
I'll call it scrappy lockdown. Like, it can be used. It's just not great.
Ember Spirit's in the pool, but it's...
Ooh.
Ooh. Nature's Prophet. I want to see how they're laning this. That's going to heavily decide what I'm thinking.
Makoto Pango. I really like that.
FPZ's Nature's Prophet last time, he didn't play the hero badly. I just felt like it was a terrible game for the Nature's Prophet. And I'm feeling the same way for this one. It doesn't look like it's going to be a great Furion game.
He has a half-decent lane against the Slark and the Venomancer. As we said, it is a March Venomancer, so TNC, they're going to go with that position 5 Veno. But lads, for the final time here at ESL 1 Thailand, we'll be going with the predictions.
Just because they've got comfort, TNC, although the heart says Boom.
Poglet?
If I say Boom, I've cursed them, haven't I?
You're going to curse somebody, so you have to make a choice.
Look, I got to go with Boom. Their draft looks way more fun to watch.
All right, so it looks like my panel is split here down the middle. I'm going to have to go with TNC again. Australian Pride here is winning out once again here. We're going to leave it with our casters, Lyrical and Trent, for game number 5 of our grand finals here at ESL 1 Thailand.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Get it back. Someone said it. In my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. One match, and oftentimes in these intra-regional competitions, you have that one monkey you just can't get off your back, that one itch that you can't scratch, that one problem that keeps coming back to you time and again. And for Boom, it's been TNC. They have not beaten them in 5 months. Is today the day, Trent? Are they going to do it?
That is the question. A best of 5. Can you do it in the toughest of series? Where you truly must outwit and outplay your opponent, both in the draft and in the game. That's what we're here to find out. And have they done it here? We have a C classic of the Magnus and the Slark. Whenever I see this duo, I think of Faceless and how they dominated the region for quite a while in that team with that combination. And nice to see it making a return. But now the Morphling has also shifted hands to Dreamcell here as we get into the game.
Absolutely. Time is nigh as we are ready to roll into this one. Should mention, too, that the last time they beat it was also a Hyde Tusk that sort of led them to victory. Oh. Boom. There you go. That's what they call it. But TNC also, as you mentioned, looking good. Slarkamag going to be really strong going into the late game. You had kind of had some ideas that maybe Boom would take a Chen as the last pick overall. They instead decided to go for the FBZ Prophet. Do you like the pick?
Yeah, I think what I liked was that they ended up with just a lot of different options at the end. They kind of got to feel out what TNC were doing. Like maybe if they felt like they could get one of these Chen punishes again, like we saw earlier in the tournament, they could just like run this game down. I kind of thought they might try and cheese it because I see the Tusk, so I'm always thinking about that Chen combo that we used to see. But yeah, they just saw like the Prophet being available, and because they could have even like flexed this Pango to be off lane, could have picked a mid for Makoto, but assuming that it was going to be a melee matchup, either the Meg or the Void Spirit, they do give it to Makoto, and he will indeed be facing off versus Armel in the mid lane. So Makoto once again has been given the reins of the game, and he came through last match with the Drow being down in the laning stage. There was a lot of pressure on Makoto in those first couple fights to make the plays, and he succeeded. And now he's the one who's going to be initiating alongside this Nature's Prophet and Tusk across the map, while the Morph and the Ava tend to play a little bit more passive to begin.
And that's going to be the big deciding factor that I feel like we so often see is, can space be made by those other 4 heroes in the early goings of it? Slark, you know, not necessarily incapable of showing up to the fights on the side of TNC, but much less likely to as well. So both him and Gabby will most likely, both him and Dreamcell rather, will most likely be heading out trying to get that farm on whilst the other engagements are happening. And I'm curious to see if they like try and make some early moves with FBZ and try and just shut this game out early, you know, get some towers, find themselves kills, constrict the farm that TNC is able to get on the map.
I will say I feel pretty confident about TNC's lineup though. I really like their heroes. I think they have a little bit easier path to like aggression in the early game. And that's why I think there's a lot of pressure on Makoto too, because the way and the times at which he chooses to use the Rolling Thunder, I think are going to dictate a lot of these early game fights, because that is one thing that can just do a ridiculous amount of work versus these heroes, right? Maybe that chain stun is exactly what you need to bring down KP or Tim's before they can get away. But without that Rolling Thunder chain stun, they don't really have a lot of lockdown before the FBZ Orchid.
Right. And that is going to be the other big timing that they look for there. And we'll see what Makoto is able to do. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, I think earlier as well, like Armel's not likely to make moves on this mag. So he's probably just going to be sitting in this lane or stacking up jungle or taking out camps or whatever. And then Makoto going to be the one that has to roll around and get some stuff done. As we've said, March going to try and go for a little bit of a disruption, make sure there's no pull potential. Trying to get
really
the
good
aggro.
at this.
Oh, and he got one of the range creeps. Wow.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, Dreamcell's very excited.
But March has done a really good job of just like timing that constantly. In that case, it obviously doesn't work, but he's always there and ready to try and interrupt that pull and at least make it so it's not the full wave. Unfortunately, as a Venomancer, he can't just like grab the range group and run back to the wave, and Hyde even gets the deny. Very well done by him. So he wins this battle versus March, that's for sure.
Definitely. Those early engagements, all those little things, they make a difference as the game goes later. And you can see down bottom, Tim's forcing back Kezcute and Dreamcell. This is always another interesting little dynamic, right? Morphling, very good at last hitting, but through those first couple of waves, having that Quelling Blade, it should be able to have a pretty good time on KP. And he's got 4 denies now and only 8 last hits for poor old Morph.
Yeah, and it was one thing to flare the Morph at 1 HP behind the tower when he's regenerating, but can Tim's hit an arrow? That would be the true test.
I like it. I want to see
I
it.
really hope not. That seems impossible. So let's assume Dreamcell will be just fine.
True. Haven't talked much about, as they get the pullback onto Dreamcell, the mid matchup, but it is always tough going up against the Magnus when he has that like early empower just to keep farming up, as Tim's is going to make the rotation over and get a stack off on the Ancients. He gets the bottle. Moving in, arrow afterwards.
Oh, that was sick.
Dude, the pull in with the shockwave.
I actually turned away from my monitor when that hit. That was so gross.
Dude.
That actually that physically made me cringe how good that play was. I was just like, oh god, I feel so bad for that Pango.
Yo.
Oh, because I was wondering, like, why is he walking that rune? I'm sure he was thinking the same thing. He's like, oh, this is free. Like, I'm gonna be able to, like, I'm gonna have so much time to right click RML. Like, he's gone here way too early. This is so good for me. And then you just get arrowed.
Dude. Well, and not only just getting arrowed, but shockwave to pull him into the arrow. Like, like what the hell? That was really
too
sick.
good.
March in some trouble though. And Hyde will be able to get the return kill. That timing too, because you always were talking about like the 4-minute rotation for runes. Tim stacks the ancient and sets up for a kill for Armel. Dude, Tim's and Armel, the dynamic duo.
That is the value play. The fact that the ancients are stacked too. But Kesku, he will fire back. He's gonna get in there and get this rune. Potentially 3 here by the looks of it, as FBZ's even thinking about TPing right to the rune. But I think, oh, okay, yeah, he's gonna fish out with it. I will instead go for it.
Get out of there, buddy. Well, so far, pretty hype play there mid, but back at it for Pango, farming away, and should be perfectly fine now. Does get that level 6 pretty soon here. So they pull in and the disarm comes out, and he's going to get a few denies along the way as well. Perfectly fine.
I could try a play here if they push this lane in with the level 6, but then there's always the skewer too, so it's hard to like control with the ice shards. Oh, speaking of the skewer, it takes bring to the tower. It goes to the RP with the tower damage as well.
Oh, trying to bring him down, Makoto! Dead again. I don't know, man. This is a tough one.
Yeah, and he's the one who's in charge here for their team. But 2 kills him. Yeah, no chills is Makoto.
All right. Well, we'll see how they end up doing. Yeah.
Yeah. He's keeping it light and breezy.
Easy breezy. DD for Mag. Has a little courier pipe, and that is the morbid mask.
That's all your sustain. I mean, it's not too bad in this lane, but he could just be at like free full HP all the time without that. And Tim's instantly arrows that catapult, even though it was definitely fine. The full wave coming. The KB's like,
don't worry. Pull back in again. Bunch of heroes rotating top. It's Tim's and Marcher there, and they're forcing back the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I want to see if they do try and rotate early on with FBZ to sort of take one of those towers. Or I guess that you would probably just bring Makoto to his lane. I'm not even sure. Because it doesn't feel super easy to kill Gabby either. He's got level 6 now. Like, where do you kill?
Great question. Doesn't really feel like you can,
No.
And Hyde, he might be the one getting killed.
Oh.
I guess the one dodge. Nice. And the Vendo did not chase. March just went right back up top.
Nice decision. All right. So the movement in towards mid from Hyde now. Does have shards up again soon, but look at how much damage Armel just spams out there. It's disgusting.
The other thing is they're still really weak on damage before the Orchid.
Right.
Like, let's say that he starts the Pango roll and then they like stun him once, throw the shards in at the same time, so you just like combo stun him the whole time through or whatever for the shard duration. It won't even matter. Like, he still won't die.
Yeah.
Unless they can chain silence him with the lucky shot.
No. So in the meantime, moving over for another rune. This one's going to spawn up top. Makoto able to get it.
Whoa, Armel just
the kill. And Gezcute, he's just dead.
You don't get that many opportunities for kills with the RP early on, especially after you're out of like that 1v1 instant level 6 laning stage. So he just takes it.
Yeah.
He says, look, I'm going to be farming. I'm busy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And with that, stacking up, or rather just trying to farm up these ancients a little bit for Armel. We'll see if he does decide to go for it or not. But yeah, he's just going to go back and farm them up. Fine and dandy. Boom, in the meantime, do rotate top, and they're going to try and take this tower, as it does not appear like TNC are going to try and mount a defense.
Yeah, they're just trying to build some Echo Sabers right now. So this is what they do. They don't kill people. They kill some towers.
That arrow almost caught. Trim cell. Feeling very good. So he was able to TP out of there. Yeah, and Mag, God, he is so freaking farmed right now. After finishing off that Ancient stack, he's 1,400 gold ahead of the next highest, and he's about to farm up some more Ancients in a moment.
His Echo's done in like 100 gold.
What the hell?
Radiant's bottom tower
What?
is under attack.
He's gonna have a 10-minute Treads Bracer Echo?
He is super duper farmed. Broom Handle picked up along with the jelly. But Makoto, I don't know, man. I feel like the early start that they're getting right now from TNC is just really, really strong. And
928 he bought it, dude. 928.
Yeah.
What?
Armel's made some plays this game. And then of course the help from Tim's simultaneously setting up kills for him and then also making sure he's stacking Ancients. And that also is setting up Mirana to have a good game as well. 3 minutes faster than average. Yeah, that'll do it.
That's nuts for a first item.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, that's gross. Indecent, even.
Radiant's middle tower is
He
under
can just
attack.
cut up this wave again, waiting for somebody to move into
he's a
position.
haste, you want someone better than this, though.
I mean, he's just going to kill him without even using RP. And nobody can come up here with the haste run. They're going to get this tower.
Yeah.
You can't contest
this. Is looking a lot better than just that little dinky push they had up top, huh?
Dude, there's no way you can contest this. Well, movement. He's hunting, trying to find it. Kills off Momono. The Nature's Prophet was able to get out of there. Are they really going to try and fight this? Armel, he still has RP available just outside of range and pulls him in. And jumps for the kill. Dreamocell will die. Hyde also in trouble. I mean, now without RP, they might be able to contest. And you can see TNC backs out immediately afterwards. Damn, dude. He's almost got... He's 1,000 gold from Blink.
The lack of detection killing them there, huh?
Yeah.
No sentries down that whole area. Yeah, this is one of the most farm mags I have ever seen. This is like a Rise and a pub level Magnus.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pushing out that bottom lane very quickly, and every move he makes now, it's just going to keep it going. Now, this could just be one of those things too, where he's sort of, they're thinking about going on him.
Yeah, KP's pinging.
Yeah. Is it a bait? All an elaborate bait. Kescute's nearby, but no, it doesn't look like it.
He walks over and he's like, "Oh my goodness, there's 3 heroes up there, friend.
Back away. Don't be here anymore." Yeah, Armel is a monster. It's a 3,000 gold lead. I was going to say, though, that this could be one of those things where when one hero is so ridiculously farmed themselves, it just turns into a pinata of gold. So they have to play it safe on TNC still, I think.
If he, like, screws up a blink, yeah. It just goes, like, way too aggressive or something. As we have the Rolling Thunder through, I think that's mostly defensive. Because we're trying to get out of that situation versus the Void Spirit and the Mirana.
I don't know. For Boom, at least right now, it does not feel like they're getting a lot done around this map. And again, I don't know how super necessary that is. It feels like it's pretty necessary, but maybe there's something to be said for, well, Wallace Punch on top of Gabby, who's there, but the wraparound is coming. Makoto tries to get the jump away. Astral Step Chase, arrow off the mark. TNC still playing so fast, and KP under control. KP is gonna go down, and now maybe they've overextended. Boom, taking advantage of this moment. Armel, how far forward is he? Can he survive there? Trying to control Gabby, bring him down, but the Shadow Dance is gonna get him out. You can see they do bleed. TNC end up losing 2.
That was really awkward. I mean, they finished at the tower, but taking that before the Yules on KP makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
And you saw that Gabby was holding the pounce the entire time. I'm not sure if he had the sentry in his inventory or something too, because like I think he was just scared of the Sprout. But there were several opportunities he could have like pounced the Tusk or something, kind of outside on the fight, but didn't want to go for it.
Oh, and they can't catch Gabby. The rollback though, maybe a chance.
It's no Shadow Dance.
Damage, dead. KP tried to pull it in and disrupt it, but Gabby overextending, and they punish again. Kill March. 2 dead. Boom. Not willing to go down without a fight. The skewer back is going to be there onto Kescute, but he still has his ulti. You're not killing this guy that easy.
TNC. Yeah, they're I feel like they're always farmed as Armel or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was a little bit strange all in all there. Just, you know, testing the waters there, seeing how it feels. The man Armel's farmed. Yeah, every time I look at him, he just has like hundreds more gold. he's in almost 900 gold again. He just bought a blink.
Yeah, this dude's crazy.
He doesn't even know what he wants to buy. He's like, wow, it's 14.5 minutes in, and I'm rich as hell.
Level 2 RP. Dreamocell is up on the high ground. And they just get him.
What? That was like max range.
Yeah,
right?
that was really well played. And high snowball. Afterwards, they saw him with this ward up there, but they're gonna get 2. So they saw him walk to that camp, but I don't think they actually had vision of him when they did that play. But they knew he was gonna be there. Really well done.
I just don't even. That was crazy. That's an unbelievable RP. I mean, he didn't cancel that with how far away the morph was. I was getting worried.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I would have been pump faking that and be like, nope, too far.
And I mean,
confidence. Right
now, you look at the 2 cores: 0-2-0 for Dreamocell, 1-2-2 for Makoto. At least the ones that are supposed to be carrying this game. And at some point, I mean, I guess that this is just the strength of like that early stacking and stuff. But I don't know when it changes exactly.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't really get their good moments with the Orchid either. I mean, that's not true. They did get like a couple kills in the mid lane, but they're so tanky on, especially Armel, who's like the big breadwinner right now, that he's really hard to target down with FBZ. Now, Gabby, that would be a nice one.
I think they saw him,
he just dark packed.
Roll in. I thought that they saw him, but I guess not. Snowball in, still silence, under control, and they just kill him. So they did not see him. I thought with the night vision they would have. But this is going to be a tier 1 tower
with the trees.
Yeah. All right.
Big kill.
Radiant's top tower.
Meanwhile, they're trying for another big kill here, as head the ward. So he actually saw Dreamocell there.
But with the team, I guess, so far away, they weren't willing to go for it.
And what was really good there is that means they're not going to recheck that sentry.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
He didn't like just try and go for that. Else I could have like thrown some ice shards. Oh wait. Oh no, that was March. March pinged it. Oh no, there's the courier.
Yeah, they checked it.
Oh no,
they didn't see.
Didn't see.
It was delivering things. It wasn't checking.
It just happened to fly exactly over it.
And they do find KP though, and a quick old jump. RP pulls back onto 2, and that's going to be a dead Makoto, and Hyde likely to fall as well. The chase down is there. There's a couple more punches. Wait, what? Excuse me? Hide? Oh, he's hiding, but can't get out.
Courier. Let's go back over. Damn. You're still able to get out before the pounce mid.
And yeah, again, the story of the game continues to be Magnus, who almost has a BKB at 17 minutes. Dude, what the fuck? Like, honestly, what is happening?
It's done. He has it. He has Blake Echo BKB at 17.5 minutes. He's like a PA.
How is this happening?
A lot of hitting creeps and
killing
8
people.
kills. Yeah.
What?
I mean, he's on top of the kills and the last hits. Like, doing it all. Armel's finished. He's done.
All right, pack it in, everybody. They have a Vlad's. And Gabby goes down again. A little unfortunate there, as the Slark has been cut out a couple of times.
Yeah, he was under the Radiant Vision. He got Orchided, and then just into Pango.
Gotcha. So they're still keeping it somewhat close amongst Boom.
Yeah, they saw him dark back under the ward. That's what happened.
Got it.
Just TP and kill them.
Yep. Well, as you're saying, just a 2,000 gold lead at this point. And that is going to be a pretty nice pickup there as well. The Pupil's Gift is always really fancy. It's Makoto. Has Diffusal Blade done, and looks like he's going to be going back for that Halberd again, as you were mentioning. least is going to be able to like help later on. And I will say that, you know, that at least Magnus has been nerfed where the
yeah, seriously,
the Empower no longer does like the full double damage or whatever it was.
Yeah, still though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's hitting very hard.
All right, it is 20 minutes in, so now we do start to think about discussions of Roche and how that's going to impact this game. They still don't have their big hitter in Dreamocell, but that can shift with the E-Blade. Even if he is a little bit behind gold-wise, maybe he'll just find that one big blow-up. Could be onto something as simple as March, so that he can't get the ulti off to help them during the team fights and basically make it a 5v4. Won't be Armel, though. He is not going to get blown up.
No, he's got almost 3,000 HP and
at
10
20
armor.
minutes.
Yeah. I really don't know how you deal with this guy.
Is under attack.
Like, Morphling, I feel like the damage caps out so early, at least with this, like, E-Blade and stuff. They need, like, Ags on Makoto and, like, Maelstrom, or I don't even know. Just something. They need something.
They need 5 heroes hitting him
with
an Orchid. That's pretty much the answer. I hope he doesn't beat KB.
Killing everybody else first, I guess, as well. But meanwhile, Gabby gonna get disarmed, backs away again. FBZ pushes out this top wave. And I think that was the E-Blade done for Morph. So Dreamocell can kind of fight these other heroes at least, as they are going to back out and head on into the pit.
And they do have some tools. Like, they have the tag team, which we haven't really gotten to see too much of because it hasn't been like that much brawling and everything. But that is one part where, you know, Magnus, maybe he just caught in the middle of a tag team.
Yeah.
Maybe they just get shredded by all that bonus damage. March guards the Roshing.
Dropping down those wards. Armel has the Blink Dagger available if they want to use it, and gotta be very careful on Boom. And just like that, FBZ is dead. Okay.
Very careful.
that was not very careful. Boom have to be, well, I'm not going to say very careful again, but they got to run. Jeez. If they want to, they can just back out and go get Roche again now. TNC looking so solid in this game.
I almost feel like they have to fight this.
Yeah.
And they have buyback in TP, but they probably think that they're not going to get there in time because they could have just been roasting the entire time.
No, they're
but
smoking.
Even though they're back in there now. Okay.
Who are they
Oh,
gonna
but look
into?
at this interruption by KP.
Oh my god, and the Dissimulate run away. Yule Scepter afterwards. Can they bring him down? They do get the Walrus Punch and the beatdown, so he falls. Aegis now onto Gabby as TNC trying to run down this lane, but a haste rune, and I think Boom get out with this now.
Yeah, and I really like the decision to put it on Gabby. I mean, it's the obvious one because he's like the guy who's like really aggressive, but just the fact that he's poorer too, I think helps a lot because, as we pointed out several times, I don't think they can kill Aramel the first time anyway.
No.
Unless everyone else is dead, and thus give the Aegis to someone else.
Absolutely. And Gabby is going to have Scotty done pretty soon here as well.
That is the morph killer too.
Right.
That's where this game gets really difficult, and potentially getting the Aghanims, which is also very good versus the Pango and the Tusk and the Morphling. That leash is insane value.
Yeah. Top side. Trying to get him, but Shadowblade away. And they will be fine to get out of there as well. I mean, you just have to dodge at this point if you're Boom. Like, there's way too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have two supports that also aren't very good at wave clear.
Right. Yeah, the Abba and the Tusk were really lacking in this instance. Maybe once Hyde gets more points in Snowball.
I mean, he can also at least like defend towers. He can like throw out the ice shards, pull the wave off, and also gives you a little bit of a defensive buffer.
Yeah. Doesn't help as much when they're going high ground, but at least for now, it's something. And Makoto, is he gonna get caught here? Gabby not opting to go onto him, so Makoto kills the wave. It's gonna stick around that bottom side of the map. And TNC, it looks like they just want to play the sort of surround game. It is against the Nature's Prophet, so he at least is going to be able to head out on the other side of the map and farm away. But they're able to keep the rest of them kind of stuck in one particular spot.
Yeah, and he's got Treants up top pushing in while he's on the opposite side getting some wards down. Looking for couriers, farming the jungle. Oh, there's the Veno courier.
And gets one. Does he get two? Hello, hello. Yep, gets two. And TP's out. Perfectly fine for FBZ. There is a big smoke up now. And Moonlight Shadow afterwards. They're going to be underneath a ward as it breaks. Kezcute turns back around, and that is not the kill that they wanted. 4 staff away, trying to live. Kezcute still going to end up getting that ulti popped. Armel pulls him back in. TNC going to bring him back down. So godlike Armel here at 25 minutes with almost an AC done on top of everything else. But you can see Boom just don't feel like they want to fight at all. And you can't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're TNC, you want to play this really clean. They still don't have a huge lead because the Morph and the Pango are quite a bit ahead of KP. So that's shortening this gap despite what Armel has. Is up top, they will get FTZ though.
Yeah, Root is there. They got him caught and dead. So those little kills to me feel like it's somewhat acceptable as long as your other cores are farming, which they are.
As long as the waves elsewhere are pushed. But look what they're doing with Armel. Oh, that was a bit of a risky one. I mean, I guess he has the BKB. Until Basher on Pango, they still can't deal. Well, I guess that Walrus Punch and Blink, so...
Yeah.
It's something.
How has Hyde gotten so much money? I mean, it's not like a ton, but...
I don't know.
It's
He's
just
been
passive.
performing some alchemy in the past couple of games.
He's got the
Philosopher's
Philosopher's Stone.
Well, I mean,
That
that's still
makes sense.
relatively new, though.
Yeah.
Like, he's still pretty
Sure.
far.
Pull back onto Makoto. Takes it off. Aphotic Shield runaway. Makoto does have roll if he wants to use it. E-Blade off to the side. Able to catch onto one. Kezcute's still living through this. Snowball off to the side. They kill off KP as well.
What a save!
Unbelievable.
He got the
and
Rolling
now the
Thunder
roll
off.
comes back through the other way. The control is there as they're going to bring down Hyde eventually, but Hyde did his job. Now, switching back into the Void Spirit, gets the taunt to pull him back in. If they can find this kill, but the stun is there. Onto FBZ, they bring it down. Dreamocell carrying this team here. He is online.
Makoto's
They're
still
trying
alive.
to bring down Tim's afterwards. Switching into this Void Spirit has been an absolute win. As they bring down another, Makoto will end up dying. Dreamocell now low on mana. It looks like they will be able to track him down most likely as Gabby is on top of it. He does have a TP back available, but they're right on top of him. And tries to juke, tries to run away, spots him again. Oh, hey guys, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Tries to turn and fight, but yeah, he's just dead.
All right, well, he did get a 10x kill streak, so I'll be very curious to see how this shakes down in the breakdown. So he got 1,000 gold total, even with his death cost on the Morphling. But you know what? So did Tim's. In fact, he got a little bit more. Damn.
Here, and looking pretty good, but that snowball save at the end.
The snowball as well. Very
impressive.
Unfortunately, not enough in the end to take the full team fight, but at least they showed that Armel can in fact bleed.
Yes. Very important, and slowing down his farm. I guess the other thing to sort of be concerned about is I don't know if he had the AC in that last engagement or not, but he definitely has it now. Still, though, a lot of that damage came in from Magical side once the BKB had worn off. And catching Gabby down on the bottom. The snowball is there, gets the ulti off, but he's going to get rolled up on. The chase is there. KP moving into position, trying to find an opening. Armel able to catch. He has the RP if they want to use it. Gabby dropping low air, able to get out just barely. Gabby escapes. The rest of Boom is kind of all spread out now and in a weird position. Hyde is getting run down, although they're trying to control now onto Armel. Good BKB.
Oh.
And he's still holding that RP. The chase in,
buddy.
looking for it. RP is going to land. Brings down Dreamocell. Dude, he held that for so long. Makoto going to be caught. Armel comes in, cleans up afterwards, and going to end FBZ. Damn, TNC. Killing it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, buddy. I mean, they're going to fight it out to the end, but this is going to be a hefty blow. They're still tier 2s. This won't be the end of the game unless they really want to give it up.
And, well, Snowball afterwards, got to be careful. He's going to be able to get the blink out. as you mentioned. Building's falling.
Yeah, so I get the one lane and then probably refresh back for the Roche. I don't think it's worth going in here right now with the E-Blade backup, at least not for tier 4s and everything. Should just be the bailout. But TNC take a commanding lead in game number 5 after what looked like a glimpse of hope there for Boom. And they're even going to try and secure it now with the Remnant True Sight as well. So try and get their own vision locked down. Make sure there's no good gank opportunities for Boom here.
Now, Boom, they do spot KP here. Have Blink available with the Walrus Punch afterwards. And March, trying to chase, can't quite get him. Arrow will go out, off the mark.
Well, Makoto walk back into it.
Yeah, that happens.
Instant smoke.
Who do they find?
Not Roche.
No.
Poke your heads in, but give me 1 second until that's possible.
I mean, they have to take advantage of this. RP is on cooldown. They need to make some type of a move. And they have a roll in, but it's too hard. I mean, that's the other problem now, too, is they have Ags on Slark. Like,
all right, they just scanned and the entirety of it was red, but yeah. Then the arrow checks, so they know they're around. Yeah, the Ags is a brilliant choice. I really like it. Hope, I guess there's the idea he might get punished without having the BKB, but I just think that leash is so valuable this game.
Yeah, Makoto, he's going to roll away here as well. And they do have RP available as Makoto still sticking around. I mean, Boom, they can't keep chilling here. They got to run. And they're just going to get destroyed. Gabby got Kezcute already. Looking for the leash rundown. Oh, and the snowball up to the high ground, but in trouble. Armel going to get that RP off the jump in from Gabby. Skewer him away. Armel's like, these are my kills. Leave me alone. Gabby, you get your own. They take down 3 again.
Man, what an individual performance by Armel. I mean, yes, carried in terms of like the early game with like the stacks and stuff, very much helped by his team, but I haven't seen anyone else do this in the game with Mag this patch.
No, absolutely
to the
not.
level that he has handled it here. And like consistently good ultis and great skewers.
Right, and holding on to him too, not taking the first one that comes to mind as the leash comes up now. Does have Skewer, Manta as well. Tries to pull in the Slark, but Gabby is staying fine. I got my Scotty, man. Chase down comes, tries to jump away. The pounce is going to be there yet again with the silence, with the kill. Snowballing too late. Hyde trying to make something out of nothing, but it is not going to be there. FBZ also in trouble, is pouncing into the fountain. All 5 dead. And with that, TNC taking a demonstrative lead in this game number 5.
Oh, that's an allied good game.
A little bit of one. And they're just hitting the tier 4s. Gabby's like, I'm done with this. Get me out of this one. It's over. Pull in, trying to roll, but they don't have the damage. They don't have nearly enough damage. And with this, I think that they're going to take it. TNC just completely dominant. They're going to use the glyph, and GG is going to be called aggressively. There it is. There it is. Coming in from the side of them. GG is the call. TNC, ladies and gentlemen, are your grand champions.
You gotta feel for Boom, man. They've been trying so hard to beat him, but there's a reason TNC are on top, Consistency being shown by these guys here in the fields of C Dota, and just another wonderful game. And geez, Armel, man, I haven't watched this guy pop off that hard in a while, and damn, that was a show to impress for sure.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, in the playoffs, we didn't get to see much of TNC because they came in at the top and they never left. They stayed at the top of the bracket.
Yeah,
so
what's up with that? They just kept winning, so we couldn't watch their games. What jerks.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what happens when you kind of crush everyone in your path here. And game 5, though, again, very impressed from Boom, and just impressed, I'll say, with the region as a whole. I mean, we had the pleasure of being able to go to a lot of different regions lately, and coming to see, it was so exciting to see all these different hero picks and just different styles of Dota, too, where it didn't feel like we were quite as locked down in this, like, hard carry, like, in the first phase, every single game right here. So I thoroughly enjoy myself here, and congrats to TNC.
Congrats to TNC. Shout outs to Boom as well. Pushed them to the full 5 games. They really made it for all it's worth. But in the end, there can only be one champion, and that's TNC. So let's head on back to the panel and hear them gush over him for a little bit as well.
Yes, thank you, Lyrical and Trent, for casting our full 5-game series there. And congratulations to TNC Predator for becoming our grand champions here at ESL 1 Thailand. But it is now time for our Mountain Dew Game Fuel Power Plays, where we show you guys the top 4 plays from this series and let you guys vote on them as well across social media. So let's go and have a look at these 4 power plays that we've had in this amazing 5-game series. So our first one here is going to be a wonderful one, and it will be the double rampage coming in from Dream Assault in that first game on the Terrorblade. Boys, this was something to behold.
I think it was the last-ditch effort really coming from Boom. They tried their best, and that was all they needed to take out that first game, right? Tim's getting off a nice swap with the steal on the Sunder, but it's just not going to be enough, and they were able to overwhelm him.
Yeah, it was just one of those situations where they dragged them all in. The game looked pretty over. He gets the first rampage here, and then unfortunately for Tims, he gets caught inside of his own fountain. The double rampage comes in there from Dream Assault, so a big play coming out from him. And boys, the second one, this is where Makoto almost started to turn around in game number 2.
Yeah, this was a bit of a worry for TNC. Like, you saw Makoto come in, absolutely destroys Gabby, and that was an Aegis pop as well, you can hear in the background. Like, they've timed this perfectly, this fight. And they showed signs of life, despite the 10k net width. You can see at the top, the 22 and 7, but ooh.
This was big. This was game number 5. First kill here in the 5-game series. They come in here, Armel, Shockwave brings back into the arrow. I think that was probably a combination of Armel as well as Tim's there with that arrow Shockwave combination, getting the first blood. And then this is it from game number 4. This is where they came in with a combination of the OD up against the Morphling. See here, he's coming in from the side. He's going to build up a little bit of these stacks. Boom, off he goes. Hex, thrown up into the air by Hyde, and then he gets blown up. And that felt like it was basically game over in game number 4.
Yeah. The thing I love most about Dota, of course there's the gameplay and all that, but the sound design is so great. When you land that Sanity's Eclipse and it wipes out a number of people, you can feel it. You can feel it happening in your bones. And yeah, it was very much like that for Boom this time around. But for me, I'm a big fan of that arrow, honestly. It wasn't the flashiest thing that was happening throughout the entire series, but I think it was the most important. You know, Game 5, that was what set Armel on his path to victory.
Yeah, as well as that, Makoto was winning that lane. Like, we didn't really talk about that. Armel was ridiculously chubby, but Makoto was winning that until that first blood, which was a huge amount of gold for Armel, like you said. And it meant that he could get the rune, meant that he could get farm in the lane. I think the play itself was fantastic, but what it meant to the team makes it the biggest play for me.
Yeah. And another thing from that, it just starts to snowball into that next solo kill that Armel was able to get. We saw that he had 100 CS at 10 minutes in, and he was absolutely dominant. But these are our 4 Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays for the final day here of ESL 1 Thailand. So make sure you do go follow us over at ESL Dota 2 and put in your vote here. My panel have already told you guys that we feel like it is the Arrow Shockwave combination which comes out on top. You know, I personally like the one-shots that came out there from the OD on Makoto. That looked really strong. It was their entire game plan as well. So, you know, if that comes out on top, I'd be kind of happy with that as well.
Yeah, honestly, all 4 of those were very worthy. It's no PA dagger, that's for sure. But no, I think it was a great way to end out ESL 1 Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, especially like you look at how close those plays are. Both teams having their highlights. I think FPZ should be getting more props for that play on the Outworld Vara because he tanked so many spells to get them there.
I think that's the biggest thing across ESL 1 Thailand is the fact that we've had so many rising stars here across this tournament. Across 18 days, we've had insane plays, but now you guys get to vote on the 4 of the final day here. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, we'll tell you guys who our Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays is, as well as break this entire series down and congratulate TNC one more time.
Cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. to focus. It doesn't matter cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I'm meet that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game. Welcome to the war game. Can't say why.
After 18 days of back-to-back competition, we were able to finally crown our champions in TNC Predator. And for the final time now, I'd like to welcome here to our Game Fuel post-match from me and my panel, tell you guys why that series was such a banger and why this tournament as a whole has been an absolute banger. My boys here for the final time, Danog, Poglet lads. 3-2 victory here for TNC Predator. Went to all 5 maps, but in that final one, that was pure TNC dominance.
It felt like that first pick just came to prominence so many times. It just enabled TNC to start the draft out how they wanted. Again, it was the story of the Abaddon Nature's Prophet just not working out when these big moments happen.
Yeah, I think, obviously it's too late now for Boom, but they're going to have to rethink this FPZ Nature's Prophet pick. Like, no matter how well he plays around it, they don't play that style that well. And like we can see through some of these replays, their fights were so scattered. Like, even when the fights they were winning with the Dreamer Cell E-Blade that eventually came through, it never felt like they got enough kills in a quick enough pace to actually secure the victory on these team fights.
No, and that's the strength of the Nature's Prophet, right? You can so quickly transition from a one team fight into pushing, and you have that global mobility, but it felt like he was just sitting back and farming for a lot of the time. Yes, you can do that for the timings that you might need, but I think you just need to take advantage of the fact that, look, Magnus is having a fantastic game. Let's target someone else. Let's try and take them out of the game. And then, you know, if Magnus is an issue later on, we'll deal with that when it comes.
Yeah, I got to give props, though, to TNC. They built so fantastically. We saw the Ags Discardi on the Slark. He was pretty much unkillable by that late game. And obviously KP, there was a few plays here that were a bit scrappy, a bit iffy, but he made sure his team were getting a lot out of it. Like we saw that Roshan fight in the mid lane where he secured that kill. Like even just then, he copped the E-Blade, he copped everything from Dreamer Cell to make sure his team could play that team fight.
Yeah.
And it really did feel like just this Armel Magnus was such a force to be reckoned with. We saw that first blood that he was able to be given, got a few solo kills as well. He was solo using the RP in those first couple of fights. The fact that he was just able to abuse the power spike that this Magnus had as soon as he got that level 4 in power, cleared a big ancient stack, cleared a few more stacks in the jungle, came in, took those towers, and at that point, Boom was playing catch up. And with a Morphling draft, you don't really want to be playing catch up, right?
No, and I think a big reason behind that is Tim's. He just enabled them so much that they were playing from ahead every step of the way. Obviously that first blood, big impact, but later on, so many 4-5 second arrows being landed on high priority targets, and what is that, like a 95, 96% win rate now on the
It's pretty
Mirana?
high. It's honestly pretty high.
Yeah.
It may just be the highest of any player in a single patch I've ever seen.
Yeah. Insane. You do not let it happen.
You can just see it here across the net worth so far. 22k net worth, 32 minutes in there for Armel. He was a big old boy. And it just goes to show that you let this Magnus through. Yeah, we have seen a few teams falter with that Magnus so far, but TNC, they have been the ones that have proven this Magnus time and time again to be such a dominant force. And the fact that, we harp on this Nature's Prophet. It didn't really have the win rate that we were expected. But, FBZ got a lot of farm, but they were kind of just a little bit too far at that point.
I'm liking the Ags pick up on Gabby as well, right? It just gives him that capability to jump into fights a little deeper than Boom might have been expecting, and it gives him the escape potential as well. You don't have to commit the Shadow Dance.
Yeah, it's especially good against Makoto as well. Like Makoto and Dreamer still 2 heroes, Waveform and the Swashbuckle, all the Rolling Thunder. You can stop all of that so quickly. And it ends up being a stun almost for those heroes because they have to rely on mobility so much. Hell, even if you want to throw in FPZ's teleport, just you stop all of that with that 7 seconds of leash timer. It's so strong to play around, and we could see Armel really abuse that as well.
Yeah, and the holy trifecta of Southeast Asia continues, TNC beats Boom, Boom beats Fnatic, Fnatic beats TNC. So the wheel keeps turning.
And we're going to have to see a few more tournaments before that triad will be broken. But lads here, TNC been a pretty indomitable force across the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand, only dropping a Series 2 Fnatic in a 2-1. And I think they've only lost a couple of maps across the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand as well. And it goes to show the fact that players like Armel and Gabby, they've been so experienced in the Southeast Asian region, so experienced across all these international tournaments. This exact same roster was the only Southeast Asian team to ever win an ESL 1 on a LAN as well. So getting another ESL 1 title here is a good little notch in the belt for TNC, but the fact that this team has stayed together for so long and still looks so strong in this region is absolutely ridiculous.
Yep, there's a lot to be said for stability, and that could be for any region. It just doesn't have to be within Southeast Asia. So I'm glad to see them get this sustained success. I wish that was the item build that the Shadow Fiend went in game number 4, something more reminiscent of that, but Armel playing it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, just with this team, it's much as I want to see an all-Australian team, we can't take KP from TNC.
No.
We just can't. He's playing too well with these boys. They're obviously winning most things they enter in, at least top 3 in pretty much everything. It's great to see an Aussie succeeding, especially with Anna in retirement, basically.
Semi-retirement.
Yeah, he'll come back.
Maple Story. He's
we'll wait for the next TI.
Well, lads, luckily for you, you can ask him all those questions that you would like because we do have our champions interview here with KP himself from TNC. KP, mate, congratulations on winning ESL 1 Thailand. I would just like to say, first off, 5 games, a little bit spicy there. We thought they could have potentially gone towards Boom, but I want to touch here on that Morphling game in game number 4 there. What was the idea behind the Ags? Did Gabby just want to be a Win Ranger?
That was one of the games where we just trusted Gabby because I think he's been playing like pubs with Win Ranger as Morph, and then we just kind of trusted him and we did it. But what ended up happening was like it was a pretty shit draft. Yeah, that's why we lost that game, I think. Yeah.
So is the lesson there just don't trust Gabby, or what's going on there?
Maybe second guess it a bit.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We've got our Mercedes-Benz MVP vote coming up. Now, you mentioned that there have been a couple of people on your team that already have one. If you won it, QO mentioned that he is looking for a Mercedes-Benz himself. So would you consider doing a bit of a trade or something like that going on there?
What do you mean, like with QO?
Yeah. I think he might look to try and take it off your hands if possible.
I'm definitely not giving him a discount though.
Okay.
So,
full price. Yeah. Maybe 10% more
price.
Than market price, actually.
Yeah, maybe. Like,
yeah.
I mean, with how hard QO's been on some of these interviews, it's a shame he's not here, but I mean, you can't give him a discount after that. I got to ask KP, we just mentioned before about the Australian teams, and we're like, obviously, Aussie pride. I've got to ask you, how are you going to coach some of the Australian players to start winning like you are now?
I mean, right now I'm already coaching a team that's playing in OEDL, the Australian League. So it's just like, taking small steps. For now, like, to be honest, I'm just focusing more on like out of game things and not really like in game things too much, because I think a lot of the problems in the Oz scene right now is like attitude and like how to not be toxic, how to not mold, stuff like that. So I think that's like a good first step. Yeah.
Yeah, I do know that very much firsthand, having to deal with some of these players.
I mean, you're one of the players they have to deal with, Poglet, so I don't think you can talk too much. KP, mate, I've got another question for you. You come into this series, full 5 maps. Who's the guy that really corrals you guys together in that final map? One game away from potentially losing out here for ESL One Thailand. Who's your hype man? Who's the guy who's telling you guys, we can do this, we're the best team, we got this?
It's kind of different every time. I think this time it was kind of like a collective effort. But let me think. To be honest, I think March was the one that like kind of calmed us down a lot, and then I would say probably Gabby. He hyped us up the most, like today specifically. But usually it like changes. Yeah.
Now you've been a bit notorious for being a little bit noisy when you get some wins on the board. It's kind of late here in Australia, so do you ever get any like noise complaints or anything like that when that happens?
Nah, I mean, I live in a house, so it's not like an apartment. So I don't get too many complaints. I've never gotten one actually. Actually, I have from my parents.
True.
And my sister and my brother.
Yeah.
Keep
it down, but you're like, I'm winning tens of thousands of dollars. Come on, give me a break.
I mean, they definitely can't complain, right? If you're winning the tour, if you lose, maybe like, have you ever had losses? Is that when they complain, or is it just on the wins?
I don't remember. Like, it was probably not even tournament games. Like, just me playing with the boys and like getting a bit tight. Yeah.
That's pretty loud. All right, KP, before I let you go, I've got one other question. March, in the interview that we had with him a couple of days ago, he said that Gabby was really trying to work toward, Gabby and yourself were trying to work towards not being the best player, but being the best teammates. Do you think so far that both of you have achieved that goal?
Oh, definitely not yet. I think best is like a kind of a unreachable, or at least like really hard to reach goal. So we're getting there, but yeah.
The chase is good though, right? You never want to be at the top because you can get a little bit complacent.
Yeah, you never want to be complacent. You always want to be chasing something.
Yeah.
Or like looking forward to something,
All right, some wise words there from KP, mate. So I'm going to let you go here with the spoils of ESL One Thailand. Do you have any shout-outs before I let you go?
Oh, shout out to my team sponsors. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to ESL. Shout out to Boom. And follow me on all my social medias, guys. KP Dota.
Especially Twitch.
Twitter.
You're doing that a little bit more lately.
Yeah. Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everything. KP Dota. No space, no underscore. Thank you.
All right, no worries, mate. I'll let you go and enjoy the spoils of victory.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's always good to hear from our boy KP, especially after he gets a victory here in such a big tournament. 18 days of Asian Dota was insane for us to get through here. And boys, I'm super excited to see KP getting another victory.
Can you imagine if it was a loser's interview instead for KP? Like if we were like, now I know that Boom won, assuming it was in that universe, and it's like, we got KP here though. How does it feel? No, but it was a good thing. You saw as soon as he came on the camera, he had a little smirk on his face, a little bit cheeky, and he was feeling it. I'm sure him and the boys were having a good time.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, especially after such a victory in full 5 maps as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to reveal the winner here of our Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays from that series. Am I right once again? No, the Shockwave Arrow combo comes out on top with 58%. So it looks like a little bit of team cohesion more than just a one shot is what the crowd likes.
Yeah, that's what we like as well,
Yeah, I already give props though. Like the last time, it was a massive auto attack monster that got the winning clip. I'm glad to see some teams or some players rather, and some viewers like those little small things in life.
Yeah, I'm going to call that like the alley-oop. That was an alley-oop play right there from Armel.
Lads, let's then go and have another look at the alley-oop itself. It was a wonderful show of team play and a wonderful show of skill. Look, the arrow was probably going to miss there from Tims, if I'm being perfectly
calculated.
Honest. That was one of those ones where you see it, the Shockwave comes in, look at it in the slow-mo as well, pulls in Makoto straight into the arrow, stunned for the full duration. Didn't even matter that Armel was disarmed. He had enough time there to get the auto attack and get the first blood as well.
That arrow, big Mack truck coming and just slamming right into his face. So yeah, it was a solid. It was a solid play coming through. But yeah, TNC and Tim's worthy of that Mountain Dew power play.
Yeah. But the thing I've noticed, like rewatching it so many times, Tim's threw that arrow before the swashbuckle leap, so he was assuming Makoto would do the best play and put it behind.
Exactly as planned.
Like,
that's the hive mind right there.
Yeah, that's ridiculously big brain from him.
Yeah.
To really register what's going to happen before it happens, and then obviously Armel backs his boy up, makes him look good, and obviously getting that.
He got the XP. He got
that was worth. That was certainly worth. But lads, before we start to wrap up ESL 1 Thailand, do you guys have any crazy thoughts to round out here for the tournament? Is there anything that surprised you? Obviously, Neon surprised me. I knew that my boys were going to do really good. I was hoping they'd get that top 3, even #1 slot, but they came in and they played really well.
I think Boom being able to reset after being 2-0'd in the upper bracket by TNC to get the victory against Fnatic, it again continues that Illuminati triangle of the 3 teams within the region. But yeah, I really think that Boom can take a lot out of this. Even though it was a loss, you often learn a lot more from your losses than you do your wins.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that as well, but the big takeaway for me is how lackluster Geek Fam looked with that Raven, to tell you the truth. Like, we're talking about that big 3, but I would put Geek Fam as that 4th spot, like, interchangeable between the other 3. And they got bounced out first round of lower bracket playoffs, and it wasn't pretty to loss either. So
no,
it's unfortunate to see, and it just shows how important some of these core players are and how important continuity is with these supports. Yeah, just a shame to see.
I think the biggest downfall for me was the fact that we didn't see Sparking Arrow go a little bit further in the playoffs. I was really hoping that maybe God King was going to find his form once again, but really did feel like a lot of these Southeast Asian teams had kind of figured out what Sparking Arrow wanted to do.
Yeah, and I would have liked to see a little bit more from the other Chinese teams, I suppose, as well. You know, it's good, like, we're Southeast Asian region, it's good to see Dota, but you want that cross-region rivalry, and I think if we could have had China v Southeast Asia in the grand finals, could have been even better.
It would have been absolutely sick. But boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time now for us to reveal our Mercedes-Benz MVP top 2. Once again, these top 2 will be going into contenders up against the 2 winners from America, is Laylis as well as Leo Styles. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been waiting quite a while for this. So let's reveal our first contender coming in here from ESL 1 Thailand Asia, and it is Jabs in that #1 slot. Lads from Fnatic, you guys wanted some more supports. It's great to see a support here in #1.
A support, a captain, shot caller. Well, not so much. That's probably DJ, but playmaker. I think that's the real thing that Jabs did really well. He looks so much more confident on the position 4 as well relative to the 5.
Yeah, as well. I mean, it was so close to that Cinderella story. We saw them lower bracket 2, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
And then 1-2.
1-2. It's unfortunate, but it just shows like how important he was, that even in that 3rd spot of the tournament, he's still getting these votes. Everyone still respects how ridiculously well Fnatic played after a really awkward group stage start.
And he was the last Thai player standing in ESL 1 Thailand, so I think very worthy of #1.
Very worthy to have him here, but we do need to have his compadre going in that contenders version as well. So let's see who is #2.
Ooh.
And it's our boy KP.
He made it.
He has scorched up the rankings here in that final series, getting himself that 2nd slot here, securing himself a victory in ESL 1 Thailand, and could potentially score himself a Mercedes-Benz on top of it.
Well, that's a bit unexpected. He wasn't even in the top 4 all the days leading up.
He could have been hovering around that 5th slot. We're not quite sure about that.
He's the silent assassin is what I'm going to call him.
The smiling assassin, I feel like, as well.
Yeah.
Is this kind of surprising for you as well?
I feel like KP's been playing well the entire group stage and the playoff run, but we haven't seen him that much. So I feel like he'd be 5, 6, 7, that area of rankings. But the upper bracket finals for me was huge for him. And obviously this finals, I can't even say a single misstep that he did in those 5 games.
No, it was not necessarily what he did, but what he prevented Boom from doing that was the real game changer for me in all of those wins coming out from TNC.
All right, lads. Well, we have our 4 contenders now for Mercedes-Benz MVP for ESL 1 Thailand. We've got our 2 boys here from Asia. Got the 2 boys coming in from Americas. Who do we feel like is going to be able to take this nice little trophy?
As long as it's from C, I don't care. As long as it's from the Asian region, I'd be happy with both Jabs or KP.
What about you, Poglet? Feeling the same?
I'm gonna be honest, like looking at the replays for Lelis and Leo Star, they were both fantastic, but there's a different level in C right now. I feel like Jabs and KP were just out of their mind this tournament. It is a shame to say, like, Jabs being in the 3rd place, I think that's going to hurt him against KP, to tell you the truth, especially when you have a winner's interview. KP wins 3-2. It was an absolute nail-biter upper bracket, absolute nail-biter grand final.
Yeah, and he flamed QO as well, so, I mean...
we did help him for that, though,
true,
in fairness.
True.
Like, we did very much feed him towards making sure QO got roasted.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, well, it is good to see two boys from Asia coming in here for our contenders. They'll be going up against Laylis and Leo Style for that Mercedes-Benz MVP. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is it from us here at ESL 1 Thailand. It's been 18 days of back-to-back jam-packed Dota. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show as much as my lads here have as well. I would just like to say, before we do leave you with our DHL moments that deliver, a quick thank you from myself, my panel, my commentators, my remote commentators, my production crew, and everybody behind the scenes as well. Thank you guys for joining us here for ESL 1 Thailand. Stay safe, and we'll see you for the next one.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh,
We are ready for top 4 Dota here for ESL 1 Thailand. A lot of these teams are really cruising for that #1 slot. We've got 4 of the best teams in Southeast Asia so far.
this is what we know.
Back and forth, they find Gabby, didn't get the switch over to the strength form. Now trying to turn into the gyrocopter and throw the damage back out the other way. They haven't used RP yet. Dylan on the remnant, already saving them.
Goes for the Sonic Wave, snatches the Aegis. What a play, instantly dies.
We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
3 seconds left. Ravy's got to get out of there.
Oh my God, Jab.
That was so close. Jab, unbelievable. Skim getting healed back up yet again. Raven turning, trying to bring him down. Can they do it? He's done. He's silenced. He's everything. He's there. There's no buyback.
We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz. What is the cooldown of a refresher shard?
Raise the glorious box from DHL. Boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, is our wonderful Iron processor here. Look at it. So juicy, so glorious, very Tesseract-ish. Kind of looks like a Tesseract, right?
A little bit.
See if they can bring him down. The duel off to the side. Another blinding light pushback. Coddle doing everything they can, but Miracle turns it around. The triple kill. So
Yopaj is like, come at me. Let's go. You want to battle? I am Yopaj, and I got a magnetize for you. Dude, he does not care at all.
You know what Gabby's personal goal as a player is? It's not being the best player, it's being the best teammate.
Is it going to be enough? They can't kill him. Triple kill for Skim, still trying to control. Gabby turns, the missile blade's going to land. They got to bring him down. Ultra kill. Rampage, one time. Danger, danger. They're behind back on anti-mage for this too, but Aegis is about to go down. They pop it. The Chrono's down already. He's able to get to the other side. Yopaj living, but now in some more trouble.
He stole it mid-flight, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Ember hasn't.
What?
Yeah, he stole it on his jump through.
Oh my God, what a player through the Chrono.
No. Well, yeah, I gotta go. Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like with it too. just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand, yeah. Just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know